Chapter 403, Eccentric Scarlet Flame Nangong Wan. Han Li eventually found the origin of his feeling of familiarity. Although the appearance of the female cultivator named Zhuorutan differed from Nangong Wang, the slight similarity between their elegant grace stirred his heart's deepest depths. Now knowing the cause of this feeling, Han Li looked at Zhou Ruting before turning his gaze away and calming the great disturbance in his heart. However, ever since Han Li and Crooked Soul had arrived, Lady Fan and Zhou Ruting showed no intention of wanting to immediately set off. Instead, they were occasionally looking towards the sky as if they were waiting for someone. Han Li was somewhat puzzled by this, but he didn't bother to ask any questions. Instead, he found a desolate corner and sat there with Crooked Soul, quietly waiting for the mission to start. They waited for nearly a day. Were these people not cultivators, each completely patient, they would have long started complaining. But even with this being the case, people still revealed dissatisfaction. Lady Fan and Zhou Ruting revealed slight worry under these circumstances and begrudgingly met to converse in whispers. When Han Li saw this, he speculated who exactly they were waiting for before suddenly being interrupted by the sounds of thunder coming from the appearance of a black streak at the edge of the sky. As the black streak quickly approached them, the many cultivators sitting in meditation each stood up and gazed at it with amazed expressions. In the blink of an eye, the black streak had already arrived above them. Han Li and the others were now able to clearly see that this black streak was actually a black cloud with a diameter of about 20 meters. Its area was large enough to cover the entire mountaintop. With its occasional rumbles of thunder and flashes of lightning, it appeared even more bizarre. As the crowd was blankly staring at the black cloud, a woman's cold voice suddenly came from within. "Senior Scarlet Flame, you can let me down now. I wish to speak with my two senior martial sisters." "Hee, of course." An extremely hoarse voice gave a croaking reply. Lady Fan's and Zhou Ruting's expressions changed slightly upon hearing the voices and they glanced at one another. The other cultivators figured out the origins of the black cloud and their expressions became bright. Just as Han Li was restless and confused, he heard one of the other cultivators mutter, "The exquisite sound sect has quite some ability. They were actually able to invite Turtle Source Island's eccentric scarlet flame." Han Li was able to clearly hear this person's whisper through use of his exceptional spiritual sense. After hearing it, his heart trembled. When Han Li heard the words, Turtle Source Island, and eccentric scarlet flame, Han Li immediately knew of the black cloud's origins. When he was getting acquainted with a few core formation cultivators, they had mentioned the grand reputation of Turtle Source Island's eccentric scarlet flame several times. This late core formation cultivator had long become well known in the scattered star seas from the unpredictability of his water sunflower devilish art and his brutal ruthlessness. Many people had also said that eccentric scarlet flame was extremely likely to enter nascent soul. It was only a matter of time before he became a great hero similar to martial ancestor Zenith Een. As he was the sole hegemon of Turtle Source Island, no one dared to easily provoke him. As such, he could be considered to be an impressive person of renown. Could it be that the exquisite sound sect had requested for him to come here to assist them? Han Li calmly raised his head and carefully examined the black cloud with a vigilant heart. At that moment, the black cloud furled out a gap and a slender woman dressed in violet royal garments flew out. She carried herself with graceful elegance, but her face was concealed by a faint purple chi. When Lady Fan and Zhou Ruting saw her appear, they immediately stepped forward to welcome her. "Junior Martial Sister Wang, why is eccentric Scarlet Flame here? Could it be that you invited him?" "That wasn't necessary," Zhou Ruting softly asked with a slight frown. "That's right. This eccentric isn't to be easily provoked. Devils are easily invited but hard to get rid of. In addition, our current manpower is already sufficient." Lady Fan spoke with a heavy expression, revealing a slight trace of dissatisfaction. "Didn't you two senior martial sisters also believe that we had enough manpower while transporting the goods?" The violet-clothed woman faintly stated without paying attention to the other two's worries. Lady Fan immediately understood what she had meant and asked with bewilderment, "Junior Martial Sister, what do you mean? Does the enemy have other problematic characters?" Zhou Ruting also revealed an astonished expression. "I've received information that their lair is being overseen by their leader, a late core formation cultivator. As the manpower that senior martial sisters have gathered fell short, I took a trip to Turtle Origin Island to persuade eccentric Scarlet Flame to help us." After hearing this, the two senior women looked at each other in doubt and said no more. Although they knew that their junior had paid an enormous price to convince eccentric Scarlet Fire to aid them, this wasn't the time to address it. It was best left for after the matter at hand was concluded. At that moment, the violet-clothed woman swept her gaze past the cultivators on the mountaintop and sized them up before nodding her head as if she was satisfied. Senior Marshal Sisters invited a few more core formation cultivators than expected. With the aid of eccentric Scarlet Flame, we will definitely be able to kill those evil cultivators and avenge my mother. The violet-clothed woman's voice turned extremely cold, filled with intense killing intent. Be at ease, we will definitely avenge our sect master and repay this debt. Jouruding slowly said as she lightly brushed her beautiful, jet-black hair. That's right. Sect master treated us with great kindness. We will give up our lives if it means killing the enemy. Lady Fan solemnly agreed. The violet-clothed woman felt moved and deeply bowed to the two. I have greatly troubled you two Senior Marshal Sisters. Since this matter has already been addressed, so long as my mother has been avenged, one of you two will be assuming the position of sect master. I Wang Ning do not seek to take that position. The violet-clothed woman decisively said. After this was said, Jouruding's beautiful face wore a complicated expression. Her red lips opened but she decided to stay silent in the end. As for Lady Fan, although she managed to keep her expression calm, her eyes held a trace of unconcealable excitement. Not far from Han Li, a cultivator surnamed Meng muttered to himself, "Teeth. That must be the exquisite sound sect's fairy violet spirit. It's such a shame that she concealed her face with a magic technique." When Han Li heard this, his heart stirred. He had heard of the fairy violet spirit before. It was said that she was as beautiful as a goddess and was one of the most beautiful women in the scattered star seas. Could that be her? Han Li gazed at the violet-clothed woman in the distance with slight astonishment. At that moment, the three women finished talking, and the violet-clothed woman flew back up towards the black cloud like a goddess. Then the envoys of the left and the right eventually started the operation with solemn expressions. Over a dozen streaks of radiance flew from the mountaintop and headed north in a loose flight formation. Han Li and Crooked Soul occupied a position at the center rear, flying in silence. However, for some unknown reason, the cultivator surnamed Meng flew to Han Li's side and started gleefully chatting with him. Why has fellow Taoist Han agreed to help left envoy Fan? As for me, it was because one of my concubines was one of her direct disciples. I couldn't help but assist them. Could it be that fellow Taoist Han also? I don't have much luck with women unlike fellow Taoist Meng. Lady Fan merely promised to give me an item worth my time. Han Li indifferently said. That is truly a pity. Brother, the best things about the exquisite sound sect are naturally their beautiful female disciples. Particularly the disciples that were personally instructed by their two envoys. Those are truly, although Han Li remained calm as he listened to the endless jabber, he felt unsure of whether he should laugh or cry. With his speech being overly familiar from the very start, Han Li was reminded of his garrulous senior marshal brother back at Yellow Maple Valley and was unable to bear this man any ill will. As such, Han Li occasionally gave him an answer while following the lead of those from the exquisite sound sect, flying towards an unknown location. They eventually arrived on a desolate island where a few lower-level disciples from the exquisite sound sect had been waiting for them for quite some time. They were keeping watch on the bandits' den on a nameless island not far away. Knowing that no one had left the evil cultivator's den, Fairy Violet Spirit flew down from the black cloud and had Han Li and company rest for a moment. On the next morning they were going to mount a surprise raid. Chapter 404. A deceptive situation. The night quietly passed by. Just as dawn broke, the cultivators silently appeared above the evil cultivator's lair. It's here? Fairy Violet Spirit looked down at the small black island beneath her with confusion. The island was truly small and it only had a radius of about 2 kilometers. It would be more accurate to call this a huge reef. That's right. Not only have the golden cicada wasps arrived at this location, but the two elders have also confirmed it. Those evil cultivators are here. Lady Fansofty said. The violet-clothed woman then silently nodded her head and no longer held doubt. However, this place was obviously a temporary hideout. Not only was the island pathetically small, but there was only an extremely simple illusion formation placed down that was basically worthless. Kill without hesitation. After Fairy Violet Spirit coldly shouted her command, eccentric Scarlet Flame's bewildering laugh echoed out of his black cloud, easily wiping out their pathetic formation with resounding bolts of lighting. Afterwards the other cultivators bluntly rushed down. The sound of their formation breaking had obviously alerted the people below. Several sharp whistles sounded out from below. 50 streaks of radiance flourished out, and a large number of cultivators met their advance. The 3 core formation cultivators leading them were surprised to see the exquisite sound sect. But without waiting for their reply, Lady Fan yelled, "Strike!" She then released a silver wheel magic tool and took the initiative to attack. When the other cultivators saw this, they bluntly followed her lead and attacked. The sky was suddenly filled with flashes of radiance and deafening whistles. Since Han Li was acting under the intention of acquiring the Heaven Lightning Bamboo, he naturally found it embarrassing to stay idle. As a result, he and Crooked Soul casually took out their magic treasures and tied down 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators, preparing to eliminate them in one blow. As 2 core formation cultivators, they should have been able to easily deal with a small group of Foundation Establishment cultivators. However, something shocking had occurred. When the 5 Foundation cultivators discovered that 2 core formation cultivators were attacking them, their clothes were ripped away to reveal fiend demons. Han Li was shocked to the point that his eyes had nearly fallen out of his head despite having seen them before. But even with their greatly increased cultivation and speed, Han Li was no longer a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator. They only managed to resist for a few moments more before Han Li and Crooked Soul turned them to ash with their magic treasures. At this point, Han Li had discovered that their fiend demon transformations were different from that of the Black Fiend School. Not only did their transformations not require an incantation or cocoon, but an elemental blood core wasn't present in their bodies. Han Li felt extremely confused and puzzled. He pondered for a moment on whether or not they had some sort of relationship to the Black Fiend School. But he immediately dropped the thought and attentively looked in the other directions. Now was not the time to ponder these questions. It would be absurd if he allowed anyone to ambush him just because his thoughts were running astray. However, what Han Li saw only made his doubts grow stronger. A majority of the evil Foundation Establishment cultivators had underwent a fiend demon transformation. In addition, they formed small groups and were fiercely fighting with all their might. The 3 enemy core formation cultivators had earlier been restrained by eccentric Scarlet Flame's black cloud and were unable of escaping. Judging from the incessant rolls of thunder from the cloud, it seemed they were being quite strenuously held in place. He is a late core formation cultivator. We don't stand a chance if we fight alone. These obviously inciting words caused 2 core formation cultivators and a portion of the Foundation Establishment cultivators to immediately release their magic tools and treasures to strike the ghost face. However, a majority of them detachedly gazed on with doubt. The scene appeared somewhat messy. Having seen this, Han Li's face slightly twitched, and he slowly slipped towards the back of the crowd along with Crooked Soul. The situation appeared discouraging. Although he didn't know what was about to happen, Han Li thought to immediately distance himself from the coming danger. Don't yet act. There is something strange about it. The violet-clothed woman saw that something was amiss and coldly scolded the Exquisite Sound Sect disciples. However, the attacking Exquisite Sound Sect cultivators seemed to have ignored her and continued their focused attacks on the ghost face. When Han Li saw this, his expression slightly shifted and his heart felt heavy. The enemy middle-aged cultivator wasn't foolish and also saw that something was queer. After some slight surprise, he decisively waved his hand towards the ghost head, causing it to release a strange hiss. It then opened its mouth and spat out countless ashen spheres of light. The magic tools and treasures that they struck suddenly swayed with instability. He took advantage of this opportunity to have the ghost head fly back towards him. The attacking cultivators were stunned and didn't dare to separate from the group to continue their attack. Can someone tell me what is going on? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fairy Violet Spirit flew out from the group and coldly asked while she stood in between both sides. What's going on? You killed my sect disciples without cause and you asked their sect master? The middle-aged man coldly said. His eyes had already turned to a shade of a peculiar dark green. The violet-clothed woman emotionlessly met his gaze as she slowly asked, "Were you the ones who robbed our Exquisite Sound Sect and killed our sect master?" The middle-aged man responded with a furious tone, "Preposterous. Our Hidden Fiend School has always had very few dealings with outsiders. Why would we do such a contemptuous thing?" When the violet-clothed woman heard this, she grew silent and her eyes became ice-cold. When the others heard this, they seemed to realize something, and their expressions became strange. Lady Fan suddenly emerged from the group and slowly proclaimed, "It seems that we've fallen into someone's trap." "Humph? Was it you that have fallen into a trap or was it us?" The middle-aged man eerily spoke with a resentful expression. The disciples that he had spent such a great number of years nurturing had all died within a day. It was impossible for him to not feel vehement hatred towards them. Were it not for the fact that the exquisite sound sect possessed too many core formation cultivators and the uncertainty he held towards the strange cultivator within the black cloud, he would have used the entirety of his strength to heavily wound them despite knowing he had fallen into someone else's trap. As the violet-clothed woman's gaze became completely void of emotion, Lady Fan waited from the side with a bitter smile. Elder Zhao, Elder Fu. How about you give us an explanation? Fairy Violet Spirit slowly turned around and focused her attention on two people within the group. Chapter 405, Greater Possession Technique. Following Fairy Violet Spirit's chilling words, the other cultivators focused their gazes towards where Elder Zhao and a middle-aged Confucian scholar expressionlessly stood. The Confucian scholar was another elder of the exquisite sound sect that normally accompanied Zhuo Ruding at her side. When this occurred, Lady Fan and Zhou Ruding thought of something and their expressions became extremely unsightly. Lady Fan's complexion was the worse of the two, and she appeared both flustered and exasperated. Who is secretly spying over there? Eccentric Scarlet Flame suddenly shouted furiously. He then released a series of fiery lightning bolts from his cloud, which attacked a nearby area as if they were living snakes. An originally desolate area suddenly darkened and a vast amount of black chi bursted out, completely consuming the fiery lightning. A short youth then appeared in the aftermath. Wuqiu. Han Li, who had stealthily retreated to the group's rear, inwardly shouted this name upon seeing the youth. At that moment, many of the other cultivators recognized the youth and also cried out in alarm. The members of the Hidden Fiend sect fiercely stared at Wuqiu with even greater alarm. However, when the middle-aged sect leader saw Wuqiu, he wore a queer expression and revealed a faint trace of fear. As expected of the famed eccentric Scarlet Flame, you're capable of seeing through this young master's secret concealment technique. Wuqiu swept his gaze past the other cultivators without a care and set his sights on the black cloud. Humph. The black cloud snorted and didn't say anything further, causing Wuqiu's expression to darken. With you here, I don't suppose this is a scheme by Zenithine Island? Zhuo Ruding finally spoke after discovering that something was amiss. That's right. This matter was planned by this young master. The valuables of your exquisite sound sect were plundered by my sect's men and your two elders were under my orders to shift the blame to the Hidden Fiend sect. This was beyond their expectations. Wuqiu didn't have any intention of concealing his plans and admitted to everything with a sneer. In addition, his eyes shifted around the violet-clothed woman's body obscenely. The violet-clothed woman merely looked emotionlessly back at Wuqiu in silence. At that moment, Elder Zhao, the Confucian scholar, and the cultivators that had just attacked suddenly flew towards Wuqiu's side, joining Wuqiu in a three-sided confrontation against Fairy Violet Spirit and the Hidden Fiend sect. Although Fairy Violet Spirit and Zhuo Ruding had long guessed the truth, their expressions still became far more serious. Elder Zhao, Elder Meng, our sect has always treated you too well. Why have you done this? With a pale, bloodless complexion, Lady Fan couldn't help but shout this out as Elder Zhao and the others flew towards their side. In order to rival Zhuo Ruding in the exquisite sound sect, she had spent great amounts of effort to rope Elder Zhao in, to the point of even using her own body. But now that he had abandoned her without a word, she was overcome with fury and alarm. Elder Zhao's face twitched and he stiffly said, "Left Envoy Fan, this old man didn't want to do this. However, both of our lives have fallen into their hands. We had no choice in the matter." Lady Fan was stunned for a moment and raised her eyebrows, wanting to say something more. However, she was interrupted by Fairy Violet Spirit's cold voice. "Senior Marshal Sister Fan, there is no point in talking. Since the enemy dared to ensnare us, they are certain to have a backer. Let us put this off for later and escape from this calamity first." Wuqiu lecherously stared at the violet-clothed woman's concealed face and clicked his tongue, saying, "Fairy Violet Spirit is indeed worthy of being called peerless. This young master has admired you for quite some time. Would you be interested in marrying this young master? Although this young master has many concubines, I have yet to decide on my main wife." Fairy Violet Spirit said, "Yes, that'd be acceptable." Han Li and the others were all greatly startled by these words. After a moment of surprise, Wuqiu then bewilderingly asked, "Is young Lady Wang serious?" Fairy Violet Spirit answered with a chilling voice, "If you execute all the cultivators that killed my mother, then I will marry you." Wuqiu's happy expression disappeared and he shook his head with a frown. "I cannot do that. Many of my grandfather's trusted aides acted on that day, and I simply do not have the power to execute them. Would Fairy Violet Spirit like to change her condition?" Fairy Violet Spirit then coldly laughed and whispered something to Lady Fan at her side, ignoring Wu Chou. Wu Chao's extremely ugly face flashed with cruelty, but after some thought, he suppressed his fury and turned his gaze to one of the cultivators from the Hidden Fiend sect. Martial Uncle Son, I didn't expect to see you after so many years. I offer you my sincerest congratulations on nurturing so many disciples. Martial Uncle? Wu Chao's proclamation greatly startled the others. Han Li felt his heart thump with great unease. He spread his spiritual sense all around but didn't discover an ambush. He was currently hesitant, not knowing whether he should flee or stay to see how the situation developed. After all, he still didn't know whether or not the matter of the Heaven Lightning Bamboo was forfeit. At that moment, the middle-aged man coldly snorted and replied with an incessantly shifting expression, I am well. I truly didn't expect to be discovered by your men after taking my disciples out for an exercise. It seems things have gone quite wrong. Wu Chou gazed at the middle-aged man with a trace of insatiable greed and said, Hee hee. Martial Uncle Son is quite funny. Who would go to the Heaven Mist Seas for several tens of years and be out for a mere exercise? Martial Uncle Son most likely went out for a matter regarding Heaven Void Hall. During that year, those many martial uncles took the ruined Heaven Void map with them. Perhaps Martial Uncle is carrying it with him. The 300th year for Heaven Void Hall's emergence is nearing. However, if Martial Uncle takes the initiative to hand it over to Martial Nephew, then I will personally beg for mercy on your behalf to my martial ancestor to spare your life. Having heard these coercing words, the middle-aged man grew silent for a moment before coldly replying, We were once his disciples. How could I not know of old Devil Zenith Yin's methods? If we give you the map, he'll sadistically move to slaughter us regardless. Furthermore, Wu Chou asked with a frown, Furthermore? Did you really think that you are enough by yourself? Old freak, you no longer need to hide. Quickly show yourself. The middle-aged man grimly said. After hearing those words, Han Li and the other cultivators were greatly startled and hurriedly looked in every direction. Could it be that Grandmaster Zenith Yin was here? However, their surroundings were still calm and nothing strange occurred. The crowd of cultivators then looked at the middle-aged man and Wu Chou with bewilderment. What are you trying to do? How am I not enough? Wu Chou started to talk after he recovered from his amazement, but halfway through, his expression grew sluggish, and his expression revealed a trace of peculiarity. After staring at the middle-aged man for a moment, he let out a strange laugh and said, not bad at all. It's no wonder why you were the disciple I most regarded during that time. You were actually able to see through the identity of this old man. After this was said, Wu Chao's face began to vaguely distort. A short moment later, he had become a thin, ugly old man with squinted eyes, much to everyone's amazement. Afterwards, Han Li and company felt a cold chill down their back. Greater possession technique. Now I know why you had entrusted such an important affair to a junior. You had personally come, despite not being in your own body. The middle-aged man nervously gazed at the old man. Dear disciple, do you still dare to act against your teacher? Without moving his lips, the newly emerged old man spoke with a sharp voice coming from his abdomen. As the noise caused the cultivators' inner ears to ache dully, they involuntarily recoiled back. Humph? Disciple? That year, you thought to kill us all without giving us a single moment to explain. You killed many of us and even refined their souls. Did you ever regard us as disciples? Or did you only see us as slaves? Moreover, you are only making use of a possession technique. At best, you will only be able to make use of a third of your cultivation. I have nothing to fear from you. The middle-aged man's words were scornful. He then waved his hands, causing his ghost head to swell and appear even more sinister and fearful. All of the cultivators present were shaken by this bizarre situation and their expressions were all different. The old man didn't grow furious. Instead, he insipidly said, That's right. Were it 100 years ago, you'd be correct. It would have been quite difficult to capture you alive with a third of my cultivation. But now, he then revealed a derisive sneer. Chapter 406. Heaven-wide corpseifier. The spirit in the middle-aged man's eyes dimmed, and he revealed an expression of disbelief. Could it be that you refined the devilish art? His voice carried a hint of terror. You've guessed quite well. If you obediently give yourself up, I will give you a method of survival. Otherwise, well, you already know, don't you? While the old man said this, he raised his hand and with a boom, a sphere of flames as black as ink appeared in his palm. Heaven-wide corpse fire. You finally refined it. The middle-aged man's face grew beyond pale, and his voice became hoarse from terror. Grandmaster Zenith Yin sneered and suddenly turned towards the exquisite sound sect, proudly saying, My mood is quite good today. Thus, I will give you a way to survive. You only have to swear your allegiance to Zenithine Island, and you can continue to live freely. However, you all must follow my commands obediently or else your souls will be scattered. I will have you all seal a third of your primal soul into these soul restriction medallions before you leave. With that said, he took out many pitch-black wooden medallions and coldly glared at the group. When the other cultivators heard this, they looked at each other in dismay. Everybody stood in place, neither taking the initiative to grab the medallion nor putting up any brave words of refusal. They merely looked at him in absolute silence. Aside from Han Li and Crooked Soul, there were 3 other core formation cultivators on the side of the Exquisite Sound sect. Eccentric Scarlet Fire, who was invited by Fairy Violet Spirit, Cultivator Meng, and the man with the aquiline nose that was invited by Zhuo Ruding. As for the others, including Fairy Violet Spirit and Lady Fan, they consisted of 7 late Foundation Establishment cultivators. As for Eccentric Scarlet Flame, who remained hidden in his black cloud, he had already silently released the 3 hidden fiend cultivators and stayed silent. Zenith Yin's expression darkened and he eerily said, "It seems you wish for both your body and soul to be extinguished. Fine. This Grandmaster will fulfill your desires." As soon as this was said, the cultivator with the aquiline nose behind Zhuo Ruding suddenly flew away in a streak of yellow light. Under Zhuo Ruding's furious gaze, he flew 100 meters away in the blink of an eye and coldly snorted, "Humph! Since I hold neither any desire to fight against Great Master nor to be controlled, I will be taking my leave." After this was said, the yellow streak flew another 100 meters further at an impressive speed. When Grandmaster Zenith Yin saw this, his eyes released an ominous glint. He lightly waved the hand containing the black fireball towards the yellow streak, causing the black fireball to flash several times and turn into a thin black streak that quickly vanished without a trace. The others were baffled, but when Han Li saw this, his expression tensed up. An instant later, a miserable scream came from the yellow streak, and with a clang the yellow streak turned into a ball of demonic black flame. The flame soon faded away to reveal nothing aside from a pitch-black throwing knife magic treasure. Han Li let out a breath of cold air. Those black flames were too fast to avoid. He pondered whether or not he could avoid the attack, given he had distance and a concentrated mind. But even at a distance of a kilometer, he would have no method of dodging them. In addition, the intensity of those black flames were absolute and entirely superior to the azure yang devil fire he had previously seen. It wasn't something a common magic treasure was capable of blocking. Knowing that his life could soon end at the mere whim of this expert, Han Li's mouth grew dry and his heart slammed with intensity. It took a majority of his self-control to prevent him from bolting away at that instant. He clearly understood that if he were to act blindly, he would only be hastening to his end. However, giving the enemy a third of his primal soul was a price Han Li was incapable of paying. It would be equivalent to handing over his life. So long as the soul restriction medallion was crushed, the affected cultivator would become an idiot at best, and live the rest of their life with the mind of an infant. At worst, they would go insane and perish. In addition, these vicious primal soul restriction techniques were something that could only be performed by a nascent soul cultivator. Han Li forcefully suppressed his panic and looked at the others to see whether or not they had a good plan. When the nearby core formation cultivator Meng felt Han Li look at him, he only bitterly smiled and shook his head before gloomily turning his gaze back towards Grandmaster Zenith Yin. At the front, Fairy Violet Spirit's expression remained clear and cold. But behind her, 10 strings of white jade were intertwined and slightly twisted, leaving Han Li dumbfounded. As for the other cultivators of the Exquisite Sound sect, their complexions became bloodlessly pale after witnessing the might of the Black Devil Flame. Although their expressions were calm, their eyes contained inconcealable terror. Han Li licked his lips and brought his gaze towards the cultivators of the Hidden Fiend School. After recovering from the awe of witnessing the might of the Black Devil Flame, the middle-aged man squinted his eyes. When Han Li looked at him, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "Do not provoke the old devil. Since he is possessing another's body, he can only refine those flames a few times at most. Otherwise, the possessed body will burn away and perish. Right now, we can only act together to get rid of the old devil." As the middle-aged man said this, he turned his gaze towards Eccentric Scarlet Flame's black cloud. In his mind, he would only be able to fight against Grandmaster Zenith Yin if he joined forces with the late core formation Eccentric Scarlet Flame. However, there was no response from the black cloud. This strange occurrence caused Han Li and the others to become nervous. Fairy Violet Spirit in particular gazed at the black cloud with icy intensity. At that moment, Grandmaster Zenith Ing coldly laughed and clasped his hands together. After separating them, 2 more black fireballs appeared in his hands. Everyone's complexion abruptly changed as they all stared at the black fireballs. At that moment, the black cloud started to roll, and eccentric Scarlet Flame's faint hoarse voice could be heard. Grandmaster Zenith Yun, do you wish for me to surrender to you? Of course. Since I've personally arrived here via possession, everyone present must either recognize me as their master or die. There will be no exceptions. Grandmaster Zenith Yin indifferently replied, looking at the black cloud. Good. Good. Even with a trifling possessed body, you actually dare to take on this island lord. It seems I'll have to test the power of your esteemed self's devil fire. Eccentric Scarlet Flame flew into a rage from humiliation, and the black cloud rumbled with increasing intensity with sounds of fierce thunder ringing out. Seeing that the talks had collapsed, the Exquisite Sound Sect and the Hidden Fiend School cultivators inwardly let out a breath of relief. Since the eccentric was on their side, they still had a fighting chance. After all, eccentric Scarlet Flame's water sunflower devilish art was extremely well known in the scattered star seas. It may prove to be able to subdue this devil fire. Fairy Violet Spirit suddenly asked, Senior Zenithine, are you not afraid of the Star Palace coming to knock on your door due to your unrestrained use of the soul restriction technique? To the best of my knowledge, the 2 heavenly star sages strictly forbid nascent soul experts such as yourself from using them. Although Grandmaster Zenithine was an old nascent soul devil, his expression slightly changed upon hearing the Star Palace and the heavenly star sages being mentioned. However, he immediately recovered his calm and coldly chuckled. It seems this girl knows quite a bit. However, the Star Palace's ban was only a matter of the past. Do you really believe that the heavenly star sages dare to casually leave Heavenly Star City? Without them acting, the Star Palace has no way of enforcing those restrictions. Those words stunned Han Li and the others like lightning striking from a clear sky. Only the cultivators from the Hidden Fiend sect showed no surprise. It seemed they already knew of this. Fairy Violet Spirit's heart grew sullen, but soon after, she decisively shouted in a cold voice towards the middle-aged man, deal with the old devil with eccentric Scarlet Flame and have the others take care of the traitors. Afterwards we will take on the old devil together. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised, but he immediately understood and waved his arm towards his subordinates, ordering, follow her instructions for the time being. If we do not strike down the old devil, none of us will survive. Afterwards, he stared at Grandmaster Zenithine with a mask of frost as eccentric Scarlet Flame's black cloud arrived above him with a blur. The Hidden Fiend Sect's core formation cultivators looked at each other before wordlessly flying towards the Exquisite Sound Sect cultivator's side, coldly staring at the traitors. Without the fear of facing Zenith Yun's frightening devil fire, the Exquisite Sound Sect cultivators' expressions greatly improved, taking out their magic tools and treasures in preparation for combat. But Han Li, who stood at the back of the crowd, stiffly frowned. For some unknown reason, the current circumstances gave him an extremely unpleasant feeling, as if a disaster were about to occur. Something felt wrong to him. But can Grandmaster Zenith Yin take them all on by relying on the greater possession technique? He licked his dry lips before thinking for a moment. Then he quietly gave Crooked Soul a few orders and spat out his green brilliance dagger. Chapter 407, Betrayal, Go! The middle-aged man uttered in a low voice. After forming an incantation gesture with his hands, the ghost head bared its fangs and fiercely charged towards Grandmaster Zenithine while screaming. That same moment Han Li and the others shot their magic tools and treasures at the Exquisite Sound Sect traitors. Naturally, those at Grandmaster Zenith Yin's side hadn't resigned themselves to death and unleashed their own barrage of brilliant light. In the next moment, all kinds of magic tools and treasures intertwined with one another. Zenith Yin indifferently glanced at the scene before turning towards the ghost head flying at him, revealing a cold smile. He shot the 2 black fireballs in his hand towards it. After leaving his hands, the fireballs underwent a series of transformations until becoming inky snakes as thick as a thumb. Then with a whoosh, they pierced into the ghost head's mouth like an arrow. The middle-aged man's face suddenly paled, and he inwardly cried out in alarm. The ghost head suddenly stopped and it began to swell before suddenly rupturing, releasing countless threads of black flame. After the middle-aged man saw this, his complexion somewhat paled, but he immediately took in a deep breath and wore a resolute expression. He slapped the back of his head with all his strength and a thumb-sized bead slowly emerged from his forehead. The bead was made of an exquisite pure white crystal and released a cold white aura. After the bead fully emerged, the middle-aged man secretly transmitted his voice to eccentric Scarlet Flame with a solemn expression. "Brother Scarlet, the old devil's heaven-wide corpse fire can only be restrained by the cold of an extreme magic treasure. I'll use the dark cold bead to capture his attention while you find an opportunity to trap the old devil using your water sunflower devilish arts. This way we'll have a greater chance of victory." With a muffled grunt coming from the black cloud in response, the middle-aged man's spirits were roused. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and sprayed a mist of blood onto the bead, which began to spin and absorb the entirety of the blood mist. Its white aura contracted and expanded before transforming it into a huge 3-meter-wide silver sphere that shined with blinding light. "Oi devil, I'll show you the ferocity of my dark cold bead that I refined from profound deep-sea crystal." The middle-aged man gazed at Grandmaster Zenithine with a malicious expression and grit his teeth. Soon after, he pointed his hand towards the dark cold bead and shouted, "Swiftly!" The silver light sphere swayed several times and released a clear hum before transforming into a white python with the thickness of a bowl. The python then fiercely pounced towards Grandmaster Zenithine. Grandmaster Zenithine revealed slight astonishment. But soon after, his disdainful smile reappeared on his face. With a slight tremble of his shoulders, 8 bowl-thick wisps of black chi emerged from behind him. The wisps of black chi were extremely agile. As they floated in the air, they transformed into wolf-type demonic beasts and charged towards the white python with bared fangs and claws. The middle-aged man watched this with raised eyebrows and then loudly shouted as he continuously moved his hands. Streaks of multicolored incantation seals flew from his hands and landed on the body of the white python. The python's eyes suddenly flashed with green light. It coiled its body and silently spouted out a thick white mist of ice, causing the black mist wolves to disappear without a trace. Afterwards, the mist relentlessly continued to approach Grandmaster Zenithine. Grandmaster Zenithine finally revealed some surprise. Still, he merely waved a hand in front of his body and summoned a thick black wall of light from the ground with a boom, blocking the white mist. Chapter 408. Demon Corpse. Just as Han Li was lost in thought, his expression changed and he stopped in the sky with Crooked Soul. The originally empty area ahead of him had suddenly become vaguely distorted. With a hum, a human-like demon climbed out of the distortion and smiled at them, revealing its vicious, rotten teeth. "What?" Han Li couldn't help but shout upon seeing this. Its body was dark green and covered in shiny black armor. While it was unarmed, it had extremely sharp, inch-long fingernails. A refined corpse? The strong, putrid smell of a corpse came from the demon, allowing Han Li to recognize its true identity, much to his dismay. From its appearance, it couldn't possibly be the low-grade armored corpse. It was most likely a corpse refined by Grandmaster Zenithine using some extraordinary method. With that in mind, Han Li waved his hand, causing his green brilliance dagger to transform into a 10-meter-long flood dragon and fiercely charge forward. At the same time, Crooked Soul silently raised his finger and shot out a fine beam of bloody light that faded away in the blink of an eye, a blood spirit drill that Crooked Soul had arduously refined. With the sound of a splatter, the blood spirit drill pierced through the refined corpse's lower chest and left a small hole, causing the refined corpse to look down at it in surprise. Han Li rejoiced and willed the green flood dragon to follow through. The flood dragon scattered into green brilliance, throwing the refined corpse back by 10 meters. The corpse then let out a low roar and immediately stood up, glancing at Han Li with an ominous glint. "Not good. This refined corpse isn't affected by the attacks of common magic treasures?" Han Li hastily recalled his green brilliance dagger with a sunken heart. The corpse was completely unaffected by Han Li's strike. Even the small wound it received from the blood spirit drill was healing at a visible rate. Han Li's expression darkened and he joined together with Crooked Soul, flying out in a single streak of light, wanting to slip past the side of the corpse. Han Li wasn't scared of any danger the refined corpse may pose to him, but the time it would take away would allow Grandmaster Zenithine to catch up to him. Han Li stole a glance behind him afterwards. He saw that the other fleeing cultivators were also blocked by a great number of refined corpses. As Han Li's heart trembled, he and Crooked Soul propelled their streak of light using the entirety of their power, soon passing the refined corpse. The eyes of the corpse then flashed with green light, and its body suddenly blurred, disappearing from sight. Seeing this incredibly familiar scene, Han Li suddenly dodged to the side out of reflex, dodging a 5-clawed streak of black sword light. The attack whistled past him until it dispersed about 40 meters away. Han Li inhaled a breath of cold air and turned his head away from the sword light. As expected, the refined corpse was standing not far behind him with two sharp claws, extended by several inches of black light. What speed! The corpse had traveled no less than 100 meters from its original location in a mere instant. That was nearly as fast and stealthy as Han Li's own movements when he used the shifting smoke steps on land. The demon had even used it in the air. That was truly beyond reason. Han Li's complexion grew ashen. He knew that he would no longer be able to escape from the refined corpse. Was this the reason why Grandmaster Zenith Yin had so calmly ignored them as they fled? Now knowing this, Han Li's expression grew harsh and he patted his storage pouch. In an instant, 100 azure lights along with 2 red lights flew out, densely surrounding him. After the lights faded away, 2 bloodjade spiders and over 100 of huge, 6-meter-tall azure apes were revealed. They then wrapped themselves with the aura-severing muslin cloth and used the nameless incantation to restrain their chi. Even after performing all of this, Han Li still felt apprehensive, not knowing if he would be able to escape detection from the 2 devils' spiritual sense. After all, a nascent soul cultivator was certain to have far greater spiritual sense than an average core formation cultivator. Unfortunately, Han Li had no way of knowing that over 50 kilometers away, Grandmaster Zenith Yin was standing in his original position with a leisurely expression, seeming to have given up his chase on the runaways. Additionally, there was a large red-robed, purple-faced man next to him along with over a dozen dark green refined corpses. In front of Grandmaster Zenith Yin and the purple-faced man was an unconscious middle-aged man floating in midair. He was being held up by strange needles emitting blue light that were stabbed into his body. As for Elder Zhao and the others, they were behind the 2, prostrated with fear, not daring to breathe too loudly. Even the core formation cultivators lacked the slightest trace of pride. I truly didn't expect that Violet Spirit Girl would actually escape. I had originally thought to hand her over to fellow Taoist Scarlet Flame. It seems we'll only be able to look for an opportunity in the future. Grandmaster Zenith Yin said with a calm expression. Please don't be disheartened, Senior Wu. Although that Violet Spirit Girl is among the top 10 furnace cauldrons I would consider, your grandson seems to have taken quite an interest in her. How about we leave her for him? The large, purple-faced man chuckled. Then many thanks to fellow Taoist Scarlet Flame. After we return, I'll send 20 acceptable female cultivators to Turtle Source Island as compensation. Besides, your master can be considered my senior. Please send him my respects. After Grandmaster Zenith Yin heard this, his face revealed a rarely seen trace of a smile. Senior, I also haven't seen my master for quite some time. If I see him, I will definitely mention you. Eccentric Scarlet Flame spoke with an extremely polite tone before rolling his eyes and continued, however, now that the Violet Spirit Girl has escaped, she may contact the Star Palace. Are there any problems we should worry about? Scarlet Flame revealed a trace of worry. The Star Palace? There are no problems to be had. Grandmaster Zenith Yin casually sneered. As far as I know, the Heavenly Star Palace's elders are all in seclusion. Currently they definitely won't deal with any minor, trivial matters. Those 2 old bastards of the Star Palace are refining some technique called the Divine Essence-Fused Light for no reason. As a result, the 2 can only leave Heavenly Star City for half a month on a fixed date every year, otherwise their cultivation will greatly decline. It seems that during the next trip to the Heaven Void Hall, we will have far less enemies to worry about. Grandmaster Zenith Yin's tone was laced with schadenfreude. The corner of Scarlet Flame's mouth twitched. However, my master had mentioned this before. So long as the Heavenly Star City sages remain in Heavenly Star City and draw the support of their Essence Fuses Mountain, they are an unstoppable existence. In addition, if they manage to cultivate to the great success stage of Divine Essence-Fused Light, they would no longer be confined to Heavenly Star City and would reign supreme in the scattered star seas. Scarlet Flame said with deep worry. Chapter 409, True Appearance, Great Success Stage? That's just the 2 sages' wishful thinking. They didn't even bother to consider why no one had truly cultivated the Divine Essence-Fused Light despite it having been so widespread in the scattered star islands for countless years. Of course, it could be considered good luck for them if an essence-fused mountain would unknowingly emerge from the ocean floor and be transported back to Heavenly Star City. But returning to the main point, the Divine Essence-Fused Light is something that can only be cultivated by relying on external objects. I completely suspect that the founder of this cultivation art wrote it as a joke. What cultivation art in this world could possibly control all 5 elements? In addition, their cultivation of this technique is completely meaningless. Even if they don't succeed in cultivating this technique, Their cultivation realm alone already makes them an exceptional existence in this world. Grandmaster Zenith Een refuted. I hope it is as Senior says. Although Scarlet Flame was still somewhat worried, he could only agree. As for those who escaped, there were 2 from the 18 that managed to break free from the heaven-wide corpses, in addition to Fairy Violet Spirit and her sect's envoys. This was quite unexpected. Grandmaster Zenith Een revealed a peculiar gaze as he stroked his short, thin beard. That's right. Fairy Violet Spirit carried her sect protecting treasure on her, the Wood Dragon Tablet. By relying on its protection, she was able to bring herself and her sect envoys to safety. However, the other 2 who escaped were quite strange. From a distance, I saw that the 2 released a large number of human-like mechanical puppets. Although their offensive and defensive abilities were very lacking, being able to control over 100 of them all at once was quite unusual. Eccentric Scarlet Flame was also surprised and nodded his head in agreement. Let them be. There is no need to concern ourselves over 2 small fish. If I weren't restricted by the limited amount of magic power I hold post-possession, I would have been able to use other methods to prevent them from escaping before my eyes. Still, the most important goal has been fulfilled. The traitorous disciple has been captured. I will be bringing him back to find out where he took the ruined Heaven Void map. Grandmaster Zenith Een spoke indifferently as if he didn't care in the slightest that Han Li and Crooked Soul had fled. Having heard this, Eccentric Scarlet Flame let the matter drop. Not longer after, he said his farewells to Grandmaster Zenith Een and flew off after turning into a black cloud. After seeing Eccentric Scarlet Flame disappear into the horizon, Grandmaster Zenith Een faintly sneered. He slowly extended his hand and relaxed his fingers, revealing a several-inch large white ball of spiderwebs. As Zenith Een gazed at the spider silk, he revealed a strange, captivated expression. Bloodjade Spider. I truly didn't think I'd see them again. It seems the heavens haven't abandoned me. I still have a chance. After Grandmaster Zenith Een muttered to himself, he suddenly howled with laughter as he faced the sky. Elder Zhao and the others paled in complete shock. Grandmaster Zenith Een abruptly stopped his hysterical laughter and loudly shouted, "Go! We're returning to the island." Afterwards, he grabbed hold of the floating, middle-aged cultivator and led the way back. Han Li naturally didn't know what had happened 50 kilometers away. He remained underground for an entire month due to his trepidation before emerging with absolute caution. After he carefully scanned the vicinity to confirm that nobody was nearby, he wordlessly flew back to Heavenly Star City with Crooked Soul. This trip had left him greatly shaken. He had nearly lost his life. But what made him most gloomy was that he had braved this great danger without anything to show for it. He reckoned the Heaven Lightning Bamboo had fallen into the hands of Grandmaster Zenith Een. As such, he could only return to Heavenly Star City in dejection. Heavenly Star City was as flourishing as it had been in the past. When the Star Palace gatekeepers respectfully addressed him as Senior, Han Li was unable to feel any happiness since he had recently escaped from death and entered the city with a miserable expression. But when he returned to his cave residence on the 39th layer, he was stunned. A sound transmission talisman was peacefully floating outside the cave residence's restrictions. Han Li's expression darkened as he frowned. He then took out the authority talisman and somewhat unwillingly shot out a green light from the medallion. The sound transmission talisman was enveloped by the green light and shot towards Han Li in a streak of fiery light. Han Li then shot out a speck of white light from his finger and struck the talisman, causing it to vigorously ignite and release the beautiful voice of a woman. Han Li was initially stunned upon hearing this, but he soon revealed anger. That was the voice of Lady Fan. She dared to so shameless come knocking on his door despite having put him through such hardship. The belly full of rage Han Li had been stifling since that day suddenly bursted out. His hand immediately flashed with red light and formed a fist-sized fireball, intending to throw it out and destroy the sound transmission talisman. However, the next word she said stirred Han Li's heart, and he stilled his hand. A short moment later, Lady Fan's voice faded away. Han Li casually extinguished the fireball in his hand and grabbed his chin, sinking into deep thought. To tell the truth, Han Li was slightly surprised that the 3 female cultivators were able to escape. However, he currently didn't hold the slightest goodwill towards them. She had requested for him to meet them at some inn and raised the topic of the Heaven Lightning Bamboo, faintly speaking as if they were in possession of it. This caused Han Li to become beyond furious and his emotions to become unstable. But in the end, Han Li decided to go see them after some more thought. He wouldn't agree to assisting them with any matters of revenge and would merely have to purchase the bamboo above the market price. He was sure that any others wouldn't regard the heaven lightning bamboo as useful as it would be to him and would only consider the item to be of little interest. After all, rare wood attribute materials were normally used as a core material for magic treasure refinement, apart from some peculiar magic treasures. After dissolving the bamboo's impurities, there wouldn't be enough leftover material to refine even a dagger, as Lady Fan had described the small stalk of heaven lightning bamboo to be only a few inches long. With that thought, Hanli headed toward the inn with roused spirits. Chapter 410. Elder Fairy Violet Spirit saw Han Li's disbelief but didn't address it. Instead she turned to Crooked Soul and sweetly smiled, saying, "So Crooked Soul is Senior Han's external incarnation?" Han Li's body grew still upon hearing this, and he stared at the woman with a cold gaze for a long while before coldly asking, "How does Lady Violet Spirit know this?" Senior doesn't need to be so shocked. Our sect also has a method of clone refinement. However, its costs are far too great and its rate of success is terrible. As such, it is rare for any of our sect members to use it. However, Senior's clone is quite peculiar. Normally, a clone would have far inferior cultivation. However, Senior Han's clone is also at early core formation. How strange. Fairy Violet Spirit lightly smiled with bright, wandering eyes. Since Fairy Violet Spirit has seen through it, I won't conceal this. However, why aren't the other two fellow Taoists here? Han Li admitted this with a relaxed expression, but asked another question after looking through the room. Han Li knew that it was only a matter of time before Crooked Soul was discovered to be his clone and wasn't particularly astonished. "Senior, please sit. My two senior martial sisters went to the market city to purchase a few items and also a long-term residence in Heavenly Star City along the way." The young woman gracefully invited Han Li to take seat and gave an explanation with a gentle tone. After taking a seat, Han Li frowned and doubtfully asked, "What? You three fellow Taoists don't intend to return the Exquisite Sound Sect?" "Return to the Exquisite Sound Sect? We don't dare. Since Zenithine Island became our enemy and our two great sect elders have betrayed us, we would fall into those devils' hand were we to return. Other small and mid-level powers would also jump at the opportunity to absorb us. As such, we've decided to relocate the Exquisite Sound Sect to Heavenly Star City for the time being with our sect's savings." Fairy Violet Spirit sighed and bitterly smiled. "I see." Han Li nodded. As Han Li didn't have much of a relationship with them, he didn't make any excessive displays of enthusiasm. Fairy Violet Spirit didn't seem to care about Han Li's response and poured a cup of tea for him instead. She then aloofly said, "When we escaped the interception of that refined corpse, we also saw Senior subdue his own, and thus knew that Senior had managed to escape. I later heard from Senior Martial Sister Fan that Senior had assisted us for the Heavenly Lightning Bamboo. As such, I had her send a sound transmission talisman to invite Senior Han for a chat." Han Li decided to directly address the heart of the matter and not speak in circles. The sound transmission talisman mentioned that the Heaven Lightning Bamboo was in fellow Taoist Violet Spirit's possession. Is this true? This item wasn't seized by Zenithine Island? Han Li's direct inquiry left Fairy Violet Spirit widening her eyes with a trace of amusement. She answered with a smooth and beautiful voice, "Since Senior is so quick to the point, I won't push the matter off for later. Originally, our Exquisite Sound Sect acquired not one stalk of Heaven Lightning Bamboo from that small sect, but two. One was stolen while the other has remained with us. If Senior wants it, this junior is willing to give it to him." Han Li rejoiced, but his expression didn't reveal his excitement. Instead, he took a deep glance at her and asked with a deep voice, "Give? Why does Lady Violet Spirit speak such useless words? Since you've used the item to lure me here, there should naturally be some conditions involved. Tell me them and I'll give them some consideration." Fairy Violet Spirit was somewhat stunned, and her smile gradually disappeared. After muttering to herself for a moment, she earnestly said, "To tell the truth, the Heaven Lightning Bamboo is currently a useless item to the Exquisite Sound Sect. If our sect encounters any problems or any matters requiring Senior's assistance, it will naturally be up to Senior's discretion to act. Either way, we will be grateful to you." She answered without hesitation, as if she had previously considered this. After lowering his head in thought for a moment, he raised his head and slowly said, "Fellow Taoist Violet Spirit, if I'm not mistaken, you only wish to use me as a banner to raise the Exquisite Sound Sect's influence in order to protect yourselves against powers that mean to harm you during your moment of weakness. After you spread this news, it will remain effective so long as it isn't proven untrue. Senior Han speaks true. When the time comes, we will mention Senior's position as a core formation cultivator. It will somewhat counteract the destructive effects of Elder Meng and Zhao's betrayal. The young woman faintly smiled and spoke of her future plans. If those are your conditions, then I will accept. However, I will not take the initiative to introduce myself to other cultivators as an elder of your sect. Don't count on me to put on a superficial show for your sect. It will be up to you in order to convince others that I have become an elder of your sect. After some thought, Han Li eventually agreed, as he greatly desired the Heaven Lightning Bamboo and felt that it wouldn't bring him any trouble. Alright, so long as Senior doesn't deny this when the time comes, I and my senior martial sisters will treat you well. The young woman spoke with an expression overflowing with happiness. As the two had reached an agreement, Fairy Violet Spirit didn't intend to further delay its conclusion. She took out a strange box and put it on the table. The box was quite odd, as it was made from neither wood, metal, nor jade-type materials. The box's body was translucent, and it was surrounded in a faint layer of azure mist. Seeing that Han Li wore a baffled expression, Fairy Violet Spirit gave an explanation in a soft voice. This box was refined by an item known as jade paste. Although jade is in its name, it isn't actually made of jadestone or anything of the 5 elements. Only an item such as this is capable of preserving the Heaven Lightning Bamboo without fear of its spiritual chi leaking. Han Li nodded his head. Since he hadn't heard of jade paste before, this item must clearly be a rare material and should be extremely precious. Fairy Violet Spirit then extended a delicate, perfect finger, and with a flash of light, a soybean-sized ball of green light appeared on it. Afterwards, she lightly touched the box without the slightest hesitation. After the green light contacted the azure mist, it let out a soft crack, causing the mist of light to suddenly disappear and the box to slowly open. With roused spirits, Han Li attentively turned his gaze towards the box. For now, the sect matters will be collaboratively handled by us 3. For the time being, we won't have a sect master until one of our sect members becomes a core formation cultivator. There is no rush, the young woman decisively said. This time, the 2 envoys had no disagreements. Can we expect Senior Han to meddle in our sect's affairs by use of his deep cultivation? Should we take any precautions? Zhuo Ruding asked with a cold voice. There won't be a need. Although I haven't dealt with him much, his words suggest that he is one who diligently cultivates. He doesn't care much about affairs outside of cultivation. Otherwise, he would have stirred when I offered to give him a female disciple as a concubine. It was most likely because he is like this that he has entered core formation. Fairy Violet Spirit shook her head and revealed slight admiration. Sigh. I wonder if we have any chance of core formation? Lady Fan spoke as if she didn't hold much hope for core formation. When Zhuo Ruding heard this, her face also revealed slight sadness. It seemed these beautiful women also greatly desired to enter core formation. At this time, Han Li had already returned to his cave residence. He didn't hastily act and instead chose to first scour through many ancient records. After much difficulty, he found the cultivation method for Heaven Lightning Bamboo from a jade slip and planted the bamboo in his medicine garden in accordance to the exact method described. As he gazed at the newly planted petite stalk of Heaven Lightning Bamboo, Han Li became extremely excited. Of course, he understood that Heaven Lightning Bamboo had different grades of quality. However, he didn't take it to heart. This was because the quality and spiritual nature of Heaven Lightning Bamboo depended on its age. Heaven Lightning Bamboo only released common white lightning when it was aged at 5,000 years or less. When it became older than 5,000 years old, its lightning would become blue and it would become far stronger. When it reached 10,000 years old, its lightning would become a dim gold. At that stage, the lightning has the wondrous effect of restraining evil devilish techniques and was known by cultivators as Devil's Bane Lightning. This rumored stage, Gold Lightning Bamboo, was the oldest Heaven Lightning Bamboo that had been seen in the cultivation world. It had only been seen once in the scattered star seas. Nobody knew where it came from, and it existed in such a small chunk. As a result, this item had caused much blood to be shed in the scattered star seas over several tens of years. While many great powers were covetously contesting for the item both openly and covertly, it had passed through the hands of countless cultivators. But in the end, no one had managed to refine it into a magic treasure. This was because the bamboo had made a sudden disappearance as mysterious and unfathomable as its strange appearance. This greatly angered many great powers at the time, and they continuously searched for it for a long before gradually abandoning the chase. The magnitude of the previous dispute clearly displayed just how precious 10,000-year-old golden lightning bamboo was. Han Li hadn't yet nurtured a spiritual object up to 10,000 years of age. Normally, medicine pills only required ingredients that were 2,000 years old at most. As such, this caused him to greatly anticipate nurturing the Heaven Lightning Bamboo to Gold Lightning Bamboo and made him feel slightly restless as well. In the following days, Han Li used the green liquid to mature the bamboo and started to take frequent strolls around Heavenly Star City's market. In addition to the spiritual wood that was required as its main ingredient, the bamboo cloud's warm swords required a few rare supplementary materials before being ultimately refined in his core flame. In addition, since these swords were a set of magic treasures, it required a far greater amount of similar materials. Although Han Li had already gathered a few of them, he didn't have enough to form a whole and had to continue his search. The scattered star seas were far more plentiful in materials than the Heavenly South region. After bankrupting himself as a result of 2 years of liberal, unrestrained spending, he had managed to barely scrape together the items he required. For this reason, he couldn't help but put himself at risk of attracting attention by selling off his remaining rare demon cores. As of now, Han Li could only look at his near-empty storage pouch and let out a long sigh as he faced the sky. Refining magic treasures, especially a particularly good magic treasure, wasn't something an ordinary rogue cultivator could afford. One day, Han Li walked into his medicine garden with unconcealable anticipation. A few days before, he had dripped what should have been the green drop to age his Heaven Lightning Bamboo to its 10,000th year. Han Li couldn't help but become excited upon thinking of the great power of the rumored Gold Lightning Bamboo. When the bamboo was first planted, it had only been 2 inches long. But now it had undergone a massive change. It was now about a foot long with a body of glistening emerald green and was covered in a layer of faint rainbow light. After a moment of attentive examination, he summoned a short sword magic tool into his hand and shot it towards the bamboo as a streak of white light. An arc of faint golden lightning was released. With a pop, the short sword was struck away by the arc of golden lightning, turning it into a spiral of azure smoke before disappearing without a trace. When Han Li saw this, he immediately smiled and greatly rejoiced. He now wanted to find out what sort of amusing face Fairy Violet's spirit would make should she discover that the white lightning bamboo had turned into gold lightning bamboo. It was only a pity that he would never have the opportunity to see it. This was probably the most profitable exchange he had ever had since arriving in the cultivation world. Chapter 412. Small Green Bamboo Pavilion. As Han Li was basking in joy, he became somewhat curious. If he were to continue to mature the gold lightning bamboo, what transformation would occur? With that in mind, Han Li continued to drop the green liquid on the bamboo for several more months, but neither its power nor its appearance had changed. Even its height had stayed entirely the same without growing even a single iota. However, during this time, a young bamboo sprout began to grow at its side. Soon after dripping more of the green liquid on it, the young sprout grew more and more. After several months, a new complete stalk of Heaven Lightning Bamboo had grown, appearing to be exactly the same as the original. Han Li was overly joyous as the development. To tell the truth, the original stalk of Heaven Lightning Bamboo was barely enough to refine even a set of 12 bamboo clouds warm swords. But now that he knew that the green liquid could produce young bamboo shoots, his dire shortage of raw materials was now completely settled. However, this only caused Han Li's ambitions to grow even larger. Without having to worry anymore about a lack of the core material, Han Li would no longer be limited to a set of 12 flying swords. He was now inspired to refine the greatest number of bamboo clouds warm swords, a full set of 72. Although an early core formation cultivator lacked the magic power needed to refine and control such a large amount of flying swords, Han Li wasn't in a rush. He could just slowly refine them one set at a time in accordance with his cultivation. In any case, so long as the flying swords belonged to the same set, he could store them into his body as a single magic treasure. He would also have no problem using each of the swords separately. With that thought in mind, Han Li's heart blazed with fervent desire and he started to consider whether or not he was capable of this. The greatest problem when refining a set of magic treasures was the differences in each treasure's core material and the difficulty of success during refinement. But with limitless amounts of Heaven Lightning Bamboo, these issues posed no problem. What followed next with regards to his refinement were the preparations of the supplementary materials. He had long prepared the supplementary materials. Fortunately, refining a set of 72 swords would consume the same amount of materials as refining a set of 12, so he didn't have to go look for more. Now he only had to worry about his significant lack of ability for refining magic treasures. He didn't even have any experience in the field of tool refinement. This wouldn't raise any problems if he were refining a common magic treasure. he would still be able to easily succeed. However, the process of refining even a single one of the bamboo cloud's warm swords was much more complex than refining a common magic treasure. In addition, each individual flying sword was an incomplete product that was required to undergo treatment with a specific spell formation because they formed a set. As such, a familiarity with spell formations was also required, or else it would be impossible to refine this magic treasure to completion. As Han Li was a man of extremely firm will, even when facing such a difficult decision, he would only accept the best or nothing at all. This was also demonstrated by Han Li's strong determination with acquiring the Heaven Lightning Bamboo. For the entirety of the following day, Han Li spent his time pondering over his cultivation plans for the next 20 years. Several days later in Heavenly Star City's market, an unremarkable, small store suddenly had a new owner. He appeared to be a common youth of about 30 years old and had a lofty, broad-faced man with him. This youth changed the store name from Li's Assorted Goods to the Small Green Bamboo Pavilion. As such, it was quite suitable for Han Li to use as he refined his magic treasure. He didn't want others to peek at him halfway through the refinement. Han Li quietly meditated in his hidden room for 3 entire days so that both his spirit and magic power were in peak state before starting the refinement. First, he took out the jade paste box from his storage pouch and gently placed it in front of him. He then opened the box, revealing the 6 emerald green stalks of Heaven Lightning Bamboo. Han Li solemnly gazed at the bamboo and took a deep breath before lightly touching a stalk of the green bamboo. The foot-long Heaven Lightning Bamboo suddenly flew out of the box and quickly stopped, motionlessly floating in front of his chest. With a serious expression, Han Li formed an incantation gesture with his hands, causing glistening light to flow around his face, gradually forming a layer of azure light. As the azure light grew increasingly dense, Han Li opened his mouth and spouted out a thin thread of azure core flame towards the Heaven Lightning Bamboo before him. Crackle! An arc of faint golden lightning arced from the bamboo, forcefully stopping the core flame from approaching any closer. Han Li's eyes lit with consideration. The azure core flame immediately grew several times thicker and enveloped the bamboo and its lightning, starting the long process of refinement. Using one's core flame consumed a considerably large amount of spiritual power, but fortunately Han Li came prepared. As he was releasing his core flame, he held onto a deep azure spirit stone and absorbed its spiritual chi. When the spirit stone started to insufficient, he casually took out a medicine pill and swallowed it. Although the medicine pill didn't immediately transform into magic power, it contained a great amount of spiritual power, giving Han Li the peace of mind of knowing that he was prepared for the coming war of attrition. After 3 days passed by, the Heaven Lightning Bamboo's lightning had disappeared due to the lack of spiritual power from its main body. Without anything left to obstruct the azure core flame, Han Li started the process of smelting the Heaven Lightning Bamboo. After several more days, the bamboo began to show signs of dissolution. Portions of its trunk began to emit a faint light, releasing densely packed, numerous small drops of variously colored liquids. Over 10 days later, the Heaven Lightning Bamboo was finally dissolved of all its impurities, leaving a fist-sized ball of concentrated dark green liquid. It appeared to be incredibly dense. Having seen this small amount of liquid, Han Li could only let out a deep sigh. He had to put in quite a bit of effort just to refine the Heaven Lightning Bamboo. Han Li then withdrew his core flame and put away the spirit stone in his hand. Afterwards, he extended his 10 fingers and shot out 10 thin threads of spiritual chi from his fingers, penetrating into the green liquid. Soon after, Han Li started to shift his fingers, causing the spirit threads to rotate and to form the ball of liquid. Under the manipulation of the spirit threads, a small ball of green liquid separated from the main body that floated nearby. A second ball separated, then a third ball, and, after Han Li finished the last division of liquid, there were 12 equally sized green balls of liquid arranged into a circle. Chapter 4:14. Shaping Han Li slightly narrowed his eyes and shook his fingers, cutting off the 10 spirit threads. He then patted his storage pouch and 12 streaks of white light flew out, stopping underneath the floating balls of green liquid. The white lights faded away to reveal 12 small boxes, flawlessly crafted from white jade but only a few inches in size. With a light wave of his sleeve, the jade boxes all opened. Han Li then uttered, "Drop," causing the green balls of liquid to drop down into their respective boxes. After resealing all of the boxes, Han Li was finally able to relax. Even with the aid of spirit stones and medicine pills, his magic power had been completely exhausted by the refinement. As such, Hanli quietly meditated for several days to return to his peak state before continuing the refinement of the other stalks of heavenly lightning bamboo. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Hanli had finally managed to refine all of his heavenly lightning bamboo into an extremely pure liquid. After a moment of rest, Hanli started to place down an extremely complicated spell formation in his hidden room. Hanli didn't know the name of this magic formation. He only knew that it was required to refine the bamboo cloud's warm sword. The Golden Page's refinement method had mentioned over and over that it absolutely had to be prepared. As a result, Hanli took extreme care when setting up the formation despite his familiarity with it, having practiced setting it up several times in the past. After all, a single error in the symbols could cause any number of mishaps to occur during the refinement. As such, it took Hanli half a month of great care to finish laying down the formation. Only after testing it by placing several mid-grade spirit stones around it and feeling that the formation worked as expected, could Hanli finally relax. Hanli didn't set out to immediately start refining his magic treasure. Instead, he decided to leave his hidden room for the time being. After continuously making use of his core flame for half a year and maintaining full concentration up until now, Hanli found it difficult to continue, even as a core formation cultivator. He needed a change of pace as the next step was the most crucial in the magic treasure refinement process. After Hanli left the room, he encountered a rather pleasant surprise. Under the irregular feeding with the rainbow skirt grass, the gold-devouring beetles had finally started to devour each other once more. Ever since the gold-devouring beetles numbered in the several tens of thousands, it was difficult to get them to lay more eggs and evolve using his small amounts of rainbow skirt grass. In addition, most of his green liquid in the past years had been spent on maturing the heaven lightning grass. It shouldn't have been possible for the gold-devouring beetles to undergo any change. However, after the heaven lightning bamboo maturation finished, Hanli had Crooked Soul focus on breeding the beetles. After all, Hanli still held large hopes towards these exotic insects. After Crooked Soul brought Hanli up to date, he immediately headed to the insect room. The surviving gold-devouring beetles had gold specks that enveloped less than half of their shells. He supposed that the next generation would have a slightly larger concentration of gold specks. But as Hanli gazed a while longer, his happy expression disappeared and was replaced with a frown. At this rate, it would be unlikely for the gold-devouring beetles to ever evolve to become fully golden. After every evolution, their number increases by several times, as does the amount of rainbow skirt grass that was required for their next evolution. As his green liquid could only mature so much rainbow skirt grass, it was impossible for the massive number of gold-devouring beetles to all evolve at once. It would take a very long, unknown amount of time before the next evolution would be possible. Hanli sank into deep thought as he stood outside the insect room. It seemed he would have to focus on breeding only a portion of them, otherwise he may never have the chance to see any fully golden gold-devouring beetles. With that in mind, Hanli suddenly came to a decision. However, this must be done after the gold-devouring beetles laid their eggs. Hanli could only set it aside for now and first focus on refining his magic treasure. As such, Hanli rested for an entire month before finally deciding on the day he would act. He first lit incense in his bedroom and prayed for 2 days, causing his heart to enter a state of tranquility. He then returned to the hidden room and stood at the very center of the formation spell. With a solemn expression, he raised his arms while dropping several tens of boxes of the refined heaven lightning bamboo onto the magic formation. Seemingly in a specific arrangement afterwards, all sorts of boxes flew out of his storage pouch in quick succession and dropped down in front of Hanli with their lids open, revealing the supplementary materials that he had acquired. After taking a look at these materials, he took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged with his eyes closed, slowly entering a state of meditation. After the time it took to finish a meal, Hanli opened his eyes with his body covered in a mist of azure light. Just as the mist appeared, the spirit stones embedded in the spell formation began to shine dazzlingly and released a low hum. Although Hanli's body remained motionless, his fingers were quickly shifting, drawing out the refined balls of liquid heaven lightning bamboo from their boxes. Then with a series of whooshes, bowl-thick pillars of light shot out from the formation, enveloping the balls of liquid and completely restricting their movements. Hanli closed his eyes once more after seeing this and calmly released his powerful spiritual sense, bringing the light pillars under his control. The light pillars suddenly appeared alive and started to flicker while incessantly changing their color. This strange scene continued until the light pillars eventually matched after an unknown number of fluctuations. After the final color change had occurred, all the light pillars were a fiery red color, providing an even stronger contrast with the alluring emerald green liquid contained within them. Still expressionless, Hanli opened his mouth and spat out a thread of dark green core flame towards one of the light pillars. Whoosh! The light pillar wildly combusted, becoming a scarlet pillar of flame in an instant. Hanli continued to release core flame without the slightest hesitation, igniting all of the light pillars. As a result, there were eventually 72 6-meter-tall pillars of flame, filling the hidden room with a blinding red light. He let out a gentle sigh. With regards to the power of flames, a core flame was far more powerful than these flashy pillars of fire. Do you know what kind? Please take a look at this. Jin Qing didn't give him an answer. Instead he took something out of his storage pouch and handed it to Hanli. Hanli saw that it was a white pearl the size of a thumb. What's this? Hanli looked at Jin Qing with surprise. Fellow Taoist will know what it is once he pours a bit of spiritual power into it. Jin Qing chuckled and revealed a mysterious expression. Hanli frowned and begrudgingly poured a bit of his spiritual power into it. In the next instant, the pearl glowed with a blinding white light. If mortals saw this light, they would forcefully turn their gaze in fear of going blind. But to a core formation cultivator like Hanli, he viewed it as a common white light. As a result of his examination, Hanli's expression slightly changed. At that moment, something had appeared inside the pearl. Without waiting for any warnings from Jin Qing, he took the initiative to sink his spiritual sense deeper into the pearl. After some time passed, he wore a solemn expression. Hanli withdrew his spiritual sense and took a deep breath before looking at the middle-aged cultivator and asking, "Ancient cultivator ruins? I'm not too sure. However, in my experience only an ancient cultivator would be capable of using such an archaic method for preserving a map." Jin Qing revealed a trace of excitement and spoke in a bit of a hurry. Hanli nodded his head. Storing important information in pearls and shells was a common practice by the ancient cultivators of the scattered star seas. As for the pearl, it contained something that resembled a map. After a moment, Jin Qing continued, "There are 2 of these pearls. Together they form a complete map. I, along with another fellow Taoist, discovered these at a small store. At the time, they were being sold in a necklace alongside other ordinary pearls. It was then that we each separately took a pearl and agreed to search for the location together. With what you said, you must have already found the location described in the map, yes?" Hanli asked pensively while stroking his chin. "That's right. We spent 5 years searching for it and have just recently found it. But unfortunately, it is blocked by a huge barrier. As we don't have the slightest understanding of formation spells, we could only turn back in disappointment. However, we decided that upon returning we would each invite a formation spell expert to help break the barrier. Fellow Taoist Han also knows that very few amongst us rogue cultivators study the Tao of formation spells. As such, I can only come to you and shamelessly ask for assistance. Fellow Taoist Han, please feel at ease. So long as you can break the formation, we will give you a portion of the rewards, regardless of whatever the ancient cultivator ruins hold." Jin Qing saw that Hanli was slightly hesitant and hastily gave an explanation along with a promise. 1. Qigong Deviation. Chapter 416, Sand Mountain. Hanli unconsciously frowned in thought before saying, "Brother Jin, could you give me some time to think about this? I can give you an answer in 2 days." "Of course. Please think it over. If you don't accept, I will go and see if there are any other rogue cultivator formation spell experts willing to give it a try." Jin Qing replied with a tone of much consideration. After a moment more of idle chatter, he saluted Hanli and took his leave. Hanli stood in his original spot as he watched Jin Qing flying farther away, muttering to himself irresolutely. Ancient cultivator ruins weren't exactly a rare find in the Scatterstar Seas, and what they contained greatly varied. From absolutely nothing at all, cultivation insights from ancient cultivators, or even precious items such as previously extinct materials or magic treasures. In short, a majority of ruins would have something to salvage, but what one discovered would depend on luck. However, Hanli truly didn't wish to journey in search of an ancient cultivator's ruins. The scattered star seas were currently beset by waves of concealed turmoil, and anywhere outside of Heavenly Star City was neither safe nor secure. In addition, Hanli hadn't been tempering his bamboo cloud's warm swords for long, so he couldn't greatly rely on their strength. As such, he was truly hesitant to embark on a journey at this time. Had someone else asked him, Hanli would have already refused, but unfortunately for him, he had a good relationship with Jin Qing. Since he had given Hanli a few cultivation pointers the first moment he met him, Han Li found it embarrassing to refuse him. After standing still a while longer in contemplation, Han Li eventually raised his head and lightly sighed. I still have 2 days. I should think about this some more. With that, Han Li let the matter go. With a swift turn, he returned to his cave residence. 2 days later, Jin Qing arrived outside his cave residence once more. Han Li had eventually decided to agree due to their friendship, and for the slight excitement he felt towards the ancient cultivator ruins. Who knows what magnificent items could be found within? Jin Qing was naturally overjoyed and left Heavenly Star City alongside Han Li and Crooked Soul, heading towards the ancient cultivator ruins. Over the years, the nearby cultivators had tacitly understood that Crooked Soul was Han Li's avatar. Jin Qing wasn't surprised to see him tagging along. 2 months later, Han Li and the others were flying through a remote area of the scattered star seas. According to Jin Qing, they shouldn't be far away from their destination, given the long amount of time they'd been flying. As expected, they caught sight of a large island less than half a day later. The island was expansive with a radius spanning over 500 kilometers. However, a majority of the island was covered in hills and mountains. From a glance, everything seemed to be covered in yellow dust. Han Li gazed down at the island and asked Jin Qing with surprise, "It's this island?" "That's right. We found this island by following the map. I heard from the nearby mortals that this island is completely uninhabited. Not only are there no spirit veins nearby, but for some unknown reason, there are no trees living on this island either." Jin Qing explained with a slight trace of puzzlement. Han Li was slightly surprised and pondered for a moment before speaking with a smile. "That's a good sign. The more unordinary the island, the more likely it is to actually be an ancient cultivator ruin." Originally we also thought the same. We ended up searching the entire island until we found the most likely location. Jin Qing spoke with satisfaction. Han Li faintly smiled. After taking a look around, he casually asked, "You said that there was a formation spell shrouding an area? Where is it?" "There is a huge sandy mountain 50 kilometers to the east. One of its sides is sealed off by a large formation." Jin Qing spoke without hesitation. Han Li grinned and said, "Let's go then. Maybe your partner already arrived and dissolved the formation spell." To tell the truth, that wouldn't be bad. It would be much less troublesome. At most, they'd just take a larger portion of the treasures within. Jin Qing stroked his chin and wore a sly expression. When Han Li saw his expression, he involuntarily laughed. The two were only joking. Everybody knew that ancient cultivator formations weren't something that could easily be broken through without at least a month or two of trial and error. "Let's go, fellow Taoist Han. We'd better not keep them waiting." Jin Qing called out to Han Li before flying off in a streak of azure-white light. Han Li faintly smiled and chased after him with Crooked Soul on their magic treasures. To a core formation cultivator, 50 kilometers was something they could easily traverse in a mere moment. A huge yellow mountain entered Han Li's sight. It was about 3 kilometers tall and was entirely covered in yellow sand. As there wasn't a single trace of green, it gave its viewers an awry feeling as if it were made entirely out of sandy yellow dirt. As they flew closer to the mountain, a gale suddenly blew, throwing sand and pebbles into the sky. The unending gale immediately caused the nearby area to turn pitch black, due to the dense layer of sand kicked up by the wind blocking the light. Han Li and company held no fear towards a sandstorm. With a flash of brilliance, their bodies were covered in a layer of light, allowing them to steadily fly forward. After flying through the sandstorm for 5 kilometers, it suddenly disappeared, and they were able to easily arrive at the base of the sandy mountain. Jin Qing then flew a small circle around the mountain with Han Li, eventually arriving at several extremely crude stone buildings. It seemed that they were built by using a stone transformation technique, as the buildings all shared the same monotonous gray. Before anyone had descended, the door to one of the buildings opened with 2 men and 1 woman walking out. The men were both core formation cultivators, while the woman was a foundation establishment cultivator. "Fellow Taoist Jin, you've arrived. How timely. We had only arrived recently." The cultivator at the center was a refined youth that wore white clothes. Upon seeing Jin Qing, he cordially called out to him in a rather friendly manner. "Fellow Taoist who came earlier as I expected." After all, he didn't have to go back to Heavenly Star City and fetch fellow Taoist Han. Jin Qing replied back in an amiable tone. It seemed their relationship was quite good. "Fellow Taoist Han?" The young cultivator's gaze shifted between Han Li and Crooked Soul several times, not knowing who was who. "I am Han Li. This person is my senior martial brother Crooked Soul." Han Li cupped his fists towards the youth and smiled. Chapter 417. Using one formation to break another? How about this? If Brother Han and Fairy Sure break through the formation, then they can have the first pick. We will distribute the rest afterwards. Huyu revealed slight embarrassment and hastily mentioned Han Li, going through the motions for the time being. The thin, shriveled cultivator surnamed Jian stood to the side and remained silent. He remained somewhat of a mystery to Han Li. Fellow Taoist, who wouldn't it be better to first bring Brother Han and Fairy Sure to the formation and see whether or not the formation can be broken, and leave the distribution for afterwards? If they cannot break the formation, having this talk now would be useless. Jin Qing proposed with a slight smile. Huyu patted his head and promptly agreed, right? This formation spell is rather strange. Fellow Taoist Jin and I relentlessly assaulted it for an entire day. As a result, we only wasted our magic power on attacks that didn't damage the formation spell in the slightest. The others agreed and followed in curious anticipation. They flew towards the back of the sand mountain and stopped near an unremarkable shallow slope. Please take a look. The area covered in a yellow mist is where the spell formation is located. Huyu pointed down at an area of the slope while in midair with a solemn expression. The others didn't need it pointed out, as there was a huge, dense yellow mist that resembled a huge beast quietly crouching in wait. It gave them an incomprehensibly strange feeling. It seems to be a dual attribute earth-wind formation spell. How interesting. Upon seeing the formation spell's grandeur, Sure Dai's eyes immediately brightened with excitement. Han Li was brought back to attention upon hearing her and looked at her before turning his attention towards the formation spell. Not long after, his expression became solemn. This formation spell was indeed a wind-earth dual attribute formation spell, as the woman had said. At his current level, it would prove quite troublesome to break through it. At that moment, Sure Dai slowly descended to the edge of the spell formation and enthusiastically took out a strange magic tool. She stroked the disc-shaped magic tool before pointing it towards the yellow mist and shooting out a green beam of light. The beam then disappeared without a trace into the formation. Sure Dai frowned as she took out a fiery crystal ball and rubbed it with her hand several times before sending it into the yellow mist as well. But after flashing several times with red light, the crystal ball was also submerged into the dense yellow mist. At this point, the female cultivator's complexion turned slightly red, involuntarily revealing an expression of worry. She continued to probe the formation spell with another 8 different magic tools. However, apart from a yellow copper mirror that was able to shine through an area of the mist, none of the other magic tools had any effect. Having seen this, the rest of the party looked at one another and couldn't help but fly down onto the slope, approaching the woman. After a moment more of observation, Han Li saw that the woman wanted to continue sending off magic tools and couldn't help but inwardly sigh. He gently asked, "Fairy Sure, how about you let me give it a try?" "Humph. If fellow Taoist Han has any tricks, do not hesitate to make use of them. This young woman will not stop you." From her tone it was obvious that Fairy Sure had become frustrated. Han Li became slightly annoyed, but he maintained a calm appearance. Without paying her any notice, he patted his storage pouch and took out over a dozen small flags of various colors. They then surrounded Han Li and began to slowly revolve around him. Formation flags. Upon seeing the small flags appear, Jin Qing astutely called out the name of the items. The others gazed on in astonishment, not knowing what Han Li intended to do with the formation. Han Li didn't pay any attention to their amazed expressions and just pointed to the formation flags. The formation flags then flew off in streaks of brilliance above the yellow mist. In accordance to the arranged pattern, they floated above the mist in a shape vaguely resembling the Big Dipper. Big Dipper Heaven-Earth Formation. Sure Dai recognized the formation by the flag's arrangement and revealed slight amazement. Right after she spoke, the formation flags began to let out a series of low, long hums. They then each shot out a beam of light, joining together as a concentrated, thick pillar that shot down towards the yellow mist. Soon after, it completely disappeared. Having seen this, the others turned their gaze towards the yellow mist, but saw that there wasn't the slightest irregularity. "Brother Han, this is..." Jin Qing couldn't help but want to ask about a few of his doubts before he was interrupted by a sudden occurrence. The originally still, unaffected mist suddenly released a muffled pop as if water were boiling inside of it. The mist started to roil as if a flood dragon were overturning them from within. It appeared as if the mists were suddenly alive. At that moment Han Li's eyes were radiant, and he shot out several magic seals towards the floating flag formation. Soon, the formation flags began to shoot out a continuous, concentrated beam of multicolored light. Not long after, another astonishing scene occurred. The rolling yellow mist started to rise and fall in rhythmic fluctuations and began to form countless protrusions that were the size of steam buns. The protrusions became larger and taller as time passed, as if a monster were about to fly out from within. When the others saw this, they felt aghast and involuntarily took a few steps back. Fairy Sure hastily ran back 40 meters with a changed expression before stopping and turning her head around. Bang, bang, a series of deafening booms came from the yellow mist. The cultivators had earlier put up their guards. They all hastily readied their defenses and stood firm, watching as the mists heavily swayed as if they were being blown about by violent storm winds. Only Sure Dai looked on in anticipation, while all the others were fearful. The extremely dense mist didn't end up expelling anything at all. It had just parted away like clouds and disappeared, revealing everything that the formation contained. While Hu Yu and the others greatly rejoiced, Jin Qing quickly walked over to Han Li's side and said with a beaming smile, "Brother Han, I didn't think you possessed such great skill. Did you break through the entire formation?" Han Li's mouth twitched before he gave the others an explanation with a bitter smile. "Break through the formation? Brother Jin greatly underestimates the formidability of ancient cultivator formations. I merely dispelled the formation spell's outermost layer, which was acting as a smokescreen." Jin Qing was slightly disappointed to hear this, but without waiting for him to speak, Hu Yu suddenly spoke with joy. "Haha, that's fine. Take your time, we have plenty. Now, we have some confidence that this formation can be broken through after all." Jin Qing blankly stared for a moment before agreeing with slight embarrassment. "Right? Us cultivators have no shortage of time. I was just being impatient." At that moment, Sure Dai's haughtiness disappeared without a trace. She gave a deep bow to Han Li and sincerely said, "This young woman is truly ignorant. I truly didn't think that Senior would take such an original approach in using formations to break formations. It has widened Junior's perspective. I hope Senior Han will provide some guidance on the Tao of formation spells." Han Li had returned the gesture with slight surprise. This sudden turn of events had greatly changed his impression of her. This was but a minor trick. "In truth, I actually don't hold much understanding towards formation spells," Han Li replied with a calm expression. Han Li was being completely truthful. Were it not for her pointing out that the formation spell was a dual earth-wind attribute, Han Li would have had no way of knowing how to start and break through the illusion formation. Han Li had only spent a mere 20 years researching formation spells. As such, his knowledge was quite limited. He had merely absorbed most of the theories of formation spells without gaining a deeper understanding. The reason why he was able to make use of such a carefully prepared strategy, like using the Big Dipper Heaven-Earth formation flags to break the formation, was simply due to his confidence regarding Xan Ruding's genius in formation spells. Among Xan Ruding's experiences, she had included the ingenious methods she had used to break through many different kinds of formation spells. Despite Han Li's lack of understanding, he had made a reckless attempt. However, this technique was extremely clever and had deeply shocked the others. The other cultivators clearly considered Han Li's words as modesty and viewed him with respect. Han Li faintly smiled in response and didn't force himself to further explain. Instead, he turned his gaze to look at the true formation hidden behind the illusion formation. After the mist faded away, a layer of dim yellow light was revealed, covering an area of about 400 meters. Chapter 4:18. Breaking through the formation. The newly revealed light barrier was thick and slightly blurred. Although it wasn't as obscure as the dense yellow mist, it still clouded the interior. In addition to the outer barrier of light, there appeared to be several more layers within and a round pillar at the very center of the light barrier that stood about 10 meters tall. Ancient decorative designs and characters seemed to be carved onto it, but no one was able to clearly make them out as their spiritual senses were being completely blocked by the light barrier. But even stranger than the pillar were the countless, slender bands of rainbow light that erratically roamed within the light barrier. They appeared extremely abnormal, as though they were alive. When the others saw this, they couldn't help but click their tongues in astonishment. Han Li's expression became gloomy and he carelessly revealed a trace of his suspicion. Although he hadn't broken many ancient spell formations, Xan Rian's records had contained information on many types of ancient formation spells. From the aura and appearance of the formation spell before him, it didn't appear the slightest bit similar to an ancient spell formation. It even held a trace of evil qi. With that in mind, Han Li turned his gaze towards the nearby Sure Dai. He saw her examining the formation with great curiosity, but her face didn't reveal a trace of peculiarity. This caused Han Li, who didn't hold much confidence in formations, to self-mockingly believe that his judgment was wrong. It seems that today is coming to an end. Since Brother Han and the others have come here from so far away, how about they rest for a moment before coming back to break the formation tomorrow? After all, it doesn't seem like the formation can be broken through in a short amount of time. Hu Yu spoke, showing great consideration towards Han Li and the others that had recently arrived. As Han Li felt that this formation would take quite some time to unravel and was somewhat exhausted, he didn't refuse Hu Yu's suggestion. Although Fairy Sure appeared to have identified the formation and was eager to continue, she didn't raise any objections towards Hu Yu's suggestion. Thus the group returned to their stone buildings. Since there weren't that many stone buildings, Han Li and the others casually reshaped the earth to make some rooms and used a stone transformation technique on them before officially taking residence in them. The following morning, Han Li and Shi Dai arrived outside the light barrier and began their attribute tests and calculations. The entire process of destroying the formation was very slow, especially at the start. The two felt somewhat overwhelmed, not knowing where to start. They'd often encounter a few insurmountable difficulties that they couldn't make any progress on, even after spending several days attempting to solve them. But regardless of how it was said, the formation spell was inanimate while they were alive. It was only a matter of time before any formation spell was fully studied and comprehended. Even particularly strange formation spells could eventually be unraveled. Through the cooperation of Han Li and Fairy Sure, this ancient formation spell proved to be no exception. Its finer details were slowly being made clear bit by bit. During this process, Han Li's view of the female cultivator greatly changed. Although she came off as somewhat arrogant, she truly did have some skill. Not only did she fully comprehend all sorts of widely circulated formation spells, her analysis of the composition of the formation spell was meticulous and flawless, causing Han Li to hold quite a bit of respect towards her. Although Han Li saw that her accomplishments in the theory of formation spells weren't as impressive as Xan Rian's, she wasn't that far off. But at the same time, Han Li felt somewhat puzzled. Why was it that all the formation spell experts he knew were female? Could it be that female cultivators all had an innate talent for formation spells? However, comparing Fairy Sure to Xan Rian was an exercise in frustration. Although Fairy Sure's grasp on the theories were clear, she possessed far too few formation-breaking methods. She would merely alternate through several kinds, and if none of them had any effect, she could only stare helplessly. Han Li clearly knew his own limitations well. A mere dabbler in formation spells like himself was far inferior when compared to this woman. Understanding this, he never disputed anything the woman said and bluntly made use of Xan Rian's formation-breaking tricks in accordance with what she said. In response to his actions, the woman became rather impressed by him. As a result of these events, Han Li and Fairy Sure developed a tight coordination. After the female cultivator analyzed the weak points of the spell formation, Han Li would then think of a way to break through. Not only did their speed at unraveling the formation substantially increase, they learned much regarding what they were lacking from one another, to both their satisfaction. As for Jin Qing and the others, they were unable to contribute for the time being and obediently meditated in the stone buildings, quietly waiting for the two to break the formation. 3 months later, Han Li and Shi Dai called the others over to the slope. In their last few days of toil, they had nearly managed to break through the Great Formation. Now only the last restriction remained. Once it was gone, the strange stone pillar at the center would be completely revealed. The light barrier's appearance was now very different from when they started. Not only had it shrunk to less than half its original size, its original dim yellow had turned into a fiery scarlet red. After approaching it, one would feel a scorching heat being emitted. But what was more baffling was that the countless bands of rainbow light within the light barrier had now turned into winged fire serpents. They endlessly roamed the area within the light barrier and continuously spouted out thin flames. What kind of demons are they? When Jin Qing saw them, he couldn't help but ask in surprise. The others also gazed on with astonishment. Fire attribute winged demon spirit fiends. They are rarely seen and only appear in extremely peculiar areas. It has an extremely short lifespan, lasting only several hours before fading away. However, their innate demon flames are no less powerful than a core formation cultivator's core flame, and their favorite foods are the souls of mortals and primal souls of cultivators. They will be very troublesome to deal with. The final restriction has obviously transformed the area into a Triang field, allowing the fire spirits to continue to spawn. If any cultivators forcefully broke through the restriction without knowing this, they would surely fall prey to the winged fiends. Dai proudly explained. After all, very few people knew of winged fiends, but she was able to instantly recognize them. Winged fiends? When Jin Qing and the others heard that the demons were capable of swallowing their primal souls, their expressions couldn't help but change. Since you've told us this, you too must have a method of breaking through. Please do not hesitate to give us instructions. The taciturn cultivator surnamed Jian suddenly spoke. The others were slightly surprised upon hearing this and turned their gazes to Dai and Han Li. Han Li faintly smiled but remained silent. Dai then grinned and spoke in a lovely voice. Senior Han and I had quite a headache at the start, but after many days of discussion, we eventually thought of a safe method to break through the restriction. However, this requires the assistance of your strength. Although this woman's expression was calm, her melodious voice caused her to appear more charming. Very sure, please tell us. We will definitely follow your and Senior Han's instructions. Huyu spoke with a chuckle. Dai then bluntly gave out her orders. To break through this formation, we require the simultaneous assistance of many water attribute magic tools. We've already collected several of these tools. We only require you all to grasp these magic tools and stand where we say. Once Senior Han breaks the formation, you fellow Taoists will use your magic tools to eliminate the winged fiends that escape. At the side, Han Li added on, everyone, under no circumstances should you use your magic treasures to attack the demon spirits. These innate fire spirits will pose a great problem if we allow them to get too close to us. It will be too late by the time you want to run. Having seen Han Li's solemn expression, Huyu and the others looked at each other and agreed with shivering hearts. Afterwards, Han Li took out a small ruler, a small hammer and a small pitchfork, giving them to Jin Qing, Crooked Soul and Cultivator Jian respectively. As for Dai, she handed over a blue scarf to Huyu. The party then stood nearby in their positions as directed by Dai. She then hastily backed away and took out a short sword magic tool before focusing her attention on Han Li. Han Li didn't rush to act. He first took another careful look at his surroundings. Only after seeing that nothing was amiss did he feel confident enough to act. Several tens of blue formation flags and plates, formation setup tools for a water attribute formation spell, flew to Han Li's side and started to drift about erratically. Han Li then wordlessly shifted his fingers, continuously releasing sounds of pops. The formation flags and plates responded by surrounding the red light barrier and slowly falling into a formation. The formation flags directly inserted themselves several inches deep into the earth, and the formation plates steadily floated several inches above the ground, forming a formation spell with a firm appearance. Chapter 419. Desolate Antiquity. After the formation flags and plates were appropriately arranged, Han Li took a deep breath and was about to cast a technique before being interrupted by the sounds of whistles coming from the horizon. A blue radiance flashed through the horizon followed by a blue streak resembling a flood dragon quickly flying across the ocean. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above them. Once the light faded away, an eccentric wearing dual swords on his back was revealed. Upon seeing his appearance, the others were startled. Above them hovered a shriveled and thin figure, with a red, rash-covered face and fierce, triangular eyes framed by long, messy white hair. This odd-looking man wore a black short-sleeved shirt with a strange flower basket hanging from his waist. From his spiritual chi fluctuations, it appeared he was a mid-core formation cultivator. After getting a clear view of the area, the eccentric was surprised to see so many core formation cultivators. But after his gaze fell onto the red light barrier and Han Li's formation setup tools, his expression greatly changed. Are you juniors seeking death? You dare to take advantage of this island lord's absence to pry into his project? Hurry up and get off this island. The eccentric yelled with an ominous glare. Island lord. This is yours. Huyu and Jin Qing looked at one another for a moment while Han Li and the others were at an even greater loss. This wasn't an uninhabited island? Huyu frowned and calmly asked, Fellow Taoist is the lord of this island? Obviously. I have already been this island's lord for several hundred years. The eccentric replied without a trace of politeness. That's odd, my brother Jean and I never caught a single glimpse of you on our last trip here. Huyu stated in a calm manner. What? You've already come here once? It's the same as the current situation. You came here while I was preoccupied with matters off the island. The eccentric glared at them with even greater anger. Huyu sneered and derisively said, So you're saying that you are the sole inhabitant of this island? Then your esteemed title of Island Lord is self-conferred. As the restriction before him was about to be eliminated, Yu was unwilling to pay any attention to the eccentric before him. Humph! Stop equivocating. In any case, you've performed the grave crime of destroying these restrictions. Since you don't wish to leave, then I will help you remain here permanently. Suddenly, the wicker basket on his waist turned into a streak of chilling white chi, shooting straight towards Yu. This time Han Li and the others were the ones to be surprised. Had this person gone mad? Did he not see how many core formation cultivators they had on their side? Was his mind addled? Yu responded in furious alarm. With a wave of his sleeve, 2 red lights shot straight towards the incoming white mist. With a muffled peng, the white mist was scattered and dissipated in every direction. It seems this dog's bark is bigger than his bite. Yu relaxed upon seeing the mist scatter and bluntly made some cutting remarks. The eccentric remained silent but strangely smiled. Yu's heart trembled and his expression suddenly changed before yelling, "What's going on? My flying knives." After breaking, the white chi transformed from the basket. The 2 flying knives were tottering in their original place as if they were failing. Afterwards, the scattered white chi quickly reassembled itself, and with a flash of radiance, it reformed back into its appearance as a flower basket. The 2 flying knives were trapped inside the flower basket while enveloped in the white chi, incapable of breaking free. Yu looked on in disbelief as his magic treasure was restrained. The others also paled in response. However, the eccentric didn't give them any time to think. He coldly laughed and his shoulders flashed with light. Although Han Li was somewhat startled by the announcement of this ancient treasure, he had many killing moves up his sleeves. Still, he didn't take the initiative to act as he was convinced the more tricks he kept hidden for later, the easier it would be to effectively deal with the upcoming moments of danger. In addition, he clearly understood that even if the enemy had an ancient treasure, he wouldn't be able to easily deal with so many allied core formation cultivators. It would suffice to only display the ability equivalent to a common core formation cultivator. With that thought, apart from using the entirety of their control to wrench their magic treasures away from the white chi, Han Li and Crooked Soul didn't take any unusual actions and watched on with a detached gaze. He was confident that someone else would inevitably take the initiative. As he had expected, Yu and the others revealed a trace of joy upon hearing that the flower basket was an ancient treasure. Since the eccentric had taken the first move, it was only proper for them to loot the treasure after they joined hands and exterminated him. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, the cultivator surnamed Jian formed an incantation gesture with his hands, causing 3 streaks of black light to emerge from his storage pouch, 3-meter-tall black banners with a murderous aura. He then opened his mouth, shooting out a thread of black chi towards the black banners. The banners released a series of ghostly wails, causing the other cultivators to become shaken and overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Yu bluntly abandoned his attempts to regain control of his flying knives and twisted his hands together, releasing a burst of thunderous azure lightning strikes. With raised eyebrows, Jin Qing suddenly cast a magic seal towards his magic treasure, causing his white block stamp to release a dragon's cry and increase in size several times over. Having seen the 3 make such great displays of might, Han Li inwardly grinned and reckoned that the eccentric was about to suffer a great blow. But despite displaying slight surprise upon seeing the 3's vicious attacks, his sneer soon returned. He tore off his short-sleeved shirt and revealed his bare upper body. Han Li nearly bit his own tongue in surprise. Aside from his shriveled chest, 2 fist-sized human skulls were biting down on each side of his abdomen. Each of the skulls were jet black and had long, messy hair. In addition, the skulls wriggled incessantly as if they were alive. At that moment, the thunderous azure lightning and the 3 black banners had entered the eccentric's sight. He lightly extended 2 of his fingers and started to speak an odd incantation. The 2 human skulls began to release low, muffled sobs before flying away from his abdomen and biting off the eccentric's 2 extended fingers. They then excitedly charged forward to meet the thunderous lightning and the black banners. Chapter 420. The Might of the Gold-Devouring Beetles. Han Li was startled when he saw the human skulls and was reminded of the 6 Devil Dao sect's Ghost Spirit sect. The Ghost Spirit sect disciples used human skull-shaped magic tools to attack, but they were merely inanimate objects, unlike these black skulls that seemed to have a life of their own. Han Li experienced an even greater shock when one of the skulls collided against. The cultivator surnamed Jian loudly shouted and pointed to his banners, causing them to shoot out a dense number of black threads. The threads then intertwined to form a huge net before rushing towards the incoming human skull. The threads were extremely fine and glossy. They also carried a faint black chi that was clearly unordinary. Upon seeing the black threads release themselves, the skull's eye sockets flashed with red light, and it erratically closed and opened its mouth before countless wisps of dark green fire surged out from its mouth. Upon contact, the countless black threads instantly combusted as if they had met their nemesis, quickly turning into rising clouds of azure smoke. The cultivator surnamed Jian greatly paled at the sight and hastily formed another incantation gesture, wanting to activate another divine ability of the black banners. The black skulls suddenly swelled to the size of a carriage wheel before spouting out a streak of black light for a breath of time. The 3 black banners were then wrapped up by the streak of light and pulled into the skull's mouth. Afterwards, the skull started chomping down with force. After a few cracks and bangs, the black banners were entirely shattered. At this same moment, the cultivator surnamed Jian turned deathly pale from feeling his connection to the black banners sever. "Demon! You dare to destroy my treasures?" The cultivator Jian shouted out in furious alarm, but his eyes betrayed a sliver of fear. Although the others were unaware, he fully understood that the 3 black banners were desolate antiquities. It had previously dealt with many formidable opponents, but now, it had unexpectedly met its end in a freakish skull's mouth. At that same moment, Hu Yu's thunderous lightning was drawn into the other skull's mouth and was rendered completely ineffective. Hu Yu and cultivator Jian took a mutual glance at each other and couldn't help but feel an urge to retreat. This had also left Han Li astonished, and he now realized why the eccentric dared to fight against a group of cultivators. He had much to rely on. Not only did he possess many magic treasures, but each of them possessed remarkable abilities. It seemed that if he did not lend them any assistance, they would suffer a great defeat and be forced to retreat. Han Li didn't wish for that development as he had spent several months of effort on breaking this great formation. He was unwilling to allow this outsider to spoil his efforts now that he was on the verge of success. Additionally, although Han Li didn't want to risk making a clumsy display, he wanted to test the power of the gold-devouring beetles and see whether or not they deserved their ranking on the list of exotic insects. As the eccentric before him was an unordinary core formation cultivator, he seemed to make for an ideal test subject. With that thought, Han Li took another glance at the fray. Hu Yu and the others were flusteredly flying around in the sky, bombarding the 2 skulls that were chasing them with low-grade magic techniques. They clearly understood that common magic treasures would have no effect on those demonic items and could only cease their offensive for the time being. As for Jin Qing's large white block seal, it hadn't shown itself to be particularly powerful. It had found itself dragged into the flower basket after being wound around by the white qi when he had least expected it, causing Jin Qing's face to be laced with sweat. As for Crooked Soul, who was at his side, and the Foundation establishment Sure Dai, they were only able to gaze on, incapable of providing any assistance. After seeing this, Han Li took a deep glance at the eccentric before unhesitantly taking out a bulging spiritual beast pouch with a single hand. Han Li's action seemed to have caught the eccentric's attention, possibly due to his powerful spiritual sense. He immediately focused his attention on Han Li and fished something out from his bosom with an ominous expression as if wanting to take out another magic treasure to deal with Han Li. In response, Han Li decided to seize the initiative. He lightly tossed the spirit beast pouch into the air and quickly struck the pouch with an azure incantation seal cast from his other hand. With a tremble, the spirit beast pouch spouted out several tens of spheres sharply shooting towards the eccentric in streaks of light. These spheres were about a foot large and consisted of the colors of both silver and gold. As soon as the eccentric saw them, he revealed an expression of disdain and took out a jet-black Dharma wheel one, thoughtlessly throwing it out with a cold laugh. As the object whistled, it grew several times in size and spun towards the incoming spheres. With a succession of pungs, the spheres turned into specks of gold and silver light upon colliding with the wheel, as they were being shattered. "Ha ha!" the eccentric roared with laughter and pointed towards Han Li, ordering it to slice towards him. But at that moment, a burst of buzzing appeared, growing increasingly louder. In an instant, the sound had become ear-piercing, causing everyone to look in the sound's direction with astonishment. The eccentric had also replaced his mad laughter with bewilderment. The fragments from the spheres had become alive and turned into several thousands of thumb-sized gold-silver beetles, densely scattered nearby the wheel. The sharp buzz produced from their flapping wings had inspired great apprehension. Han Li didn't give the eccentric any idle time to think and used his spiritual sense to order the beetles to fly towards the wheel without any regard for their lives. In an instant, the magic treasure had been stained with the colors of gold and silver. "You're courting death." The eccentric recovered from his surprise and formed an incantation gesture with his hands, causing his wheel to release clouds of black as it spun, intending to eliminate the exotic insects. However, the following scene had left the eccentric stunned. As soon as the pitch-black mist appeared, the beetles opened their mouth and cleanly gobbled it away, leaving not a single speck behind. As for the wheel's high-speed rotations, it only managed to throw off a small portion of the gold-devouring beetles. A majority of them had closely stuck onto it and fearlessly ripped it to shreds. Han Li inwardly rejoiced at the eccentric's aghast expression. In the blink of an eye, the wheel shrank at a visible pace until there was nothing left. Chapter 421, Spirit Ceiling Pillar. In the distant sky at an unknown time, a huge cloud of insects spanning over 100 meters had appeared, staining that part of the sky gold and silver. The huge buzzing seemed to be coming from this new cloud of insects. Underneath the insect cloud, Han Li looked at the eccentric with a gaze as if he were looking at a corpse. He commanded, "Go." Suddenly, the huge insect cloud flew towards the eccentric as an overbearing sky-shrouding shadow. The eccentric's limbs grew ice-cold. This insect cloud was over 10 times larger than the previous. It wasn't something he could withstand. In his terror, he felt a sudden desire to flee. With an unsightly expression, he recalled his transformed flower basket. He then struck his 2 ghost heads with blood-red magic seals, and began to chant a cryptic incantation. As for the weapons that were disabled and had been held within the white mist, they were tossed away without hesitation. The eccentric's decisiveness surprised Han Li. The 2 ghost heads madly spat out several more wisps of flames as they retreated, but Han Li wasn't about to let them slip away so easily. Under his command, the huge insect cloud thoroughly drowned the ghost heads and their flames in an instant. The flames were cleanly consumed by the several tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles in an instant, and the ghost heads themselves were filled with countless gold-devouring beetles. With this, Han Li knew that the skulls were already finished. But just as he wanted to collect the gold-devouring beetles and go chase after the eccentric, he heard 2 enormous explosions. The 2 ghost heads had self-detonated in twin blazes of green flame, engulfing a large portion of the gold-devouring beetles. Han Li was initially left reeling by the scene, but that soon disappeared. From his mental connection, apart from the several hundred closest to the heart of the explosion, a vast majority of his gold-devouring beetles were unscathed. It seemed that these immature gold-devouring beetles were not invulnerable. After a certain limit, they were still capable of being destroyed. However, their sturdiness was already much to Han Li's satisfaction. After all, the gold-devouring beetles only suffered damage from the extremely powerful detonation of the ghost heads. He was confident that any common core formation cultivator wouldn't stand a chance against these insects. With that thought, Han Li wordlessly turned into an azure streak and collected his gold-devouring beetles before chasing after the eccentric. Han Li's thoughts were quite simple. Since deep hatred was planted between him and the eccentric, it was naturally better to settle this problem once and for all. Not wanting to leave a potential enemy, he couldn't allow him to easily escape. A second later, Crooked Soul joined him and flew next to Han Li as a streak of yellow light, joining in the pursuit. As for the others, they glanced at each other while staying in their original places. It seemed that for the time being, they were incapable of believing that Han Li had single-handedly forced the eccentric to flee. The eccentric's escape method was quite impressive. Even when using the entirety of his strength to propel his green brilliance dagger, the distance between them was only gradually increasing. In the blink of an eye, the 3 had traveled over 20 kilometers and were about to leave the scope of the barren island. Seeing this, Han Li's eyes glinted with cold light. After taking a deep breath, 7 palm-sized emerald green swords suddenly shot from his body. After flying a circle around his body, the small swords merged into a huge green sword. With a blur, Han Li and Crooked Soul arrived on the huge sword. It then flashed with green radiance and cut through the sky as an emerald streak of light that was nearly 40 meters long, increasing their speed by nearly 50%. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Han Li had caught up to the eccentric. After seeing the black light that was singularly focused on flying, Han Li waved his arm with an icy expression. 2 small emerald swords shot towards it along with Crooked Soul's immemorial bowl. The escaping eccentric had clearly seen that his relentless pursuers had released their magic treasures towards him. He immediately responded by throwing a skull towards them. Afterwards, the eccentric continued flying without looking back. According to the eccentric's thoughts, the skull should be able to buy him some precious time at the very least. Han Li's expression darkened, and he silently cast an incantation gesture. His 2 flying swords then flashed with green light and turned into 4 sword lights which were indistinguishable from one another. 2 of these sword lights and the immemorial bowl flew straight towards the skull, while the other 2 sword lights combined to form a foot-long flying sword. It rushed past the skull and shot towards the back of the eccentric without a sound. The flying sword became much faster after combining together and arrived behind the eccentric in the blink of an eye. However, the eccentric felt that something was amiss and turned his head, discovering an emerald streak of light that was only 15 meters away from him. The eccentric's face turned deathly pale. Responding quickly to the emergency, he opened his mouth and spewed a puff of black chi towards the flying sword. Afterwards, he hastily flew away, wanting to escape. Under Han Li's command, the flying sword continued straight through the black chi without any hesitation. As it approached, an arc of faint golden lightning struck the black chi and thoroughly blew it away, leaving the flying sword completely unobstructed. Then with a flash of green light, the emerald flying sword pierced through the eccentric. The eccentric looked down at the flying sword in his chest with an expression of complete disbelief. Without the chance to say a single word, he was struck with faint golden lightning and turned to ash. Han Li hastily approached. After blurring a few times, he reappeared with 3 items in his hands and focused his attention on them. Apart from the flower basket ancient antiquity, there was also a storage pouch and a scroll painting sparkling with red light. From paintings stealthily contained spiritual chi. Even if it wasn't a desolate antiquity, it was still undoubtedly an unordinary magic treasure. Delighted, Han Li gently unrolled the scroll and was soon stunned. After staring at the scroll for a long while, Han Li slowly rolled it back up and wore a contemplative expression. Forcefully suppressing the suspicions he had in mind, Han Li flew towards the skull in silence. Now lacking a master, the black skull floated in the air without movement. Although it still retained a trace of its evil chi, it now completely lacked any trace of its former intelligence. After taking a look, Han Li slightly frowned. In truth, this was the first time he had seen an item like this. He faintly felt that this item definitely had a bad history, but he still felt reluctant to just let it go. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to store it in a jade box. After circling around the area once more, Han Li flew back with Crooked Soul. On the way, he encountered Jin Qing and the others who on their way to assist him. Having seen Han Li and Crooked Soul return completely unharmed, they crowded around him in pleasant surprise. "Fellow Taoist Han, what happened to that eccentric? Did he escape?" Jin Qing couldn't help but ask. "He died by my hand," Han Li calmly said. "He's dead? That's great. From his profuse evil chi, we would have definitely found ourselves hopelessly entangled if he decided to pursue us in the future. That would have proved to be extremely troublesome." Jin Qing replied with a large breath of relief. With slightly changed expressions, the nearby Hu Yu and cultivator Jian looked at Han Li with gazes of involuntary respect. After all, one's capability defined one's status in the cultivation world. Afterwards, the party returned to their original location where Fairy Sure was worriedly waiting for them. The group gathered together once more. After some discussion, Han Li felt that it would be best to quickly break through the formation in order to prevent any further unexpected incidents from occurring. Thus the group once again got into formation. After refocusing his heart, Han Li placed down the formation flags and plates. The destruction of the last restriction was exceptionally smooth. After the scarlet light barrier was destroyed, the winged fiends contained within were cleanly eliminated by their water attribute magic tools. The party revealed joy and soon turned their gazes towards the strange exposed stone pillar at the center. With no restrictions in the way, the group was clearly able to see the stone pillar with their spiritual sense and eyesight. The stone pillar's talisman markings were extremely strange. The pillar was covered in 8 huge ancient talisman scripts that spiraled around it from top to bottom along with countless strange stripes. In addition, the stone pillar was embedded with extremely rare yin-yang jade in an even distribution. They occasionally flashed with dim black and white lights. After looking at this for some time, they looked at each other in confusion and sunk into contemplation, bitterly attempting to recall any relatable information. Spirit Sealing Pillar. After a short moment, the weakest among them, Sure Dai, suddenly shouted out the name of the stone pillar in alarm. The others were stunned upon hearing this, but they soon looked at each other in bewilderment. "Very sure, are you certain? Is this really a spirit sealing pillar?" Hu Yu couldn't help but ask with doubt. "Absolutely. I possess a book of ancient formation spells that particularly mentions the spirit sealing pillar. From its appearance and those talisman markings, It is exactly as was described in the book. Don't be fooled into believing it to be some common stone pillar. It was forged from over 10 extremely precious tool refinement materials. This lone pillar is worth about 6,000 spirit stones. Sure Dai gazed at this pillar with excitement. After some slight hesitation, Cultivator Jian nodded and gave a straightforward explanation. The skulls of the wicked eccentric that Han Li had exterminated seemed to be refined from demons. It seemed that fellow Taoist Jian had quite a bit of trouble with them? Sure Dai spoke with doubt. Sai, it seems my poor performance has caused doubt. My divine ability requires prior preparation in order to be utilized. That wicked eccentric had caught me unprepared, and as a result, I made for a sorry sight. Cultivator Jian shook his head and explained with slight embarrassment. Sure Dai nodded and turned her gaze back towards the spirit sealing pillar. Since everyone is unwilling to give up, let's start. It is a bit troublesome to overthrow a spirit sealing pillar as it can only be released after turning it several times with great force. Sure Dai excitedly explained. When the others heard this, they narrowed their eyes. Although they were cultivators, they didn't actually possess much physical strength. Even with immense strength talismans, the group wouldn't be able to physically shift such a huge stone pillar. Han Li frowned and inwardly sent out a command. As Crooked Soul walked towards the stone pillar, he said in a deep voice, "Let me do it. I have quite a bit of strength." Hu Yu and the others revealed slight amazement. After all, Crooked Soul had yet to speak since arriving here, but now suddenly he took the initiative to solve this matter. Then we will have to trouble fellow Taoist Crooked Soul. Sure Dai said with curiosity. Crooked Soul continued to walk towards the stone pillar as if he hadn't heard her. His body first flashed with yellow light before he placed an immense strength talisman on his body. Afterwards, he rolled up his sleeves, took a deep breath, and clasped the stone pillar in his arms. The 10-meter-tall stone pillar released a rumbling noise and started to turn bit by bit, much to the delight of the others. Crooked Soul's thick, taut arms were completely exposed and shined faintly of red light. After the stone pillar had been turned 3 times, he used all of his strength to push the pillar to the side before suddenly moving away. The stone pillar fell to the side with a series of booms, causing the ground to tremble for a moment. From the deep groove it left behind when landing, it was clear that the stone pillar was extremely heavy. However, the others didn't pay any attention to the stone pillar, and instead focused their attention on the large hole left behind from its collapse. The hole was pitch black and from it blew a cold wind, but it also had a flight of small white stairs that led downward. Let's go. After looking at the hole for a moment, Cultivator Jian decided to take the lead. After some hesitation, the others followed after him. Now that they've made it this far, no one was willing to turn tail. Han Li stood in his original spot with a single hand grasping his chin with a contemplative expression as he watched the other cultivators climb down the stairs with barely concealed excitement. He then took out the scroll painting with the sparkling red light and fiddled with it. He pondered for a moment while he looked at it before putting it away and climbing down the stairs. Crooked Soul closely followed after him. The tunnel was rather deep. After a quarter hour, Han Li finally reached the bottom. Their eyes brightened upon seeing a large hall that spanned over 70 meters appear before them. The hall's roof was embedded with fist-sized luminescent pearls, causing the hall to shine with milky white light. As the walls were sparkling with bits of light, this exceptionally beautiful sight appeared to be caused by magic techniques. In addition, there were 2 semicircle doors to the side of the hall's entrance that led to an unknown location. Hu Yu and the others stood motionlessly at the center of the hall. They were all staring in the same direction and occasionally whispered to each other as if they were studying something. Han Li walked towards them in large strides with great curiosity. "What's that?" Han Li revealed astonishment after catching sight of what they were staring at. There was a flawlessly white skeleton that was reclined at the side of a small pond. An emerald green, foot-long arrow penetrated its skull and nailed it to the ground, appearing quite strange. But that had only caught their initial gaze. Afterwards, their focus had been excitedly drawn towards the 3-colored lotus floating at the center of the pond's surface. Although the colorful lotus had yet to bloom and was still just a bud, it was the size of a bowl and glowed with a tricolored radiance of azure, red, and yellow. But what was most inconceivable about it was the exquisite rainbow that appeared several inches above it. Its glistening light was extremely entrancing. Additionally, the pond water wasn't ordinary water. It was a dense white paste that strongly emitted a strange fragrance. A 7-glow lotus. It has to be. I thought that this only existed in legend. That water? Is it the legendary thousand-year stone milk? Huyu muttered to himself with widened eyes. No wonder there were so many formation spell restrictions placed down along with the spirit sealing pillar. With these two items, setting down another dozen layers of restrictions wouldn't be excessive. Sure Dai stated while mesmerized by the colorful lotus. Jin Qing woke from his surprise and turned to look at the skeleton. He bafflingly asked, "But what about this skeleton? Could it have been the cave residence's master? Why does it matter? We've struck it rich. Although this 7-glow lotus only shines with 3 colors, it will still sell for an exorbitant price at auction." Cultivator Jian directly changed the subject with greed filling his eyes. Chapter 423. Extreme Poison. Han Li's calm voice sounded out from behind the other cultivators. Is this 7-glow lotus very famous? Does it have any particular uses? Upon hearing him, Cultivator Jian and the others sobered up and felt their hearts tremble. They unnaturally turned their gazes to Han Li. They had all witnessed the power of his gold-devouring beetles while they were fighting together, and now they feared that they wouldn't prove to be his match. Now that such a precious item had appeared, they unconsciously felt unease. Even Jin Qing, who had implored him to come here, revealed a trace of unease. Upon seeing these people's expressions, Han Li was able to roughly tell what they were thinking. A wry smile flashed through his eyes. However, he quickly concealed this and asked with an unknowing expression, "The name of this 7-glow lotus is quite peculiar. I've read through quite a few records but I haven't the slightest idea what it is." The other cultivators looked at each other. Huyu let out a dry cough before giving Han Li an explanation with a smile. It seems that fellow Taoist Han has spent most of his time in secluded cultivation and rarely deals with external matters. The name of this 7-glow lotus won't be found in spirit herb records as its name is only passed down through oral legends. It is said that it would be able to bring mortals back to life and can regrow the flesh from just bones. When cultivators take it, it is said to be able to raise one's cultivation by an entire grade. This is an immortal item from legends. Upon finishing his explanation, Huyu was showing inconcealable excitement despite looking at Han Li with a trace of vigilance. Han Li squinted his eyes and spoke with slight disbelief. Is it really so miraculous? Is it even true? We have no idea as nobody we know has seen a 7-glow lotus before. We didn't even believe such an item existed until today. However, it is certain that there are cultivators that will spend a great amount of spirit stones for it. Huyu spoke with a chuckle. So it was like that. Han Li indifferently nodded his head and shifted his attention to the flawless white skeleton lying on the floor with an interested expression. Seeing that Han Li was unconcerned and didn't appear interested in monopolizing the rewards, the others let out a breath of relief. Fellow Taoist Jian, how about you go and collect the 7-glow lotus? After we auction it, let's evenly split the spirit stones. Very sure, we'll have to trouble you to look for any formation spell restrictions near the pond. Huyu gave a meaningful glance at Cultivator Jian and Sure Dai. After taking a thoughtful look at Han Li, they agreed. Having felt that Han Li was far too strong, they united together with a feeling of suspicion towards Han Li. After Jin Qing heard this, his face revealed a trace of hesitation as if he wanted to say something. But after some thought he decided to stay silent. At that moment Han Li was half crouched next to the skeleton and was carefully examining it. Huyu, who was carefully gazing at him, felt somewhat relieved. After Sure Dai used a few magic tools to examine the surroundings, she confirmed, there are no restrictions near the pond. Fellow Taoist Jian may collect the lotus without obstruction. Upon hearing this, Cultivator Jian immediately stepped forward with delight. Huyu's expression stirred as if he had thought of something and hastily warned, be careful. I've heard that the 7-glow lotus can't touch any magic tools. It must be picked up by one's own hand or else it will immediately wither. Cultivator Jian responded with a wave of his hand, expressing acknowledgement. At that moment, his thoughts were completely focused on the 7-glow lotus bud. Standing beside the pond crafted from fine beautiful jade, Cultivator Jian bowed over the water and extended his arm towards the tricolored flower bud with great caution. Sure Dai and the others watched his every move and couldn't help but hold their breaths. He cried out in astonishment. What happened? Huyu and Sure Dai simultaneously said the same words with worried expressions. It was unknown whether they were concerned for the flower or the flower picker. Cultivator Jian withdrew his fingers and flexed them. He puzzlingly said, it is a bit strange. This flower is rather sturdy and is very difficult to pull out. If you cannot pull the whole plant out, then how about just picking it? Yu faintly rolled his eyes and suggested, "Directly picking it off? That would greatly diminish its value." Dai shook her head with a face of disapproval. "Wait, I'll try it again with an immense strength talisman." Cultivator Jian took out a yellow talisman and slapped it on his body. Afterwards, he rigidly grabbed the flower bud 3 inches beneath the surface of the water and pulled with all his strength. "Stop!" Han Li suddenly shouted while still looking down at the skeleton. Yu and the others felt their hearts thump and were slightly bewildered. Cultivator Jian was startled, but seeing that he was so close to the dazzling flower bud, his heart became stubborn, and he put force into his grip. However, the 7-glow lotus didn't budge in the slightest, as if it were welded in place. This set Cultivator Jian's heart aflame with impatience, and he instantly reacted by tightening his grip once more to pick off the flower. At that moment, the flower bud finally reacted and slightly trembled for a few moments before suddenly shrinking back from the water and disappearing without a trace. Plop. Cultivator Jian hadn't released his grip, and was dragged into the pond when the flower stalk shrank with immense strength, resulting in a splash of milky white water. As Fairy Sure was relatively nearby, a few droplets landed on her face. She immediately let out a miserable shriek. "It's poisonous. The water is poisonous." The female cultivator covered her face with her hands and shouted in furious alarm. She then hastily took out a red medicine bottle from her storage pouch and flusteredly threw the fire-red medicine pill it contained into her mouth. In the split second between taking out the medicine pill and swallowing it, Yu and Jin Qing saw her face decay with yellow blisters all over, causing their breaths to turn ice-cold. Even Han Li's expression changed upon seeing this. If just a few drops caused Fairy Sure's face to become like this, then what about Cultivator Jian who fell into the water? With that thought, they turned their gazes towards the milky white pond. Ever since he had fallen into the pond, there had been no other disturbance, no miserable screams or desperate calls for help. Fear began to blossom in their hearts. At that moment, Dai finally stopped groaning and tore off a corner of her robe and tightly wound it around her face. With a light sigh, she looked at the water with a gaze of bitter resentment. Pop. Pop. A series of bubbles popped on the surface of the pond. Soon after, a completely decayed corpse floated to the surface. Everyone's face had turned green. From the clothes on the corpse, it was obviously Cultivator Jian. In just a few moments, he had turned into a wet skeleton with empty eye sockets. Upon seeing that his eyes had turned into empty sockets, they felt chill down their spines. How did this happen? Was 1,000-year stone milk supposed to be this poisonous? Yu muttered to himself with disbelief. 1,000-year stone milk isn't poisonous. But it may as well be if poison was placed within it. Han Li stood and slowly said with a light breath, "Fellow Taoist Han, could it be that your shout to stop was because you knew the water was poisonous?" Dai icily asked with a slightly hoarse voice. "I didn't know whether or not it was poisonous. However, I did find out that the 7-flow lotus isn't something that should be plucked. Look at the right hand of that corpse." Han Li calmly said, lightly tapping the skeleton with the tip of his foot. Yu and the others attentively examined the hand and revealed baffled expressions. The bones of the right hand were partially black, and the forefinger's tip had been shattered. It was jagged like it had been bitten off by something. Seeing that nobody was doubting him, Han Li didn't bother further explaining and looked at the water with an icy gaze. At the center of the white pond, the 7-glow lotus had re-emerged at an unknown time. It still released its beautiful glow, but now Yu and the others gazed at it as if it were a scorpion. Han Li wordlessly opened his hand with 5 fireballs floating above his fingertips. With a flick of his fingers, the fireballs lined up in the form of a word and shot towards the 7-glow lotus. Jin Qing and the others were startled but didn't stop Han Li due to the previous occurrence. The 7-glow lotus swayed from the impact of the fireballs and suddenly withdrew from the pond. Something flew out of the water as a blur, shooting straight towards Han Li like an arrow. It is entirely possible that dead fellow over there had fallen for it. Even we fell for it. Jin Qing agreed with a bitter smile. Han Li silently stood at the side as he examined the demon serpent before turning his gaze back to the right hand of the skeleton. He couldn't help but imagine someone excitedly attempting to pick the 7-glow lotus, as the demon serpent then flew out of the water and bit off his finger. Soon after he was torn apart by the poison. Han Li felt his heart coldly tremble as turned to look at the small arrow in the skeleton's head. It had clearly been placed by someone who came later. Whoever set this trap was truly quite the schemer. Slice. The crested demon serpent's head was separated from its body with a cold flash of light. Dai coldly glanced at it from the side with a dagger in her hand. Han Li slightly frowned. Han Li knew that she detested this serpent because it had ruined her face. It was said that a woman's appearance was just as precious as her own life. Even if the crested demon serpent wasn't the main culprit behind her ruined face, it was definitely one of the main causes. Han Li lightly shook his head and raised his hand, returning his small swords back into his body. Afterwards, his gaze fell back down to the arrow in the skeleton. This arrow appeared to be the same emerald green as Han Li's own bamboo cloud's warm swords at first glance, but further inspection proved otherwise. Han Li's flying swords were bright and shining while the arrow faintly carried a dark qi, as if it had been tainted or refined with evil arts. Fellow Taoist Han, will we go and explore any other areas? Perhaps we will discover something. Having seen Han Li continue to study the skeleton, Yu couldn't help but ask this. It seemed he truly didn't want to go back empty-handed. Please don't hesitate to continue exploring, Crooked Soul and I will remain in the main hall. Han Li said with a calm expression. Yu revealed slight surprise. After looking at the bones along with the emerald green arrow, he revealed slight hesitation and ultimately didn't move. When Jin Qing and Dai saw this, they also silently stayed in the main hall. After all, who knows what other dangers lay in wait in the cave residence, given the initial encounter? It was obviously safer to stay together. Furthermore, they were able to guess that the arrow was unordinary. Why else would the mysterious Han Li continue to unceasingly examine it? Fellow Taoist Han, would you say that rather than being an ancient cultivator ruin, this place was actually an elaborate trap? Jin Qing suddenly asked in a low voice. Impossible, this place is definitely an ancient cultivator ruin. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence that you found this place from the pearls? However, this place had already been discovered by someone else, and they had long placed down traps inside. Han Li shook his head. If what you say is true, then are there no treasures left here? Dai spoke with an icy voice. Han Li revealed an expression of slight regret, but remained silent in tacit approval. Jin Qing and Yu then looked at each other with changed expressions. Yu's face was more notable between the two. Not only did this trip end with no benefits, but of the two that he had invited, one had met an untimely end while the other had their face ruined. This treasure hunt ended up being a complete disaster. During their moment of absolute silence, the pond released a faint groan. The cultivators hurriedly turned their gaze towards the pond in alarm. Cultivator Jian's body, who should have already been dead for quite some time, slowly climbed out of the pond and let out an occasional groan from his skeleton mouth. At that moment, the cultivators were dumbstruck and were looking at each other in dismay. Since they were cultivators, it wasn't particularly frightening for a malicious spirit or other evil entity to appear. They could just make short work of them. However, this was the body of a companion that had entered the cave with them not long ago. Could it be that he had a secret technique that allowed his primal soul to persist after his body was destroyed? As it was unclear whether the corpse was currently possessed by its owner or a ghost, Yu and the others were hesitant to act. The corpse of cultivator Jian still continued to slowly climb out of the pond and approach them. Yu saw that something was amiss and hastily yelled, "Regardless of whether you are man or ghost, don't come any closer or else our hands will be forced." He flung out his sleeves, throwing his flying daggers out to revolve around its body. Jin Qing and Dai were also vigilant and rigidly stared at the corpse. Just as Yu finished speaking, cultivator Jian's body stopped and remained motionless. Yu and the others involuntarily let out a sigh of relief in response. But as Han Li detachedly watched on, he felt that something was very wrong and instinctively took out an item with a flip of his hand. In the very next moment, a sudden and abrupt change occurred. Cultivator Jian's body suddenly kicked off the ground and fiercely pounced towards the group. Yu and Jin Qing's expressions paled, and they instantly released their magic treasures. The two streaks of white radiance and the streak of white light struck cultivator Jian and cleanly destroyed the skeleton with a single blow. But suddenly Yu felt a light wind gently blowing past him. With a chill running down his back, he turned his head to see a skeleton hand emerging from his abdomen, tightly grasping a bean-sized, sparkling blue core in its fingers. Chapter 425, Congealed young bird's eyes wide in disbelief, Yu stared at the skeletal hand protruding from his abdomen. With an audible crack, the blue core was crushed into a fine powder, which trickled from the hand. Yu let out a muffled groan and weakly fell to the floor after the skeletal hand withdrew from his body. The hole left behind bled profusely, quickly filling the hall with a bloody stench. Although he was somehow still alive for the time being, he was clearly on death's door. The sound of Jin Qing's and Shi Dai's cries of alarm along with the sound of his magic treasure shattering rang in Yu's mind as all of his life experiences flashed through his mind. His impoverished life during childhood and the joy his entire family revealed upon discovering his spiritual roots. The moment of helplessness he felt when the senior martial sister he admired married someone else. His ecstasy at successful core formation, and his wholehearted grand ambition of one day forming a nascent soul. As all these memories flowed through his mind, his limbs gradually grew colder and more distant, but he was not resigned to dying. He had refined a set of 3 flying daggers as his magic treasure. Ordinarily he would only attack with 2 of them and would leave the third behind in his body. This was because the third flying dagger had been refined using a secret technique. Although its attack power was average, it could automatically protect his body with far greater awareness than common magic techniques. Moreover, he had spared no cost or effort when refining this treasure and it had just recently entered the sentient stage. Even if he didn't give a command, the treasure should have responded to the killing intent and automatically protected his body against the surprise attack. Unless the attacker. Yu finally thought of something, using the last of his mortal strength to turn his head with slight reluctance and view everything that was happening behind him. At that moment, a white blur was closely chasing after Jin Qing. Jin Qing continuously evaded it while engulfed by a silver radiance. He had released his own magic treasure and was ceaselessly bombarding the white blur with attacks as if he were greatly fearful of it. As for Han Li and the others, they were trapped within a large expanse of black qi. The fiery scroll painting in hand, Han Li shot countless fist-sized flames from it, creating a huge ring of fire around them that continuously attacked the black qi, keeping it at bay. Shi Dai and Crooked Soul closely stood behind Han Li. Crooked Soul's body was enveloped in blood light, and he continuously released purple flames from his hands, striking any black qi that leaked past the ring of fire. At his side, Shi Dai was grasping a white bead that radiated with light, preventing any of the black qi that slipped past both abilities from approaching. Even then she still revealed an expression of fear. Yu didn't pay any attention to the black qi and strenuously examined the white blur chasing after Jin Qing. Sure enough, the white skeleton of the long-dead cultivator was now surrounded in white fog and was pursuing Jin Qing with great speed. At this point it couldn't possibly be considered dead in the least. Yu smiled sadly. He, a core formation cultivator, had met his end by a skeleton. What a ridiculous affair. While Yu was still mocking himself, he faded into eternal rest with a derisive smirk still at the corner of his mouth. As Yu breathed his last, Han Li continuously surveyed the situation with a sullen expression. During the same moment that Yu had fallen prey to the white skeleton, the nearby walls had suddenly released a wide expanse of coldine ghost fog, trapping them all at once. Fortunately, Han Li had made slight preparations and had opened the painting scroll without hesitation, releasing countless flaming spirit birds from within. These demon fire-enveloped swallows were congealed young birds. Han Li had previously read a detailed introduction of them in an ancient record. They were born from fire essence and particularly loved to consume ghosts and malicious souls, earning a reputation of being the bane of Een. However, this bird had long been extinct, and the scroll painting had only sealed a fraction of the spirit bird's soul. As a result, it could only release avatars of the congealed young birds. While these avatars appeared exactly the same as actual congealed young birds, their strength was incomparable to the original. Else, this black ghost fog would have been cleanly devoured rather than just being temporarily scattered. Although Han Li was completely tangled up by this ghost fog, he wasn't particularly worried. Both his bamboo clouds-warm swords and his gold-devouring beetles could easily make short work of it. What made him uneasy was the ghost mist's master, who still had yet to reveal himself. As for the skeleton, it was clear at a glance that it wasn't intelligent in the least. It was being controlled by someone else. However, the skeleton was quite strange. Since it was completely unscathed from the repeated pummeling of Jin Qing's magic treasure, there must be some mystery behind it. As Han Li thought this, ghostly wails suddenly broke out from around him. This blood-chilling voice was deafeningly sharp and belonged to neither man nor woman. Those who heard it would have their minds bewildered and both their blood and qi in disarray. Han Li's heart trembled, and he reflexively spread out his spiritual sense to envelope the entire hall. At that same moment, he flicked his finger and sent out 2 small emerald swords from his body which began to slowly revolve around him. Upon hearing the ghostly wail, Jin Qing appeared distraught from fear and furiously exclaimed, "What demon wishes to mystify himself and remains hidden?" Although his voice wasn't loud, it resonated throughout the room. Unexpectedly, the ghostly wail stopped in response. In addition, the next strike of his magic treasure completely shattered the skeleton. Jin Qing was pleasantly surprised by the strange turn of events. At that same time, the ghost mist closely surrounding Han Li and company quickly withdrew back into the walls around them. Han Li was greatly surprised. He didn't believe that Jin Qing's furious roar had contained such power. In the very next moment, Shi Dai turned around and took this opportunity to madly rush towards the stairs. In the blink of an eye, she was already climbing up to the surface. Han Li was expressionless upon seeing this, but Jin Qing was brimming with fury. This woman would flee in the middle of battle? Although her magic power was lacking, the magic treasure pearl in her possession was clearly capable of restraining the ghost mist. Naturally, he couldn't just let her run off. With that thought in mind, Jin Qing instantly opened his mouth to stop her. But at that moment, another anomaly occurred. Just as Shi Dai reached the second step, the stone wall next to her suddenly flashed with green light. A terrifying 10-fingered ghost claw rushed out without warning and pierced through her abdomen at a speed that almost couldn't be seen. Shi Dai wretchedly screamed and did her utmost to brighten the pearl's light in an attempt to escape. However, the ghost hand didn't fear the pearl in the slightest and emitted a black chi instead, surrounding Shi Dai with it in a mere moment. The woman's screams came to an abrupt stop. Once the black chi withdrew, all that was left was a dried-up corpse that was then thrown before Han Li and Crooked Soul. After Han Li turned his head to look at the fleshless corpse, his face turned slightly green. Jin Qing's face had long turned pale, but he was now nervously glancing around with his white block stamp magic treasure in hand. I need one more suitable corpse. Which of you 3 will sacrifice yourself as tribute?" An icy voice echoed throughout the hall with a tone of disdain. Han Li's eyes coldly glinted, and he spread out the scroll painting once more. With the entire nest of firebirds returned to the scroll painting, Han Li formed a dual-handed incantation gesture with a solemn expression. Whoosh! A 3-meter-wide congealed young bird flew out of the scroll painting while surrounded in brilliant flames. After flying once around Han Li's head, it shot towards one of the hall stone pillars with wings spread wide. Bang! When the huge bird rammed into the stone pillar, it flashed with green light, and an eerie snake made from black chi flew out and tangled with the firebird. With the bird spouting out broiling white essence fire and the eerie snake spraying ink-black cold chi, a huge battle unfolded between them in the hall. TCH. I didn't expect there to be someone capable of utilizing the long-extinct spirit-controlling techniques. It seems I've underestimated you. After this was said, a freakish shadow slowly walked out of the stone pillar. Han Li and Jin Qing both gazed at it with rapt attention. Not only was the silhouette dark green, but it was also surrounded in sparkling green light, masking its true appearance. His body appeared to be wrapped with arm-thick bands of black fog, and his eyes were as scarlet as fresh blood. After the freakish shadow swept his gaze past the 3, Han Li and Jin Qing felt a chill run down their backs as if their minds and hearts had been laid bare. They couldn't help but glance at each other before looking back at the shadow with horror. The enemy had used only his gaze to exert such great pressure onto them. This clearly showed that this person's cultivation far exceeded their own. Could this person be a nascent soul cultivator? From the appearance of this freakish shadow, it seemed to resemble a ghost or demon more than a living person. But if it really were a malicious spirit, then how had it preserved the entirety of its intelligence? Could you talking about Grandmaster Zenith-een of Zenith-een Island? Han Li indifferently asked. He faintly felt as if he could unravel the mystery behind the Black Fiend School in Zenith-een Island. Upon hearing Han Li, the green shadow flew into a rage and loudly shouted, "Grandmaster Zenith-een? Could it be that traitorous disciple dares to call himself Grandmaster?" Han Li was slightly stunned. This ghost was actually the master of Grandmaster Zenith-een. How truly bizarre. Just as Han Li was left flabbergasted by those words, a green light flashed from his body and a muffled noise came from behind him. Han Li couldn't help but turn around with alarm. However, there was absolutely nothing behind him. Not good. In nearly an instant, Han Li understood that he had been tricked and hastily turned his head back, instinctively releasing 7 flying swords to protect him. As of current, controlling 9 of his bamboo cloud's warm swords was Han Li's absolute limit. During the instant he turned his head over, his 9 flying swords released a single streak of sword light. A faint golden arc of divine Devilbane lightning struck from the sword light, rendering the incoming green ball of light non-existent. Han Li was drenched in cold sweat, as he had nearly just fallen to the enemy. Gold lightning bamboo. You refined your flying swords from gold lightning bamboo. At that moment, the green shadow spoke with incredulousness. Han Li sneered and thought to mock the shadow, but he suddenly felt a strange fluctuation from up above him. He leaned to the side out of reflex, but he still felt his chest tremble. An extremely familiar red radiance had pierced through him with chilling cold, creating a wound that bled profusely. Immediately after, a yellow streak of light fiercely struck at him. Damn! A clear ring sounded out. Several of his flying swords flew out to block the yellow streak, the immemorial bowl. Crooked soul. Han Li shouted to his side in furious alarm. The blood spirit drill and the fierce attack from the immemorial bowl were clearly Crooked Soul's doing. However, the figure at his side blurred, shooting towards the green shadow as if he hadn't heard him. Han Li reached out for the connection in his mind. Although his spiritual sense was still present in Crooked Soul, for some unknown reason he had completely lost control of him. The green shadow howled with laughter and flew towards Crooked Soul as a streak of green light. Han Li's face grew extremely pale. Then with clenched teeth, he suddenly formed an incantation gesture and fiercely uttered, "Receive." From a distance, a small green ball flew from the crown of Crooked Soul's head and hastily shot into Han Li's body before disappearing without a trace. At that moment, the green shadow had already entered Crooked Soul. As Han Li pushed down on the wound in his chest, he was fiercely staring at Crooked Soul. Crooked Soul then slowly opened his eyes to reveal a pair of glowing blood-scarlet eyes. Chapter 427, Profound Soul Demonification. Han Li quickly took out a blue talisman from his storage pouch and gently slapped it onto his wound. With a flash of white light, the bleeding immediately stopped. But when he turned his head back to meet Crooked Soul's icy gaze, Han Li wordlessly emitted an azure light around his body, which reached 10 meters in height, and had his emerald swords revolve around him in streaks. It all appeared blindingly bright. Han Li had already made a firm resolution that if he were going to leave this place, he needed to have these bamboo clouds warm swords outside his body to protect against any tricks this ancient eccentric may have in store. To tell the truth, this was the most fearsome, menacing enemy he had encountered since entering the cultivation world. If his reactions were the slightest bit slow, he would have already had a hole through his heart. Were his spiritual sense not stronger and his mind not nimbler than a common cultivator's, he would have undoubtedly met certain death from Crooked Soul's recent ambush. The blood spirit drill was truly vicious and sinister. It could hardly be blocked. But now Han Li didn't have to worry about any further attacks from the blood spirit drill. That last attack was the last charge that Crooked Soul had cultivated. However, Han Li still felt incredibly gloomy. According to the external reincarnation technique, he clearly should have refined his spiritual sense fragment and Crooked Soul's physical body into one. Just how had this old ghost been able to take control of Crooked Soul without his knowledge? He wasn't even given the slightest warning. Were if not for his quick wits in hastily retrieving his divided consciousness from Crooked Soul, he feared the shadow would have already used it as a method for consuming him. Han Li now found himself in a truly troublesome situation. Since the enemy had possessed Crooked Soul, then the green shadow must be deceased and was closer to an evil demonic spirit or primal soul. The shadow possessing Crooked Soul wasn't necessarily a bad thing, and it may have quite possibly given Han Li the opportunity to exterminate him. With that thought, Han Li flipped his hand and an exquisitely crafted small brass bell appeared in his hand, the spirit-guiding bell he had kept stored away for so long. This bell contained the blood essence of Crooked Soul's physical body. Although he couldn't count on it to arrest the enemy, it could still be used to create an advantageous opportunity. At that moment, Crooked Soul was stretching and moving his body as if wanting to familiarize himself with it. Having seen Han Li's action, he eerily chuckled as if the result of the coming battle were laid in stone. Han Li's expression darkened, and he no longer hesitated to ring the small bell. With a series of clear bell rings, Crooked Soul's red eyes flickered, but no other change occurred from his body as if nothing was wrong. Han Li's heart sunk. Regardless of what tricks you perform on this fiend core avatar, since I've become the master of this body, do you believe that minor restriction will have an effect on me? Crooked Soul's rough voice slowly spoke with a mocking tone. You know that it is a Fiend Core avatar? Han Li's heart stirred with surprise. Hehe. The Fiend Core and external reincarnation techniques were something I had originally passed down to my two traitorous disciples. Did you believe I wouldn't see through them? You sure are courageous to use them in front of me. Could it be that your master didn't warn you that so long as this secret technique was used to refine an avatar, that I would be able to easily control it? Crooked Soul twisted his neck left and right and indifferently said with crossed arms. Han Li was bewildered, but his face wore a strange expression. What master? The avatar creation technique was something I acquired from a jade talisman. Then after some hesitation he decided to not continue his attack and recalled his magic treasures. After Han Li recalled his flying swords, he indifferently asked as if uncertain, "If your esteemed self truly is Grandmaster Zenith Yin's master, then you must be over 1,000 years old." The youth lowered his head to look at his restored hands and indifferently said, "Before I cultivated the profound soul demonification technique, I was over 600 years old. Although I don't know exactly how much time has passed after I transformed my body into a profound soul, it should be no less than 400 years. Fortunately, I cultivated this profound soul body after scattering my nascent soul. Had I remained in my flesh body, I fear I would have long died in meditation." Han Li remained silent. If what he said was true, this person was a 1,000-year ghost. Han Li couldn't help but be interested in this profound soul demonification technique, which allowed one to break through the limitations of one's lifespan. As such, Han Li slowly said, "Since you say this, then I must truly address you as senior." When the youth heard this, he glimpsed at Han Li and found that Han Li's words were not to his liking. He sneered and said, "Senior? After so many years of being cursed and lauded in the cultivation world, I didn't expect to remain as a bodiless ghost and renounce my opportunity to enter the cycle of reincarnation, all in order to take revenge on my two traitorous disciples. If you do not clearly explain your origins, then I will greatly damage my own origin chi to ensure you do not leave here alive." Although his voice was exceptionally calm, his words were heavy and chilling, leaving no room for doubt. Han Li bitterly smiled. After some doubt he said, "Wouldn't it be too much of a loss for this junior if only senior got to ask the questions? Could senior also clear up a few of this one's doubts?" The youth was stunned for a moment before roaring with laughter. "Good, very good. I can agree to these conditions. But if you know too much, your life will be difficult to preserve." The youth made a grand display of arrogance. "Hehe, senior doesn't need to worry about that. If this one hasn't guessed incorrectly, then senior's cultivation should be at late core formation at most. I'm honestly curious about whether or not I could endure." Han Li asked a probing question while carefully examining the youth's expression. The youth coldly laughed several times, but he didn't reveal the slightest peculiarity, causing Han Li to inwardly curse, "Sly old bastard. Let's cut the rubbish. You said that you learned everything from a jade slip, but not my two traitorous disciples. Give it to me." The youth's voice was harsh and cold, carrying an overbearing tone. Han Li frowned. After some hesitation, he patted his storage pouch and flung a jade slip emitting gray chi towards the youth. The youth didn't directly catch the jade slip. Instead, he raised his hand, summoning a black python of black chi to catch it in its mouth and bring it before him. Without moving his limbs, his eyes flashed with blood-red radiance, and he emotionlessly gazed into the jade slip. A short moment later, he withdrew his peculiar gaze and lightly flicked his finger, shooting the jade slip back to Han Li with a whoosh. He then slowly said to Han Li, "Tell me where you received this object. The jade slip doesn't contain enough to disprove a relationship between you and my two traitorous disciples." Han Li faintly smiled and didn't answer, asking his own question instead. Since senior's divine abilities are so great, then surely his reputation must have been equally great. Could senior bestow his grand name to me? When Han Li avoided answering his question and asked his own, the youth was initially furious, and his appearance grew fierce. But soon after, he thought of something and coldly replied, "You should have heard of me before. The Profound Master of Bones, Xiaocha." Profound Master of Bones? Han Li couldn't recall having heard that name. However, he didn't pay this any mind and calmly said, "Since senior believes this jade slip is insufficient to prove my identity, then my cultivation art should be enough. Senior should have seen that my cultivation art is completely different than what he passed down. Please take another look." Having said that, Han Li flourished his azure essence sword arts to its greatest extent and emitted a blinding azure light from his body. Soon after, Han Li flicked his fingers and shot out 8 azure essence sword streaks towards the walls, resulting in several bowl-thick holes. As for the origin of the jade slip, it is quite simple. Junior exterminated an evil cultivator and unexpectedly acquired it from his body. If Senior doesn't believe this, then there is nothing else to say. We can only fight. Han Li lightly patted his hands and spoke mildly. Xiao Cha stared at Han Li's azure light with an extremely gloomy expression. A long while later, his expression relaxed and he said, "Your cultivation art truly differs from my own profound Yin arts. It isn't even a devil Dao cultivation art. It is only natural for a divine ancestor such as I to see this. However, you have a fiend core avatar and happen to come across this place. It is proper for this old man to be careful. Still, this old man has another question for you. Apart from the jade slip, what else did you acquire from that corpse?" Han Li's expression stirred upon hearing this, and he faintly felt as if this long period of intimidation was all for this final moment. With that thought, Han Li didn't answer and instead calmly asked, "Since Senior has cultivated a profound soul body but was trapped here for so many years, there must be many restrictions and flaws to the profound soul demonification technique. For example, there is no way to travel underneath sunlight and you find yourself vulnerable to a particular type of magic tool. Humph! Do you believe I will actually tell you this?" The youth couldn't help but grow furious and abruptly interrupt him. Han Li calmly spoke with an indifferent expression, "Of course not. So does Senior really believe that Junior is going to tell him about something that Junior shouldn't know about?" When Xiao Cha heard those cold, mocking words, he was shocked, and his furious expression gradually faded away. Chapter 429, Ruined Map Reconstruction. Since you are unwilling to answer, then how about, the Master of Bones changed the topic as if wanting to change his question, but at that moment, clear ringing suddenly came from the old devil's body. The beautiful sounds left Han Li stunned. When the Master of Bones heard this, he was startled but revealed an expression of joyful disbelief. He no longer paid attention to Han Li and struck his own abdomen. With a tear, a white rib bone shot out from his body and flew once around him before landing in his palm. The clear rings were coming from this rib bone. Han Li blinked and revealed puzzlement. He was at a complete loss. With the rib bone in his hand, the old devil's smile grew even stronger. Crush! The old devil exerted force into his grip and turned the bone to dust. A white sphere of light floated from the dust, revealing a black cricket. It croaked without end inside the light sphere, but once it saw the Master of Bones, it stopped chirping and left the light sphere before entering his body. Xiao Cha broke into laughter and clutched the light sphere in his hand. The white light soon disappeared to reveal an embroidered cloth stained yellow from age. When Han Li saw this item, he was shocked. That embroidered cloth appeared rather familiar. Didn't it strongly resemble the same map fragment he acquired from the Black Fiend Sect Master One? Could it be they had some relation to one another? Han Li's mind stirred. He knew that this could be a clue to possibly unravel the mystery behind the map fragment. He couldn't help but observe his every movement with wide eyes. Unfortunately, after taking a quick look at it, Xiao Cha quickly stuffed the embroidered cloth into his robe. He then calmly gazed at Han Li and said, "Since you have no relation to my 2 traitorous disciples, I don't have any time to waste on you. I have an important matter to attend to, so let us part ways. I will give you a word of advice before I leave. If you stay here for too long, my sinful disciple might take notice and will rush over here." With that said, Xiao Cha ignored any response Han Li might have had and turned into a streak of blood light with a sneer, hastily flying past Han Li towards the entrance. Han Li was initially stunned but soon frowned. His body immediately turned into a blur of flourishing azure light, making a full circle around the main hall. After collecting his former comrades' storage pouches and magic treasures along with turning their corpses to ash, he hurriedly flew out of this place. It seemed the old devil held no interest in the storage pouches of core formation cultivators. Although he didn't know whether he looked upon the belongings of core formation cultivators with disdain or was merely being negligent due to a pressing matter, it proved to be a very convenient situation for Han Li. However, he couldn't help but think of the embroidered cloth. He was also afraid that if he was too slow in leaving, Xiao Cha might lay a trap at the exit which would prove greatly troublesome. But when Han Li thought of how Xiao Cha had seized control of his avatar, Crooked Soul, Han Li felt a painful fire burning in his heart. However, from his opponent's attack, Han Li felt that his odds of success weren't high, causing him to feel helpless. With that thought, Hanli flew to the surface. That old devil had long disappeared without a trace, leaving Hanli in awe of his amazing movement technique. But when Hanli saw that it was so peaceful and quiet all around him, he recalled how so many people had entered and only he managed to leave. He couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of cold loneliness in his heart. But as soon as those negative emotions appeared, they were thrown to the back of his mind. After all, the path of cultivation was long and arduous. Now was not the time to mourn. Hanli didn't dare to stay for much longer. After getting his bearings, he immediately fled from the island and reached for his storage pouch. After a short moment, an embroidered cloth appeared in his hand with a flash of white light. As he looked at it, he felt his heart thump. He didn't need to carefully inspect it to know that this was undeniably related to Xiao Cha's own. Although Hanli didn't know what secrets it concealed, it had caused that deep old schemer to lose his self-control. With that in mind, Hanli couldn't help but examine the embroidered cloth. The originally indistinct map had completely disappeared. However, the map had been replaced with a pattern of a small golden sword of light. Regardless of how Hanli turned the embroidered cloth, the sword of light always pointed towards the northwest. The sword point shot a red line straight towards the edge of the embroidered cloth, releasing a faint fluorescence. Hanli frowned. Although he didn't know the item's specific purpose, if he didn't understand such a simple map as this, then he must be an idiot. This clearly illustrated that the object's holder would meet an opportunity should they follow the small sword to some location. While grasping the map, Hanli became lost in contemplation. It seemed Xiao Cha had been so hurried because the matter regarding the map was time-sensitive. In addition to his happy expression, it was obvious that the prize was certain to be great. Once Hanli came to this conclusion, he immediately turned his body in the direction indicated by the sword on the map. If he didn't rush, the prize would be seized by others as long as the map didn't expire first. After some slight consideration and a long while of hesitation, he finally decided to follow this direction and left the desolate island in the blink of an eye. About a quarter-hour later, a vast eerie black fog rushed towards the island from a distance. After circling around the cave's entrance, the fog scattered to reveal a pale-skinned middle-aged man that appeared to lack even a single drop of blood. When he saw that the restrictions and formation spells were destroyed and the spirit seal pillar had been pushed to the side, he immediately entered the underground cave with furrowed brows. After a short moment, a long, resentful roar came from down below, causing the nearby land to tremble. The middle-aged man then flew out of the cave and towards the sky as a black streak of radiance. He apprehensively looked all around and shot out several tens of streaks of black radiance with a sudden twirl. Those streaks of black radiance turned into huge black birds that searched the nearby 50 kilometers. But when the huge birds returned from their search with nothing to show, the middle-aged man's expression became extremely unsightly. He turned his head towards the sky and didn't make any other movements for a long while. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly broke out into cold laughter. "Old monster, so what if you are able to escape? You are no longer the devilish ancestor of profound bones from before, and I am no longer one of your trifling core formation disciples. Once I am finished with the matters of Heaven Void Hall, I will ferret you out from the scattered star seas." With no further hesitation, he soared through the skies and transformed back into a huge black fog. Then, as if wanting to vent his anger, a black beam of light as thick as a bucket shot out of the black fog, causing the entrance of the cave to cave in and turn into ruins. Afterwards, the black fog flew into the distant sky like a meteor streak. Naturally, Hanli was unaware of what had just taken place. He was flying in the direction of the map, pushing his magic treasure at his greatest speed. As he was fearful of coming across the Master of Bones, Hanli was extremely vigilant and would occasionally release the entirety of his spiritual sense to check for an ambush. After several days of flight, nothing unexpected had occurred, much to Hanli's relief. But one day, just as Hanli was hastening on his journey, he suddenly heard the sound of conflict coming from ahead of him. From the faint explosions and dazzling flashes of light, it seemed that there were cultivators in the midst of fighting. Hanli frowned and used his powerful spiritual sense to carefully gaze into the distance. A man and a woman were currently fighting against 3 embroidered-clothed cultivators surrounded in an evil chi. However, their strength was pathetically low, and they were only at early foundation establishment. It seemed that the man and the woman were at a disadvantage. Hanli rubbed his nose. Since he knew they weren't a threat, he felt disinclined to taking a detour and prepared to fly past them. As for the cultivators fighting, he wouldn't bother asking them anything. He had something important to attend to. With that thought, Han Li increased his speed and rushed forth as a streak of green light, appearing before them in the blink of an eye. The combatants were greatly shocked and happened to all recoil away from him and retrieve their magic tools. As Han Li flew past them, he paused for a moment and casually swept his gaze over them. The female cultivator from the male-female pair seemed to recognize Han Li. She shouted with joy, "Elder Han, I am the main disciple of the exquisite sound sect's envoy of the right. Those 3 cultivators are from our sect's great enemy, the poisonous Dragon Union." 1. Chapter 331. Chapter 430. When Siwa Han Li was startled by her yell and he couldn't help but look over and examine the woman. "You're a disciple of the exquisite sound sect?" Han Li asked with a calm expression. The young woman appeared to be about 20 years of age and had a face of soft jade with skin as fair as snow. Her flowery expression of pleasant surprise revealed a very sweet charm. Disciple when Siwa pays her respect to Elder Han. This lovely young woman hastily flew to Han Li's side and respectfully gave him a bow. Her body wasn't lacking in neither grace, given her firm chest and ample bottom. In addition to the young woman's sweet voice, he could detect an intoxicatingly sweet fragrance from her. Han Li calmly sized her up and slowly asked, "How did you recognize me? Have I seen you before?" Han Li felt slightly puzzled as he was certain that this was the first time he had seen her. Although this is the first time Junior has paid her respects to Senior, the sect master hung several of Senior's portraits in the offerings hall. "I've seen them every time I passed by," the young woman respectfully said. Han Li was stunned and didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. He didn't think that those 3 women from the exquisite sound sect would actually do something like this. This must be one of their method of disseminating the fact that he had become the exquisite sound sect's elder. Despite feeling slightly gloomy, his face didn't reveal the slightest peculiarity, and he turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man to the side, and spoke with a slight smile. "Brother Wen, I haven't seen you in so many years. It seems you're doing well." Ever since the middle-aged man saw Han Li, his face had appeared odd. Now, his expression had become even more complicated. When he looked at Han Li, his gaze seemed to contain both admiration and a feeling of self-inferiority. "I didn't expect that Senior Han would still recognize me. Although I've seen your portrait at the exquisite sound sect, I didn't dare to believe it given that so much time had passed. Congratulations on Senior's core formation." He spoke with slight bitterness. This middle-aged man was actually the youth Wen Chang that Han Li originally met at Stalwart Star Island. Although his appearance resembled that of his youth, his hair was now growing white, and his face showed signs of aging. It seemed he was on the verge of appearing elderly. "There is no need for Brother Wen to call me Senior. After all, we were acquainted when we were still of the same generation." Han Li spoke with a smile. Han Li saw that Wen Chang was only at mid-foundation establishment and wouldn't have any hope of core formation. Han Li couldn't help but inwardly sigh upon seeing a youth at his prime had become so elderly. In truth, even if Wen Siwa didn't yell for him to stop, he would have done so anyways. With his outstanding memory, he would have recognized Wen Chang from a single glance despite not having met him many times. As he had originally given Han Li a good impression, it was only natural for Han Li to lend him aid in passing and not stand by and watch him die. After hearing Han Li, Wen Chang stated that he didn't dare to do so. Han Li could only follow suit. When the young woman heard the two chatting, her mouth slightly widened from alarm. Her soft, spirited eyes blinked several times wanting to ask something. But she was interrupted when Han Li spoke with a cold voice towards the 3 enemies. "Where do you 3 think you're going? Did I say you could leave?" The 3 enemy cultivators were panic-stricken upon seeing a hostile core formation cultivator arrive. But after seeing that Han Li didn't seem to mind them and was happily chatting, they couldn't help but slowly fall back and test their luck. The 3 turned deathly white upon hearing Han Li. After muttering to himself, Han Li slowly replied while Wen Chang watched expectantly, "Since Brother Wen is also an exquisite sound sect member, he should know I am a member only in name. I have never involved myself with the inner affairs of the sect. However, if this matter is as Brother Wen described and fellow Daoist Siue has been greatly wronged, I will mention this matter to Fairy Violet Spirit the next time I see her. But if she doesn't do anything about this, I'm not quite sure what can be done." Having heard that Han Li was unwilling to personally take matters into his own hands, Wen Chang felt slightly disappointed. He also knew that his friendship with Han Li wasn't deep. Even saving him and his daughter could already be considered as cherishing their old friendship. He repeatedly expressed his thanks without any complaints and had Wen Siwei kowtow in respect to Han Li, but Han Li had refused with a smile. However, Han Li then asked with slight confusion, "Isn't fellow Taoist Siwei the personal disciple of the envoy of the right? Why don't you raise this matter to her?" When Siwei appeared even sadder and explained with a soft voice, "Senior Han doesn't know this, but this mission was assigned by a close relative of my master. My master had wished for us to become Tao companions, but my refusal caused her to become very angry." With that said, the woman wore a helpless expression, revealing an appearance of tragic beauty. Han Li couldn't help but stare for a moment before forcing himself to turn his head towards Wen Chang for fear of looking longer. He said, "I am here on an important matter and cannot journey together with you. I will be taking my leave." Han Li cupped his hands towards them. The pair naturally refrained from making any unpleasant requests for him to stay and hastily said words of thanks. Han Li then faintly smiled and shot through the sky as an azure streak of light. The father-daughter pair looked in the direction that the azure streak disappeared. After a long while, when Siwei spoke in an angry, cute voice, "Father, you never told me that you were actually old friends with our sect's elder Han. From your chat, you also seem to have met him before he entered core formation. Could you tell your daughter about it? Elder Han is actually quite a mystery to us." Near the end, her angry voice had turned to one of strong curiosity. When Chang sighed and lovingly said, "Your father and Senior Han had only met several times. We don't have a deep relationship. In addition, I had met him when our cultivations were quite low. When I suddenly saw him in the offerings hall, I was truly shocked and felt restless several days later. For this person to actually enter core formation and become our sect elder is a truly inconceivable affair." When Chang couldn't help but then recall the moment when Han Li recognized him. He then stopped talking and became absent-minded for a short time. When Siwei saw that her father was thinking of something and silently waited at his side. The father and daughter peacefully floated in the sky with their clothes fluttering in the wind. The nearby empty ocean suddenly flooded with activity. Every few days, cultivators hurriedly flew across this location high above with pleasant surprise. At this location, there was a huge palace floating in the sky without the slightest movement. The palace was about 400 meters tall and was crafted from flawless white jade. It was exquisitely beautiful and released sparkling twinkles of light. Surrounding it was a layer of dense golden light that encompassed about 4,000 meters in height. The cultivators that were traveling to it flew into the palace without any hesitation and easily passed through the barrier with a flash of white light. One day, a streak of azure light arrived below the palace and came to a sudden stop. The azure light faded away to reveal a youth with a common appearance, Han Li, who had followed the direction of his map. He looked at the embroidered clothed map with slight hesitation and glanced around, ensuring that nothing else was nearby. He had found nothing after looking down at the sea for a long time. Han Li's hesitation only grew stronger. With a sudden thought coming to mind, he abruptly raised his head. Upon seeing the exquisite jade palace floating among the clouds, Han Li gasped with surprise. He blankly stared at the palace for a long while before he recovered from his shock. He didn't immediately approach the palace hall, instead deciding to deliberate for a moment. But suddenly his expression stirred and his body flashed with azure light, causing him to disappear without a trace. A short moment later, a scarlet cloud rushed over and stopped close to where Han Li had just been. The red cloud scattered to reveal a red-haired old man with an embroidered cloth in hand. He looked at the embroidered cloth in his hand and coldly examined his surroundings. When he turned his head to the sky and saw the palace, he couldn't help but reveal joy. Soon after, the red-haired old man flew up into the sky in a red cloud without a second thought. Then with a flash of white light, the old man passed through the gold light barrier. Han Li reappeared nearby shortly after. With a creased brow, his expression began incessantly shifting. In the following week, Han Li patiently concealed himself nearby and saw two other core formation cultivators enter the palace's light barrier. They also had an embroidered cloth map. One day Han Li's patience had finally run dry, and he flew towards the golden barrier. With a flip of his hand, he took out his map and slowly poured spiritual power into it. The map then released a white spiritual light and wrapped Han Li within it. Taking a step forward, Han Li easily passed through the barrier as if nothing was there. After turning his head back toward the light barrier, Han Li flew towards the beautiful palace without any lingering hesitation. After flying closer to the palace, Han became aware of the huge, silver ancient characters that hung 40 meters above the entrance of the palace, Heaven Void Hall. Not only were these characters grand and imposing, but the stroke edges were extremely incisive. After only a quick glance, his eyes felt a faint, dull ache. He hastily lowered his head in fright, not daring to look any further. With gritted teeth, Han then carefully walked into the palace as he gazed into its depths. Han was amazed once he entered. He saw a straight, narrow passage made completely of translucent, fine jade. He couldn't see its end. It was 9 meters wide and 12 meters tall, causing those who walked through it to feel an uncomfortable mental pressure. Han frowned and released his spiritual sense after some thought, but his expression immediately revealed surprise as his spiritual sense met a wall in every direction and was forcibly bounced back. He couldn't even spread out his spiritual sense, let alone search the palace with it. Han's eyes flashed with spirited light, and he attentively examined a jade wall, discovering a flicker of faint sparkling light. He would have missed it had he not been paying close attention. It seemed this entire passage restricted those with great capabilities. Han then extended his finger and lightly stroked the fine jade. Although he couldn't recognize the exact type of restrictions, he knew they contained deep and immeasurable spiritual power, causing Han's heart to slightly tremble. He silently withdrew his finger and pondered for a moment with chin in hand before raising his head and deciding to walk forward. With narrowed eyes, Han calmly looked around the interior of the passage as he walked through. Since there were restrictions in place, he didn't have to be fearful that someone was concealed nearby and was about to ambush him, allowing him to continue on without fear. However, this ravine-like passage was truly long. He walked for the time it took to finish a meal, before finally reaching its end where an exit made of water-blue radiance appeared before his eyes. With roused spirits, Han hurriedly walked through it. Han's eyes shrunk and he instantly grew alarmed. The blue radiance revealed huge hall. The hall spanned 1,500 meters and was extremely imposing. Even if several thousand people were present, it wouldn't be crowded in the slightest. But even odder was that several tens of huge jade pillars were evenly distributed throughout the hall. Not only was the jade pillar several meters thick, but it was also exquisitely carved with all sorts of rare strange beasts that some of which he had never seen before. Each one was vivid and lifelike, containing their own unique spiritual chi. At the very top of these pillars were several tens of cultivators, each wearing their own clothes and standing or sitting at their own volition. Apart from a few cultivators, each of them were monopolizing a single pillar. Furthermore, there was nobody loudly talking. They were all minding their own business. Han's arrival had lazily drawn the attention of a small portion of the cultivators. However, a few of them revealed shock upon seeing him. Han revealed a bitter smile as he had also recognized them. Chapter 432, Grandmaster Zenith In. Among the people already in the hall was the bone sage that he had separated from recently. He was sitting cross-legged at a jade pillar in the corner of the hall, icily staring at him with unconcealed surprise. At another jade pillar was a woman staring at Han with surprise. She was the exquisite sound sect's fairy violet spirit. An elegant man wearing an azure jacket with a composed appearance stood at her side. When the man saw that fairy violet spirit's expression was slightly odd, he couldn't help but take measure of Han. Seeing that Han appeared youthful, his eyes coldly glinted, and he asked fairy violet spirit a few questions. As a result, fairy violet spirit gracefully smiled and whispered to the man as if she were explaining Han's identity. Han frowned and turned his eyes away from them. His gaze focused on another area where someone had gazed at Han with ill intent. Han was baffled to find an old man with a face of fury, looking towards him. Han was startled for a moment before recognizing him and feeling annoyed. That person was the Six United Palace's Elder Miao. Due to the matter of the infant carp beast, Elder Gu had wished to kill him. However, Han took advantage of the great damage to his origin chi and his wondrous formation spell restrictions to turn the tables and eliminate him. Many years had passed since this had occurred, but Elder Miao still recognized him. It seemed he felt rather deeply about Elder Gu's death. Han inwardly muttered to himself, but found he didn't particularly care about it anymore. After observing the rest of the hall, there were no other cultivators he recognized. Thus, after some slight hesitation, he casually found a jade pillar with no one on it and flew to its top. He sat cross-legged before sizing up a few of the other cultivators that he didn't recognize. Because Han's spiritual sense was restricted, he wasn't able to make out the cultivation of others. He only knew that a majority of cultivators here were at core formation or higher, with foundation establishment cultivators in a small minority. There may even be a nascent soul eccentric or two among them. With that in mind, Hanli carefully examined the others while he sat on the pillar. Sometime later, he had identified the two that were most likely to be nascent soul cultivators. One was a yellow-robed, thin-faced old Confucian scholar. He leisurely held his back with one hand while looking through a shabby jade slip with the other. He occasionally swayed his head with interest. He seemed incredibly bookish. The other was a beautiful middle-aged woman wearing spotless white clothes. She was surrounded with a bone-chilling aura, preventing any strangers from approaching her. At the moment, the icy beauty was expressionlessly cleaning her jet-black longsword. She appeared extremely proud. Ever since Hanli had entered the hall, he hadn't seen her look in any other direction. Although the other cultivators also appeared calm and indifferent, their easy mannerisms seemed somewhat forced when compared to those two. In addition, a large portion of the cultivators in the hall gazed at these two with a trace of respect that was absent when they looked at other cultivators. It was this slight difference that made Hanli certain that these two were nascent soul experts. Originally, Hanli understood that apart from those two, there were certain to be other extraordinary individuals that couldn't be underestimated. A most obvious example would be the Bone Sage. Although the Old Devil's cultivation was only at late core formation, he was far superior to other late core formation cultivators in a fight, second only to true nascent soul cultivators. Not only was this person's cultivation deep, but his wits far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. What else could have forced the Bone Sage to tread the Tao of a demon ghost and abandon his path to reincarnation? The Bone Sage clearly hated not being able to grind his traitorous disciples' bones and scatter their ashes. However, regardless of the resentment between the Old Devil's Bone Sage and Zenith Yin's gaze towards Hanli was far from friendly. Although it can't be said that he had no chance of escaping from a nascent soul cultivator, in a true confrontation that possibility was pathetically small. After all, there was too great of a difference between early core formation and the nascent soul stage. Even if his magic treasure and gold-devouring beetles were even more powerful, he would still be slaughtered without much effort on their part. After some consideration, Hanli eventually responded to the Bone Sage, "Give me an explanation of that item you mentioned. Does it have anything to do with what you said about becoming a nascent soul cultivator?" "Of course. So long as you are willing to join hands with me, I will unquestionably divulge a few things to you." The Bone Sage was slightly delighted and stealthily replied. Hanli didn't immediately respond and bluntly closed his eyes, pretending to refine qi. The item is called 9-Curl Spirit Ginseng. It is an item of transformed heaven-earth spiritual qi. Although its main body is a spiritual herb, its pure spiritual nature causes it to transform into an animal or insect, allowing it to move about on their own. It is quite good at hiding. Many years ago, I saw this item in the Heaven Void Hall. At the time, my cultivation was far too low, and I didn't have any appropriate magic tools on hand. As such, I was forced to let it go. The second time I came here, I was at the nascent soul stage and no longer needed to waste the effort to acquire it. But it should prove quite useful to you. The Bone Sage spoke as if he had been unwilling to let it go. 9-Curl Spirit Ginseng? Hanli took a cold breath. Hanli had long known of this legendary immortal herb. Although Hanli had often seen this herb mentioned in ancient medicine herb records, he believed this item had appeared in the mortal world during times of antiquity. Could this item actually exist in Heaven Void Hall? Nevertheless, discovering one or two stalks of such an immortal herb wasn't impossible. However, this was that first time that he heard the 9-Curl Spirit Ginseng was useful in condensing a nascent soul. The records had always been vague about its specific uses and hardly mentioned them. Could this old devil have lied to me so that I would cooperate with him? Hanli suspected. Perhaps having guessed Hanli's doubt, the Bone Sage continued, "Be at ease. When we break through the barrier, I will first help you acquire this item at the second pass. Then after we eliminate my traitorous disciple, I will give you a secret recipe. So long as you create the medicine pill in accordance to its instructions, it will greatly increase your odds of condensing a nascent soul. However, I've also come to Heaven Void Hall in search of useful cultivation materials. When the time comes, you will have to lend me your assistance so that I might prove more successful." The Bone Sage took the initiative to eliminate Hanli's doubts and raised a condition that answered a majority of Hanli's suspicions. "Fine. If you're truly certain about being able to kill Zenith Een, I might lend my assistance. Han Li eventually agreed to forming a temporary alliance with the Bone Sage. In truth, this alliance was quite weak and it was quite difficult to say how long it would last. Perhaps it would even fracture immediately after Grandmaster Zenith Een had been killed. Han Li inwardly let out a long sigh. From the old devil's tone, this actually wasn't his first time here. Having an experienced ally was far better than fumbling around on his own. At the very least, he could learn a bit about the basics of Heaven Void Hall and unquestionably trust the Bone Sage's desire to kill Grandmaster Zenith Een. With that, Han Li and the Bone Sage came to an agreement, and Han Li started to make some indirect inquiries about the Heaven Void Hall. After having a long, stealthy chat with the Bone Sage, Han Li's expression became unsightly. It seemed that opportunity and danger walked hand in hand. This trip to the Heaven Void Hall in particular would prove to be extremely dangerous. He couldn't help but sigh. Soon after, his mind drifted and he began to refine Qi in meditation. Inside the hall, Han Li didn't need to worry about any sudden attacks. From his earlier tests, apart from some floating techniques and other such minor magic techniques, any other techniques couldn't be cast. Any magic power used past a certain point would dissolve. Even the magic treasures contained in one's body would be like a dead, magicless object. These restrictions were amazing. In the following week, the cultivators in the hall grew more and more numerous, eventually gathering over 100 people. The jade pillars had long been filled by other cultivators. Those that came later could only find a spot to sit on the floor and rest there for the time being. Chapter 434. Gathering fewer and fewer cultivators arrived until many days later when the gradual flow ceased. However, Grandmaster Zenith Een and the old Confucian scholar were sitting in silence with solemn expressions. They would occasionally sweep their gaze across the room as if they were waiting for something. Could they be waiting for Manhuzi? Han Li naturally noticed this and was very curious. As such, he also kept an eye out. When afternoon arrived, footsteps could be heard from the entrance of the hall. With several flashes of blue radiance, two people walked into the hall one at a time. One of them was an old Taoist with a reddish complexion, and the other was an old man dressed as a farmer with a bitter expression on his thin, dark face. After these two appeared, the cultivators in the hall became restless. A majority of people looked at the two with a trace of respect. It seemed these two were quite famous. Grandmaster Zenith Een and the old Confucian scholar looked at them with ill intent. Grandmaster Zenith Yin's expression was particularly harsh. The two newly arrived experts returned the other party's hostile gazes upon seeing them. The old Taoist snorted and said, "Old Devil Zenith Een, you've arrived quite early. It seems you of the Devil Dao are quite determined to come out on top during this Heaven Void Hall." Tian Wuzi 1. It isn't that this Grandmaster arrived early, but you hypocrites arrived far too late. As I was of the opinion that your map fragments information was false, I wasn't expecting you to arrive. This also good. This Grandmaster now has the opportunity to surpass you. Grandmaster Zenith Een responded with a sinister expression. Who is it that you think you're going to surpass, Zenith Een? Please enlighten us. Without waiting for the old Taoist to strike back, another voice resounded throughout the hall. When Zenith Een and the old Confucian scholar heard the new voice, their expressions greatly changed. The taciturn beautiful woman suddenly raised her head and coldly spoke while staring at the hall's entrance. "Wantiaming Tu, you've arrived. It seems Lady Wen has also arrived. Why does my appearance surprise you?" After this was said, a blur shot in from the outside and revealed a middle-aged man with a violet robe and jade belt. This person had a squarish face and a large brow with white shiny teeth. He indifferently glanced at the beautiful woman before turning his gaze towards Grandmaster Zenith Een. His very presence exuded an imposing aura. Grandmaster Zenith Een shut his lips with an eerie expression and remained silent in response to this man's blunt gaze. This greatly shocked Han Li. He couldn't help but closely examine the new arrivals. Han Li bewilderedly guessed that since an early nascent soul cultivator such as Grandmaster Zenith Een was somewhat fearful of them, this person must be a mid-nascent soul cultivator. From what he saw, the three new arrivals should be cultivators of the Scattered Star Sea's righteous Tao. As for Zenith Een and the others, they should be of the devilish Tao. The earlier restlessness of the hall had been immediately quelled by the middle-aged man's arrival. Only the faint whispering of "Sect Master of the Myriad Gates of Enlightenment" could be heard. Obviously, the middle-aged man seemed to have a higher status when compared to the other two. "Wan Tianming, was my sword attendant injured by one of your disciples?" The beautiful woman surnamed when asked this question without restraint as if fearless of this person. That is obviously untrue. It was just that my sect's disciples saw that your sword attendant's cultivation was quite good and they merely wanted to swap pointers. Could it be that Lady Wen wishes for a violent escalation of hostilities over such a small matter? Wan Qianming's eyes narrowed as he spoke with an indifferent expression. Swapping pointers? My sword attendant is only at early foundation establishment. He softly spoke to the old Taoist and the old farmer before the three flew up toward a jade pillar. Afterwards, the old Taoist spoke to the old core formation cultivator on the pillar with a smile. The core formation cultivator then vacated the pillar as if he had received a great favor and moved to a different place. When the eccentric saw this, his face held a trace of mockery. After raising his head and looking around, his body suddenly blurred before reappearing on a jade pillar. As chance would have it, the jade pillar happened to be Han Li's. When Han Li saw this, his expression turned to shock. Get lost. This place is mine. Just as the eccentric appeared on the pillar, he icily spoke to Han Li with a cold stare. Han Li's expression abruptly turned unsightly, and he involuntarily clenched his sleeved fists with force. He stayed silent, thinking of forcefully staying a moment. But he soon jumped off the jade pillar, followed by the wild laughter of the eccentric. Han Li's face was covered in an icy frost. Although it was extremely embarrassing, he could only endure it for the time being. After all, the hall's restrictions may be able to prevent cultivators from acting, but he wasn't sure whether or not these restrictions had as large of an influence on a nascent soul cultivator. He didn't wish to put his life at risk by allowing himself to be overwhelmed with emotion. Suppressing a belly full of grievances, he found a clean spot on the floor and sat down. The old Confucian scholar asked the eccentric with a beaming smile, "Brother Man arrived quite late. I had believed that Brother Man had changed his mind. Did you not intend to come?" "How could that be possible? I had come to the Heaven Void Hall in hopes of refining life-lengthening pills. It was just that a few matters along the way had delayed me. As for Wan Qianming's arrival, I was quite amazed. Could it be that he knew that the life-extending fruit had ripened and also wanted to pick a few of them?" The eccentric stroked his yellow beard and spoke with slight doubt. "I'm not sure. However, there are countless other exceptional treasures in the Heaven Void Hall. Who knows what he came here for?" The old Confucian scholar spoke with doubt. Grandmaster Zenithine seemed to have thought of something and worryingly said, "Wan Tianming is among the top leading figures of the righteous Tao. Does he intend to strive for the Heaven Void Cauldron?" "Heaven Void Cauldron? That's impossible. If that item were so easily obtained, it would have long been taken away by other cultivators before they ever got the chance." Without waiting for Manhuzi IV to reply, the old Confucian scholar shook his head like a rattled drum. Han Li agreed, as the main character of the story had only just arrived, so how could the MacGuffin have already been taken? 1. The Wuzi in his name can mean enlightened one. 2. Quite suitably, his name Tianming means dawn or daybreak. 3. His title, Six Paths, references the six paths of reincarnation. 4. His name Manhuzi could translate to rough, barbaric, tyrannical beard. Chapter 435, The Heaven Void Cauldron and the Heaven Mend Pill, That Might Not Be Certain. I heard that the disciples of the myriad gates of enlightenment have spent the past few years searching for gold thread silkworts. But information regarding their search suddenly stopped, possibly from having found them. With the assistance of these exotic insects, it is quite possible for the master of the myriad gates of enlightenment to acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron. Grandmaster Zenith-Een frowned and unconsciously looked at Wan Tianming and the others with great worry. The three righteous Tao nascent soul cultivators were currently sitting down cross-legged on a single pillar as if they had no intention of speaking. Humph. Not only is it possible that Wan Tianming possesses gold thread silkworms, I've heard that you, Zenith-Een, have acquired 2 mutant fire serpents from Li Fire Island. Your ambitions for this trip are also quite large. Manhuzi shot Grandmaster Zenith-Een a glance and spoke without restraint. He appeared somewhat disdainful of Grandmaster Zenith-Yin's stealthy actions. When Grandmaster Zenith-Een heard this, his expression abruptly changed several times before he recovered his calm. However, he was profusely cursing in his heart. There was no question that his own confidants had divulged this information since it had been heard by Manhuzi. It seems that in addition to acquiring the life-prolonging fruit, Manhuzi wished to keep watch on Grandmaster Zenith-Yin's actions along the way. Despite feeling annoyed, Grandmaster Zenith Een spoke with a blank face. It seems my ineptitude has attracted your ridicule. I have truly acquired 2 mutant fire serpents, but their skills are shallow. As their odds of success are low, I require Brother Man's and Brother Qing's assistance. The old Confucian scholar's heart stirred and he hesitantly asked, "Assist you? Do we get any benefits?" When Grandmaster Zenith Een heard this, he revealed a slight smile, choosing to continue with voice transmission rather than speaking. According to the information left behind by the Heaven Void Hall's master, there are several top-grade desolate antiquities left behind from ancient times. Their power should undoubtedly be unmatched. Apart from the Heaven Void Cauldron and a Heaven Mend pill, how about we evenly split the other items? The old Confucian scholar's face flashed with greed, but after some consideration he took a look at Man Huzi before replying with a voice transmission. "I have no problem with this, but it will depend on Brother Man. After all, without Brother Man to pin down Wan Tianming, I wouldn't be able to brave the risk." Grandmaster Zenith Een wasn't surprised to hear this. He knew that this old Confucian by the name of Layman Qing Yi was truly an old schemer. If he didn't draw in Man Huzi, this matter would have no chance of success. Thus, Grandmaster Zenith Een turned his head to Man Huzi, passed on his conditions to Man Huzi with a voice transmission. "Brother Man, what do you think of my proposal? Are you interested in cooperating? After all, Brother Man should clearly understand that I have no need for the Heaven Mend pill. It serves no other purpose I can think of apart from making up for the deficiency of 5 elements spiritual roots. Perhaps if Brother Man takes it, his cultivation will greatly progress and he'll be able to break through the limits of his lifespan." Grandmaster Zenith Een seemed not to mind the unsightly expression he had just shown and spoke excitedly. "Humph! From your plan to acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron with 2 fire serpents, I see that your mind is muddled. An unknown number of nascent cultivators have already scoured these halls, but they all returned with disappointment. Do you believe that your plan is so likely to be successful that is it worth braving these great dangers? The danger of the inner halls is far greater than the outer halls. Even if we go in as nascent soul cultivators, there is no guarantee we will come out unscathed. Every successive opening of the Heaven Void Hall doesn't end with only 1 or 2 nascent soul cultivators disappearing." Man Huzi snorted and spoke with derision. "Brother Man need not worry about this. Just let me ask, if Wan Tianming truly strived for the Heaven Void Cauldron, wouldn't Brother Man want to go and watch it?" Grandmaster Zenith Een calmly asked. Man Huzi's cold smile gradually disappeared after he heard Zenith Yin's question. He narrowed his eyes and a cold glint flashed through his eyes before he slowly said, "If Wan Tianming truly wishes to brave the inner halls, then I will travel with you without question. Even if our Devil Dao is incapable of obtaining the Heaven Void Cauldron, we cannot allow it to fall into the hands of the righteous Dao." That's good. So long as Brother Man lends a hand when the time comes, my previous proposal will obviously hold. Naturally, if Lady Wen is willing to lend her assistance, she is more than welcome. Grandmaster Zenith Een glanced at the beautiful woman with a slight smile. "My purpose in coming here is to pick some spiritual herbs. The inner halls are too dangerous, so I will not be going." The beautiful woman surnamed Wen didn't bother to hear out his conditions and coldly declined. A trace of disappointment flashed from Zenith Yin's eyes. Although the beautiful woman was only at early nascent soul stage, her lord husband the arch-saint of the 6 paths was a towering, peerless figure amongst those that tread the Devil Dao. As he was unwilling to act shamefully in front of Man Huzi, he couldn't persistently ask her and could only wallow in his impotence. However, he naturally didn't dare to force the woman along. Even the Devil Dao looks down upon raping another cultivator's wife. All he could do was smile and drop the matter. After all, their group of 3 wasn't at a disadvantage against the righteous Dao, and he was unwilling to offend the woman. After the Devil Dao finished their discussions, Wan Tianming and the other 2 righteous Dao cultivators continued openly meditating in silence. It was unknown whether they had finished their plans or if they had prepared countermeasures. Han Li saw all of this while he was sitting in a corner. Although he was quite far away and the majority of their speech was in sound transmissions, he could faintly guess from their occasionally malicious glances towards the righteous Dao. They were likely discussing how to deal with the sect master of the myriad gates of enlightenment and the others, much to Han Li's delight. So long as the nascent soul cultivators were focused on each other, he could take advantage of the ensuing chaos to further ensure his safety. Best of all, Grandmaster Zenith Een wouldn't be capable of attending to him. As Han Li was thinking of what could possibly further increase the chaos, 2 white-clothed old men appeared at the entrance of the hall. Their hair was silver and their jackets were fluttering about, the exact image one would imagine of an immortal. As soon as the many cultivators saw the two and recognized them, their gazes revealed respect. Their appearance had brought relief to a large portion of the cultivators in the room. As for the old eccentrics of the devilish and righteous Daos, they all revealed complicated expressions, containing envy, loathing, and even helplessness. The old man with the friendlier appearance of the two smiled under the cultivators' many gazes and kindly said, "The reason why we didn't preside over this treasure hunt at the Heaven Void Hall was because us two saints were in seclusion. But now, us two enforcement elders will be supervising this grand occasion on behalf of the Star Palace. The rules of this treasure hunt shall be the same as all the others. Those who casually bully the weak or kill others to seize their treasures will be stopped by us, and will be pursued and exterminated by our Star Palace. However, our supervision will be limited to the outer halls. We will neither enter the inner halls or be involved with any matters that take place there. Thus, if anyone feels uncertain, do not enter the inner halls. In addition, we will not assist any fellow Taoists with the dangers in the Heaven Void Halls and will not bat an eye if you perish to them. With this, everyone should understand our intentions." With that said, the white-clothed old man quickly swept their gazes past everyone in the hall like lightning. When the others felt their gaze upon them, they each turned their head away, but when Wan Tianming and Man Huzi felt their gaze sweep past them, they directly returned their gaze. The white-clothed old man were initially startled before frowning. They couldn't help but mutter, "Why have these two eccentrics arrived? It seems that a bit of trouble is stirring." The cold-faced old man at his side also had a change of expression, but after a sneer, his expression returned to normal. Soon after, these two enforcement elders of the Star Palace sat down cross-legged at the sides of the entrance, not paying any attention to the uproar that had been caused by their words. All of the other core formation cultivators had greatly varying expressions ranging from worry to joy. When Hanli saw this, he couldn't help but find this odd. What did the Star Palace hope to gain by acting so benevolently? Could this be a display of the Star Palace's authority? At that moment he heard the voice of the Bone Sage, "Youngster, be careful. The Star Palace aren't flawlessly virtuous. To the best of my knowledge, when either the Devil Dao or the Righteous Dao obtains too much influence, the Star Palace would suppress the respective offender, denying either of the two sides from gaining too much power. In addition, every time the Heaven Void Halls opens, quite a number of Righteous and Devil Dao cultivators die from mysterious causes, possibly from the machinations of the Star Palace. Although you don't belong to the Righteous or Devil Dao, you had best watch yourself. I don't wish for my plans to fail merely because I couldn't find another suitable partner." Although the Bone Sage's voice was indifferent, his words stirred great alarm in Hanli. 1. His specific title is Householder. Chapter 436. Another encounter with Fairy Violet Spirit. Without even the slightest deliberation, Hanli was completely certain that what the Bone Sage had said was true. After all, for the Star Palace to tower over the scattered seas for so many years, they must have resorted to using at least a few tricks. They certainly hadn't come to supervise the Heaven Void Hall today for an empty reason. They most likely held their own plans. With that thought, Hanli's eyes coldly glinted. Although he didn't reply to the Bone Sage, he immediately became increasingly vigilant of the two white-clothed elders. In the following moments, the two white-clothed old men sat still and sank into a state of chi refinement. Their eyes remained closed and they didn't speak another word. This strange atmosphere continued for 3 days. However, only 4 new cultivators arrived during that time. None of them were nascent soul cultivators. Then a sudden change occurred on the morning of the 4th day. A series of booms echoed throughout the hall. Without any warning, a white jade stone door descended, sealing off the entire hall. The gate was covered in a layer of white mist, an obvious indication of its formidable restrictions. Soon there was a faint boom of palace gates closing from a distance far away. A few cultivators in the hall couldn't help but express alarm. But after discovering that the nascent soul cultivators appeared calm, they felt relieved. At that moment, the 2 white-clothed elders from the Star Palace calmly opened their eyes and stood up. Suddenly, the other cultivators in the hall gazed at them with either confusion or realization. As for the nascent soul cultivators, they expressionlessly gazed at the two's actions in silence. The two calmly walked towards the front of the hall. But before they arrived, the end of the hall lightly trembled to soon reveal several stone slabs releasing a dazzling white radiance. Under everyone's amazed gazes, a 3-meter-wide transportation formation had suddenly appeared. Those among the many cultivators that had yet to see a transportation formation were awed at its appearance, leaving many arrogant cultivators in amazement. The two white-clothed elders walked to the front of the transportation formation and bowed over it before carefully examining it. A while later, the two glanced at each other and nodded. "All right, there are no problems with this transportation formation. You will arrive at the outer halls of the Heaven Void halls through this. Conduct yourselves well." With that said, the white-clothed old men stepped into the transportation formation. With two flashes of white light, they disappeared without a trace. Afterwards, the other cultivators in the hall unconsciously looked at each other in dismay. But without waiting to see anyone's reaction, Wan Tianming dropped down from the jade pillar with the old Taoist and the dark, thin old man, walking into the transportation formation without hesitation, disappearing with 3 flashes of white light. By the time the others reacted, those that were relatively close by rushed forwards. Suddenly, the transportation formation started flashing without end. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the cultivators in the hall had disappeared. The Sage of Bones suddenly stepped forward from the crowd. Han Li's eyes flashed with a strange expression. He unconsciously turned his gaze towards Grandmaster Zenith Yin to discover that Grandmaster Zenith Yin was looking at him with an unknown intent. Greatly frightened, Han Li hastily turned his gaze away with great unrest in his heart. It seemed that Grandmaster Zenith Yin wasn't about to let him go. In his gloom, Han Li bluntly stood up and walked forward. When Grandmaster Zenith Yin saw Han Li's actions, his mouth formed a strange sneer. This caused the nearby Wu Chou to break his silence, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Venerable Ancestor, you seem to be greatly interested in that youngster. Is there something strange about him?" Wu Chou felt truly curious. "That person will prove extremely useful to me. I merely require a bit of his aid." Grandmaster Zenith Yin shook his head and spoke indifferently as if he was unwilling to inform Wu Chou. Wu Chou, who had always received Zenith Yin's favor, felt quite puzzled. At that moment, the Confucian-robed layman Qingyi lightly coughed and slowly said, "We should set off. There aren't many people left in the hall." Zenith Yin paused for a moment before sweeping his gaze past the few cultivators left in the hall. He replied with a faint smile, "Naturally. If we don't leave soon, the transportation formation will disappear. It will only reappear again a month from now." With that said, Zenith Yin turned into a black cloud and carried off Wu Chou with him. When Layman Qingyi and Manhuzi saw this, they leisurely flew off the jade pillar. As for the beautiful woman, she had already jumped off. It appeared that she had no intention of mingling among their group. Once Han Li entered the transportation formation, he immediately appeared above a small, barren hill. After looking around, he couldn't help but be amazed. He only saw 2 men and woman not far away from him. There was no trace of any of the other cultivators. When the female cultivator caught sight of Han Li, she revealed pleasant surprise. Fairy Violet Spirit walked over to Han Li with a beaming smile. The male cultivator she was traveling with was transported to an unknown location. Han Li couldn't help but bitterly laugh at his terrible luck for having trouble placed on him. As for the other 2, one was a gray-clothed old man while the other was a masked man covered in black robes. The old man plainly stood by while a dark green mist spiraled around the black-robed man's body. It appeared the masked man was a Devil Dao cultivator. The 2 stood apart as if they found each other unpleasant to the eye. Fairy Violet Spirit was now walking towards Han Li. This naturally aroused the 2's attention and they couldn't help but size up Han Li. The old man's gaze was friendly and he gave Han Li a kind smile. As for the black-robed man, his gaze was ice-cold and didn't hold the slightest emotion. Han Li calmly returned their gaze without the slightest change in expression. At that moment, Fairy Violet Spirit had already arrived in front of Han Li. She said with a slight smile, "I didn't expect to arrive together with Senior Han. It seems I will have to trouble Elder Han to watch over me for a bit. Otherwise it would prove quite difficult for me to pass through this trial by myself." With that said, Fairy Violet Spirit closed her lips, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Han Li frowned and didn't immediately reply. After a moment of thought, he doubtfully asked, "Lady Violet Spirit's cultivation has made great strides. Congratulations on reaching late foundation establishment." As a result, the entire group perished save for one. Ghost King? Han Li stroked his chin and revealed slight surprise. Although he didn't fully understand the cultivation differences amongst ghosts, He knew that Ghost King ranked malicious spirits were equivalent to late core formation cultivators. The addition of its intelligence only made this enemy even more troublesome. Seeing that Han Li was still wearing a contemplative expression, Guli continued, although there isn't a large chance of encountering this Ghost King, it would be safer to travel together. I may be old, but I still do not wish to fall here and join the ghost fog as a malicious spirit. This old man was quite blunt. When Fairy Violet's spirit heard this, she stayed silent. As she was very intelligent, she understood that he did not raise the proposal of cooperation because she was a Foundation establishment cultivator. He was directing the offer to Han Li. As such, after her interjection, she obediently stood by Han Li's side without another word. Han Li smiled at the old man. He didn't immediately answer him and instead turned his gaze towards the black-robed man, calmly asking him, "Fellow Taoist Gu isn't going to ask that, brother? Is he not willing to cooperate?" When Han Li mentioned the black-robed man, Gu Li's face immediately became unsightly. But after a moment of hesitation, he resentfully snorted, "Humph! Don't talk about that devilish Taoist." When I finished my teleportation, I amiably raised the topic of cooperation with him only to be told to get lost. If this old man's temperament wasn't kindly, I definitely wouldn't have left him be. The old man revealed great anger after he said this. Han Li remained silent and felt some interest towards this black-robed man. He turned his head towards the Devil Dao cultivator and shouted, "Is fellow Taoist interested in collaborating towards a common goal? If we join hands, we may stand a chance against the Ghost King-ranked demon if we were to encounter it." Han Li's voice wasn't loud, but it was heard with full clarity. But after hearing him, he merely glanced at them with a cold expression before indifferently turning his head away, ignoring Han Li's suggestion. "Fellow Taoist Han, I didn't speak wrongly. That person doesn't know what's good for him. Let us three set off." The old man coldly snorted towards the black-robed man. It seemed he was quite insulted by the previous rejection and had taken it to heart. Han Li faintly smiled, but before he could say something, Fairy Violet's spirit shouted out in surprise. Han Li followed her gaze and saw the black-robed man step towards the ghost fog as if wanting to challenge the trial alone. Han Li and the other two looked on in amazement. But soon after, Gu Li sneered disdainful. This person truly wishes to bring about his own destruction. Daring to charge through the ghost fog will most likely be met with failure. Han Li paid no notice to the old man's mocking ridicule and stared at the black-robed man's every movement with narrowed eyes. He believed that the man wasn't suicidal, but that he held complete confidence in a particular method that he possessed. The black-robed man walked to the boundary between the white light barrier and the ghost fog and calmly lifted his sleeve. A ray of green light shot out and landed in front of him. It was a delicate spirit beast that appeared similar to a monkey. This small monkey was only about a foot tall with faintly glowing dark green fur. Most notably, its nose was bulging to an unusually large size as if it took up an entire half of its height. It appeared truly bizarre. Han Li was astonished by its appearance, but he didn't react. When the old man at his side saw this, he yelled with a greatly changed expression. "It's a weeping soul. He actually had such a spirit beast. No wonder he was so arrogant." The old man revealed slight shock. Fairy Violet's spirit had a similar expression upon seeing the small monkey. Han Li frowned and asked, "Weeping soul beast? What kind of strange beast is it? Why have I never heard of it before?" Han Li's words brought Fairy Violet's spirit back to her senses. She then hastily gave Han Li an explanation. The weeping soul beast isn't a spirit beast that naturally comes into this world. It is a living being refined by a secret Devil Dao sect from a spirit beast and a demonic soul. Although it normally doesn't have much use, it has an innate ability to consume ghosts and souls. Regardless of whether they are demonic ghosts or malicious souls, they will be absorbed with a light sniff of its nose. After being contained for a short time, it will be refined into nothingness. They are truly formidable. Fairy Violet's spirit spoke with admiration. However, Fairy Violet's spirit's tone changed and she softly sighed. "What is it?" Han Li was annoyed by her sudden stop. As Gu Li gazed at the black-robed man's disappearing figure, he said with a complicated expression, "However, this beast's refinement technique is possessed solely by that secret sect. This heaven-disrupting evil art is bloody and has a high chance of failure. It is said that the beast appears only in times of great strife in the cultivation world." Great strife in the cultivation world whenever it is seen? Han Li couldn't help but sneer. Han Li scoffed and said, "Even if the beast weren't seen, the scattered star seas will experience chaos regardless. Do you really believe that this beast could bring about disaster?" Chapter 438 Remains in the Ghost Fog. Although Han Li walked the path of immortality, he didn't hold the slightest belief in destiny or fate. In his view, immortal cultivation was merely a method of pursuing eternal life. If any true immortals were to appear before him, he would show great reverence, but he wouldn't become absolutely subservient to them. Fairy Violet Spirit and Gu Li were stunned in response to Han Li's blunt words, before revealing embarrassment. To tell the truth, it wasn't only Han Li who thought this. A majority of cultivators merely treated this weeping soul beast as a rumor. Under these circumstances, who wouldn't directly dismiss this like Han Li did? After all, topics relating to destiny and heavenly law only existed in their heart. At that moment, the black-robed man had gone deeper into the ghost fog with the weeping soul beast and had completely disappeared from sight. After glancing into the ghost fog, Han Li formed a faint smile and said, "Let us go. Since there was someone willing to scout the path, we shouldn't be so disrespectful." What does fellow Taoist Han mean? The old man Gu Li didn't seem to fully understand Han Li. Of course, he did understand what Han Li meant and would have also done this if Han Li hadn't agreed to cooperate with him. However, he viewed the black-robed man with contempt. To now take advantage of his lead in front of the other two was truly quite a loss of face. As such, he could only assume an appearance of confusion and have Han Li take the initiative to mention it. When Han Li heard the old man's words, he gave him a mysterious smile. He then wordlessly looked the lead and walked in the direction that the black-robed man had disappeared in. Naturally, Fairy Violet Spirit closely followed after him without any hesitation. Gu Li was initially stunned upon seeing them, but he soon followed after them with a red face. Once the light gray ghost fog felt living people walk into it, it flared up as if it were alive and started rolling towards the three. If common mortals were to be plagued by this gray mist, their blood essence would be immediately drained, turning them into dried-up corpses. In addition, their souls would then become a part of the ghost fog and they would be unable to free themselves from their fates as ghosts. However, as Han Li and the other two were cultivators, they had no fear of this trifling ghost fog. With flickers of radiance, each their bodies were enveloped by their own methods of protection. Gu Li raised his hand and released a small, fire-red umbrella. It swiveled about 3 meters above his head and enveloped the old man in a red beam of light. When the ghost fog touched this red light, threads of strange azure smoke were released with a puff, followed by ghostly wails. When the ghost fog saw this, it only dared to appear menacingly before the red light and no longer approached it as if it was intelligent. Fairy Violet Spirit released 4 fist-sized balls that spiraled around her body, creating a 3-meter-wide moving boundary. The boundary was a white, sparkling square that would repel the ghost fog's slightest approach towards Fairy Violet Spirit. However, the most strange defensive method was Han Li's. Apart from a layer of lithe azure light emitting from his body, he didn't take out any magic tools or treasures. When the ghost fog neared Han Li's body, several arcs of light shot out without explanation, turning the mist into fading smoke. This strange scene astonished the other two, but neither of them were willing to take the initiative to rudely ask. During her musings, Fairy Violet Spirit seemed to faintly recall the heaven lightning bamboo, but still felt uncertain. Han Li walked at the very front as if he were unaware of their attention. However, this wasn't because he sought to be some hero, but rather that the ghost fog filled the entire area. As for this cultivator's soul, it should have become a portion of the ghost fog or turned into a malicious spirit. It would be quite difficult for it to enter the path of reincarnation. As Han Li lamented, he casually turned his gaze to the other two. Fairy Violet Spirit's face had turned pale, but when she saw Han Li look at her, she forced out a smile. Gu Li's expression was quite odd. He gazed at the azure clothes for a long while with a creased brow before suddenly flicking his finger and throwing an egg-sized fireball at the remains. Upon contacting the remains, the fireball was extinguished with a flash. Sigh, it really is him. Gu Li raised his head and muttered to himself with a sad expression. Does fellow Taoist Gu recognize him? Han Li indifferently asked as he looked at the skeleton with raised eyebrows. Fairy Violet Spirit also displayed great curiosity. This person should be Taoist Master Yu, who I had met several times before. He had entered core formation far earlier than I had. His fire-repulsing robes were refined from 100-year ice silk so common flames would have no effect on it, and it was somewhat well known. I had heard he entered the Heaven Void Halls the last time it had opened, but he had never returned. I didn't expect that he had fallen here, unfortunate enough to not even pass the first trial. Gu Li let out a long sigh. Han Li was silent for a while before suddenly asking a question that left the old man shocked. Was the cultivation and magic treasure of Taoist master Yu far greater than yours? Guli seemed to understand what Han Li meant and twirled his beard for a moment before speaking with certainty. Although Taoist master Yu was an early core formation cultivator such as myself, at the time it was said he was about to break through to mid-core formation. As such, his magic power should be far greater than my own. In addition, he possessed rarely seen ice attribute mutated spiritual roots. His ice cultivation arts should be far superior to my own. As for his magic treasure, I hadn't seen it used in a fight, so I have no way of knowing, but it shouldn't have been any weaker than mine. As the old man spoke, his expression became increasingly unsightly. Since it's like that, then there must be a formidable enemy nearby. I had originally felt it quite odd that since we followed the Weeping Soul Beast's path, we hadn't encountered any ghosts or malicious spirits apart from the ghost fog. It seems that we can't expect the black-robed man to always clear the way on our behalf. Han Li said with a solemn expression. Chapter 439, Ghost King 1. When Fairy Violet Spirit heard Han Li, her face paled in an instant. The old man looked at the white bones in silence with shifting eyes. It was unknown what he was thinking about. Han Li looked around and indifferently concluded, since a cultivator on the verge of mid-core formation had fallen here, a fierce ghost with fearsome cultivation is certain to be nearby. Are Lady Violet Spirit and fellow Taoist Gu prepared for the possibility of falling here? If you two turn back now, you won't have to brave this danger. I'm going either way, with or without you. When the two heard Han Li's calm voice, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. A while later, Fairy Violet Spirit came to a decision after some thought and resolutely said, Senior Han, even if I were to fall and become a ghost, I cannot return unless I have a way to reach core formation. Her voice revealed great determination. When Han Li heard this, he mentally sighed with reluctant acceptance and turned to look at the old man. Gu Li's expression was continuously changing. After a long while, he dejectedly said, I came here in hopes of acquiring a few life-extending fruits, but I don't wish to risk my life to acquire them. Since the danger is great, this old man will have to turn back. After all, peacefully dying in meditation would be far better than spending eternity as a ghost. After that was said, the old man revealed a trace of shame. Soon after, he cupped his hands to the two and turned back without hesitation. Han Li expressionlessly gazed in the direction that the old man disappeared in and remained silent for a long while. Fairy Violet Spirit appeared disappointed. With one less core formation cultivator in her party, the ghost mist had become far more dangerous. Elder Han, should we not continue? Fairy Violet looked at the dense fog around her and spoke to Han Li with a forced smile. Although her previous words were resolute, she had no idea whether or not she had made the correct choice. Her mind was now perturbed. Yeah. With a flat agreement, he lowered his head to look at the skeleton. With a swipe of his hand, the fire-repulsing robes disappeared into his storage pouch. Fairy Violet Spirit revealed a trace of amazement and was about to say something. But after some further thought, she decided to remain silent. Han Li's following action surprised the woman even more. Han Li flicked his finger and released a ray of azure sword light, striking open a 3-meter large hole into the nearby ground. Then with a sweep of his sleeve, the bones and the magic treasure fragments fell into the hole before being buried. Fairy Violet Spirit's expression became quite odd upon seeing this. Han Li suddenly turned his head to look at her and calmly asked, Are my actions strange? After some hesitation, she truthfully said, Somewhat. Han Li gently smiled and unhurriedly said, I buried him merely because I felt that as a fellow cultivator, there will come a time where I will unknowingly fall and become a pile of bones. Since I've come across someone else's, I may as well lend a hand. I hope that when I fall to misfortune, there will also be someone that will come across my body and bury me. As for his refined robes, the dead have no use for such objects. It would be far too great a pity if they were to be buried. I may as well regard them as compensation for burying the body. Fairy Violet Spirit's amazement faded away before she started to murmur to herself. At that moment, Han Li started to continue his path forward. When Fairy Violet Spirit saw this, she looked at the new burial mound and sighed before slowly following after him. Fellow Taoist Violet Spirit, how much do you know about the history of the Heaven Void Hall? Could you tell me about it? As Han Li had waited for her, they were now leisurely walking side by side. She felt a slightly complicated emotion from seeing Han Li's calm expression. He was only an early core formation cultivator, yet he still appeared so calm in such a dangerous area. How truly unexpected. However, this had also greatly calmed her heart as she felt that Han Li could be relied upon. Han Li's question had startled her for a moment before she obediently replied, "The Heaven Void Hall has existed in the scattered star seas for countless years. It is only known to open every 300 years. It will randomly descend at some remote, deserted location in the scattered star seas and is filled with many treasures. Regardless of whether it be spirit medicines, cultivation techniques, or ancient treasures, all can be found here as a result of cultivators from the desolate era building this mysterious hall for unknown reasons. Thus, whenever the hall is opened, many high-grade cultivators would come here in search of treasures. However, the Heaven Void Hall's mechanisms are densely layered in formation spells. As one grows closer to the core of the inner halls, the more treasures one encounters, but the greater the danger. It is said that the items in the inner hall are the Heaven Void Hall's true treasures. However, to come across them, one must pass through 3 great trials. Otherwise, there will be no chance of arriving there. Apart from nascent soul cultivators, only a small number of fortunate cultivators are able to pass through without injury. As a result, the inner halls have become a great mystery towards ordinary cultivators. As Fairy Violet Spirit spoke with her beautiful voice, she carefully watched Han Li's expression. However, she was slightly disappointed to see that Han Li's expression didn't change, causing her to feel that Han Li was somewhat unfathomable. While the Heaven Void Hall has many treasures, shouldn't there be fewer with each opening? Han Li indifferently asked. That is quite unclear, but the Heaven Void Hall is open for only a finite time. Each of its treasures conceal countless secrets. Not a single treasure is a simple item, and their numbers remain many. It is said that anyone that acquires 1 or 2 treasures from here are considered quite fortunate. Normally, cultivators end up only picking a few common spiritual herbs. It depends quite a bit on one's own luck. If there were not the case, the inner halls would have long been swept clean by nascent soul cultivators. Fairy Violet Spirit spoke with uncertainty. Han Li nodded with a stirred expression and remained silent. He slightly hastened his steps. The two continued to follow the black-robed man's trail. After walking for the time it took to finish a meal, nothing strange had occurred. Fairy Violet Spirit had somewhat relaxed as a result. She had come to think that these malicious spirits had traveled a different path than their own, resulting in a lack of encounters. As these thoughts bloomed in Fairy Violet Spirit's mind, Han Li frowned, and he came to an abrupt stop. Fairy Violet Spirit was suddenly alarmed and also stood still. Chapter 440, Ghost King 2, Ghostly Soul Snare. Fairy Violet Spirit instantly recognized the ghost technique she was suffering from. This magic technique was innate to high-grade demon ghosts and was used to attack weaker enemies. Enemies of lower cultivation would have their blood run rampant, and they would madly dance about without any control of their limbs. What a fearsome damaging ghost technique. When she had originally heard the sound, she had regarded it as a common ghost's howl and was now paying the price. Fairy Violet Spirit felt terrified upon seeing her body wildly flitter towards the ghost's sobs. Tai. At that moment she heard a man's voice. Although the voice wasn't loud, she felt her heart and soul tremble, causing her to collapse onto the floor with weakened legs. She soon discovered with delight that she had regained control of her body. Her heart relaxed and she looked in front of her with a grateful expression where Han Li, the source of the voice, stood. Fellow Taoist Violet Spirit. Use your cultivation to guard your mind. You were careless, but you cannot allow the ghost whale to take advantage of your distraction. The woman heard Han Li's calm voice in her ear. Yes, Fairy Violet Spirit blushed and softly replied. She then stood from the floor with slight embarrassment and walked towards Han Li with a guarded mind. When she arrived behind Han Li, she unexpectedly discovered that Han Li stood motionlessly in place and was staring forwards. She followed Han Li's gaze to witness a scene that tensed her heart. In the ghost mist not far away, a thick black fog roiled without end. Flashes of red and green light would occasionally shine through along with sounds of muffled explosions along with the ghost sobs that had embarrassed her. Within the black fog, the black-robed devilish cultivator was controlling a strange fire-red hammer that spouted out countless blue flames. The flames were currently fighting against an indistinct ghostly shadow. The ghostly shadow was surrounded in fog and was controlling a thumb-sized green pearl that released a pitch-black, profound yin qi. The black-robed man was trapped within the green pearl's black qi and appeared to be at a great disadvantage. As for the weeping soul beast that was capable of consuming souls and beasts, it was tangling with two ghostly silhouettes covered in green fur. Apart from their pointed heads and the several-inch-long white bone prongs held in each of their hands, they appeared exactly the same as ordinary green-furred jiangshi, the Chinese hybrid of a vampire and a zombie. It was normally described to move by hopping. At that moment, their white bone prongs spouted out a stream of green flame wisps towards the weeping soul beast. In response, the weeping soul beast spurted out a yellow glowing light from its nose that violently collided with the flame wisps. After being wrapped by its glow, the wisps of flame were completely absorbed into its nose. At first glance, the weeping soul beast had the advantage because the green-furred monsters were merely attacking from a distance with the flame wisps and they didn't dare to approach the beast as if they were fearful of its yellow glowing light. But in reality, the weeping soul beast was being tied down by the monsters and was unable to assist the black-robed man. Night Fiend Ghosts. Upon seeing the two green-furred monsters, Fairy Violet Spirit took a breath of cold air. Han Li's heart stirred. Without turning his head around, he asked, "What? Does fellow Taoist Violet Spirit recognize what those are?" It should be correct. Although this is the first time I've seen them, they appear exactly the same as described. They are a particularly rare type of jiangshi that are able to travel underneath the sun. It is no wonder they dare to brave the weeping ghost beast's power. As they have physical bodies, they are able to suppress the beast so long as they distance themselves from the weeping soul beast's soul-absorbing light. After all, the weeping soul beast seems lacking in skills. It probably doesn't have anything apart from its soul-absorbing light. After Han Li heard this, his face displayed no abnormalities, but he let out a long mental sigh. This woman's cultivation wasn't high, but her knowledge was far greater than that of a rogue cultivator like himself. Despite having read through many records during his days at Yellow Maple Valley, he didn't possess the qualifications to read through the truly valuable secret information as his cultivation was too low. As for when he arrived in the Scattered Star Seas, he had purchased many records but the information hadn't filtered or organized by a sect. If the records weren't duplicates, then they missed a great amount of information. He normally wouldn't look at them. But during this crucial moment, his own knowledge was shown to be lacking. If he made it out of here alive, it seemed he would have to pay a visit to the Exquisite Sound sect and look through their records. It was unlikely they would reject an elder of their own sect. As Han Li thought this, a change had occurred. The blue flames of the fire-red hammer had been completely enveloped by the black chi of the ghost shadow's green pearl. Seeing that his own flames had been extinguished, the black-robed man revealed furious alarm in the face of imminent crisis. He had believed that by relying on the might of the weeping soul beast that he'd able to easily charge through this first trial, the vengeful ghost haunt. As a result, he had refused the others' invitations. But he hadn't expected to come across a profound malicious spirit with such skill and had comprehended all sorts of attrition techniques. It had even taken advantage of a moment of carelessness to separate him from his weeping soul beast, leaving him in a dangerous position. Unfortunately, apart from being able to refine a weeping soul beast and comprehending a few peculiar techniques, the disciples of his sect possessed no outstanding abilities for confronting enemies. He could only stare on helplessly as he watched the splendor and might of his devil fire hammer weaken along with his will. Once he thought of the fearful consequences of falling in this place, the black-robed man's heart grew ice-cold, and he became stricken with panic. At that moment, Han Li hurriedly approached as if he were going to seize this opportunity to save the black-robed man's life. However, the proud black-robed man's delight soon turned into an anger so intense that he could spit out blood. When Han Li saw that he would also be placed in a dangerous situation, he didn't have any intention of helping. Instead, he watched their battle from a distance with great indifference. The black-robed man couldn't help but grind his teeth from the deep hatred he felt towards Han Li during that moment. Soon after, Fairy Violet Spirit had rushed over. As she watched the black-robed man bitterly fight against the ghost demon, Fairy Violet Spirit was flabbergasted as to why Han Li wasn't assisting him. Could it be because of the black-robed man's earlier attitude that he deliberately wanted to watch him die? Since she felt that Han Li wasn't such a short-sighted man, she became increasingly puzzled. Because Han Li had just saved her life, she found it improper to voice any of her suspicions and could only silently watch the black-robed man fight the ghost shadow. But at that moment, the black-robed man was unable to further endure. His flying hammer was engulfed in the yin chi, completely extinguishing its devil flame and leaving it firmly trapped in mid-air. The black ghost shadow shrieked and transformed into a black streak of light before shooting towards the black-robed man's heart. Although the devilish cultivator's expression were hidden by his clothes, it appeared as if he was standing still and waiting for his death with eyes closed. The black-robed man clearly understood that although his body's exterior was protected by defensive magic techniques, it would prove to be little more than paper to the malicious soul. His hammer could block it, but it had already been seized by the enemy, and his remaining protections could be easily broken though. Now all he could do was wait for his death. During this time of crisis, Han Li, who had been indifferently watching from the side, suddenly acted without the slightest warning. With a wave of his hand, 5 streaks of slender azure sword chi shot out, arriving at the black shadow's vitals in the blink of an eye. If the black shadow were to ignore them and solely focus on killing the black-robed man, it would succeed. But in turn, its crystal core had a high likelihood of being shattered by the streaks of sword chi. The black shadow naturally didn't follow through with such a disadvantageous action. Its body blurred several times before returning to its original location. Its eyes stared at Han Li with an intense green radiance without the slightest glimmer of emotion. Han Li's eyes flickered with a strange light upon seeing this. With a flip of his hand he took out a small, exquisite spirit beast pouch. He didn't immediately release the pouch. With his other hand he shot over 10 azure lights towards the 2 green-furred night fiends. The 2 ghosts had quick reflexes. Having seen that Han Li launched a surprise attack at them, their bodies blurred several times, fading away into 2 wisps of smoke. A short moment later, they reappeared at the ghost shadow's side. They vengefully bared their fangs at Han Li, revealing their mouths full of sharp black and yellow teeth. Taking advantage of the ghost shadow's shift in attention, the black-robed cultivator gambled the entirety of his magic power to seize back control of his magic treasure. In the next instant, he felt great delight and had it fly back towards him in a streak of red light. At that moment Han Li's face froze and he loudly shouted, "Careful! There are other ghosts." The black-robed man was startled. In that very moment, a nearly incorporeal gray silhouette shot out from the other side of the ghost mist, arriving in front of the black-robed man in an instant. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with fear. It was too late for him to dodge. A glowing light shot from its nose and dragged a nearby demon ghost into his stomach. However, that was all it could do before the 2 green-furred night fiends used their bone prongs to once again tie it down. Han Li didn't pay attention to any of the Weiwu ghosts. He shot towards the 2 ghost shadows in the distance as a streak of azure light. The cloud of droning gold-devouring beetles were closely following after him. When the black ghost shadow saw Han Li take the initiative to approach them, its black eyes flashed with green light. It then opened its mouth and released a green sparkling pearl towards him. As for the gray shadow next to it, after several blurs, it disappeared from sight. Han Li frowned and expressionlessly stopped in place. With a flick of his finger, 2 bamboo clouds warm swords flew to intercept the green pearl as azure streaks of light. Simultaneously, he commanded his droning gold-devouring beetles to scatter around him and to float in place. Bang! The 2 streaks of azure light were exchanging blows with the green pearl. The ghost pearl released a large cloud of profound yin qi in an attempt to bind and seal the 2 flying swords within it. Cold light flashed from Han Li's eyes. Forming a sword incantation gesture with his hands, the 2 flying swords grew several times in size, transforming into 2 10-meter-long azure flood dragons. With a flamboyant flourish, they broke through the black yin qi encirclement and fiercely charged towards the green ghost pearl. The ghost shadow's originally icy expression revealed a trace of surprise. Although the green ghost pearl was once the protective magic treasure of a fallen cultivator, it was rather average. But after the demon ghost had acquired it and tempered it for several hundred years with profound yin qi, it had long since become marvelously refined into a magic treasure of particularly damaging profound yin qi. So long as a magic treasure was bound by its qi, it would be continuously sealed and incapable of escaping. But for some unknown reason Han Li's flying swords showed no fear towards being entangled by the profound yin qi. After transforming into azure flood dragons, the swords tore apart the profound yin qi, not allowing it to approach their main bodies. When the ghost shadow saw this, it couldn't help but become fearful. During its several hundred years of sentience, it had never come across such a scene. After a moment of hesitation, it suddenly raised its claw and reached towards the green pearl as if it were grabbing it in the air. The ghost pearl then flourished with brilliance and shot back about 10 meters before revolving in place. After a series of sways, the pearl transformed into a black demon tiger. The tiger was huge and had intelligent eyes. As it roared, it spouted out dark green wisps with bold and powerful intensity. But what was most astonishing was that the huge tiger didn't have a hollow body like his sword's transformed azure flood dragons. Instead, its body was corporeal and appeared quite fearsome. After a moment of shock, Hanli couldn't help but narrow his eyes. An artifact spirit? This so-called artifact spirit is something every magic treasure can refine upon sealing the soul essence of a demon beast's primal soul into it. During an enemy confrontation, the soul essence and magic treasure would fuse, causing the magic treasure to transform into the form of the artifact spirit with greatly increased power. In addition, it would also gain the demon beast soul's original abilities. It could be said to be a shortcut to quickly raising a magic treasure's strength. But for some unknown reason, regardless of whether or not the magic treasure successfully refined the sealed soul, only one attempt could be made to gain an artifact spirit. If a second attempt were to be attempted, the magic treasure would be incapable of absorbing the soul essence of the primal soul. This was regarded by cultivators with great importance. If they had no urgent need to increase their magic treasure's power, they would spend as much time as possible to find an appropriate match and deliver it before conducting the sealing ceremony. During the trial of blood and fire back in the state of Yu, Nangong 1 probably took the primal soul of the inky flood dragon with the intention of sealing it as an artifact spirit. After all, the inky flood dragon may have been young, but it was still a very rare flood dragon. That must have been why Nangong 1 was so excited when she obtained it. Despite having slaughtered a great number of demon beasts of various ranks, Hanli had yet to see a spiritual flood dragon. This caused Hanli, who had wanted to use a flood dragon as his artifact spirit, to be rather gloomy. In any case, the odds of success for artifact spirit seals were difficult to predict. It was almost as if there were no predictable patterns. However, there were a few certainties. The stronger the primal soul to be sealed as an artifact spirit, the lower the odds of success, and if the artifact spirit's strength was too weak, then it would only increase the magic treasure's power by minuscule amount. As a result of this, a majority of cultivators' magic treasures do not possess artifact spirits. It wasn't that they couldn't find a target to their satisfaction. It was because the sealing of the artifact spirits had been an utter failure. Thus, when Hanli saw that the ghost pearl contained an artifact spirit, he couldn't help but be startled. Hanli soon calmed down and licked his dry lips. He pointed to his 2 bamboo clouds warm swords, ordering his 2 transformed azure flood dragons to constrict the demon tiger. Before Hanli did anything else, he would first test the might of this demon tiger artifact spirit. His flying swords didn't have any artifact spirits. Despite having their appearance transformed to that of flood dragons, they possessed none of their divine abilities. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.